led this fight for many years, along with strong community support. Organizations, including the ACLU of Missouri, have brought to light the abuses of the workhouse. This institution has been a persistent problem. Even in 2009, the ACLU of Missouri released a report on the critical conditions of the workhouse.
The outline is disjointed.
And again, in 2012, the ACLU of Missouri
analysis of the outline
to provide oversight of the jail.
Was
Committee
rambling.
members, today I ask you to follow through on the ordinance unanimously passed last summer to close the workhouse, reinvest this money into our communities, and move us toward a system that is more equitable and effective.
That the review of the outline was an onset of a new series on point about the nostalgia loop, its breakdown, its associated problems,
with
its
so many
possible
speakers, I'm going to take up
causes,
5 speakers and
its trajectory, and its nonsense. Both
something
because,
we hear from.
number
But I
one,
do
I
wanna get
really
through,
felt that
a
that's
few more
the
of
stuff
these.
that
So,
I'm interested in talking
we'll go
about.
to Chelsea Murta. Are you ready,
And
Chelsea?
I am.
All right.
Two
Whenever you
energies.
like, I'll get the timer. Whenever you.
Pro and con both moving in the same
Thank you.
direction.
My name is Chelsea Murta. I'm a
Pro.
resident of the 15th
There are
ward,
things
and I'm
that I
happy to be before
organically
you
want
today
to talk
support Board Bill
Though I know
167
and understand the
with
things that
special
I
recognition
organically
to
want to
prison
talk about
abolitionist Dr.
are
Angela Davis, who
anathema
celebrates her
to
birthday today.
views.
Since last,
Meaning,
this board has made
when
a
I
lot of
talk
noise about
about
closing the
doing, and
workhouse,
but
and
if
although
I
we
talk about
elected
what
all
I'm
of you to
interested
do a
in
job,
talking about,
some of you have made it clear
if I
that you
talk
are
about
not
the
up to
things
the
that
task
actually
for
truly
which you have been
fascinate me, I
chosen
think
by
are
voters.
interesting.
But this
I
bill
get
gives you an out,
bullshit
gives you
views.
the opportunity to make good
If I
on the
talk about
promises
things
made
that I
to our
don't
city
necessarily
last
want to
summer
talk
into
about,
the rhetoric that
because
some
I'm just
aldermen
I'm
now
bored.
campaign on
They
to be
do
reelected. The board
the
president
rogues
even stated
gallery
after Board Bill
of
92 was
nonsense
passed
talkers
that it is
online
not a symbolic gesture, but
are
quote,
just
as real as it gets.
they do the
Hollow,
same thing
empty
over and over again.
words.
I've been covering
At
like
last
David
year's hearing,
Wilcox.
we were alive
I have been
to
covering
submit
and
to December
analyzing
31st
David
over
Wilcox's
deadline.
output.
Most
for
frequently,
5
we the
years.
voters heard from aldermen that Board Bill
Same
92
thing with
did
Simon
not
Park.
specifically
Same thing with
mandate that
Mendoza.
the workhouse
Same
be
thing with
closed by
Kerry
that
Cassidy.
date. Sure.
Galendo, hey, what's
Let
going
us
on, baby?
voters
What's going
take
on?
Aldermen at your words.
So
Consider
I've been
it,
talking
in
about these
consideration of
jackasses
that, then,
for
none of you have
5
disputed your intent
years.
to close the workhouse eventually. The deadline to do so
And
sure, but every single member
I
of
gotta
the
tell
board
you,
voted
there's
for
nothing.
a bill
It's
entitled
it's
Closing
and
the
I say
St.
and
Louis City
and we
Medium
become part of
Security
it.
Institution.
Here's the thing.
And if that doesn't
Hold on.
demonstrate
I
your
don't want to
intent,
get. I want
I
to
don't
try
know
and
what
get
else
better at
would.
this.
Every day that the workhouse
I want
remains
to get
open
better
is
at
a
this.
day
I'm
that this
trying to
city
stay
continues
focused.
to
Finishing
suffer
one
from the
thought
brutalities of
before we move on to
capitalism,
the
and MSI funds could be reallocated to serving the
We're
people
going
of the
over the
state
air.
to
Star Wars
directly,
is a dead
not
field to talk
subjecting
about.
them
I'll
to
explain to you
organized state
all these
violence
people
through
are
mass
proud. I need a
incarceration.
notepad.
Instead, Board Bill 167
already
Two
Two
energies,
okay.
pro and con,
Policy.
both moving in the same direction.
Division of
There are
Supportive
things that I'm
Reentry, which
organically
is part of the
interested
Board
in
Bill
talking
passed
about,
last summer, into the
though the
re-envisioning
audience is not
Public Safety
necessarily
Trust Fund,
interested in
which
hearing me talk
redirects
about
funds for the
them. There are
city's
things
highest
that I'm no
need
longer
neighborhoods.
interested in talking
That
about,
takes the step
though
to
there
address
are
the root
people
cause
that
of crime and
obviously
violence in St.
that
Louis.
gets the
We've
views.
added more police.
Okay.
We've added real-time cameras,
So-
and we're even trying to pass a spy plane
And we
that doesn't even
vacillate
work at
between.
night.
And
a
it's
lot of
probably,
these
if I
efforts
just
work
chilled out and
well.
relaxed
You've been
and
correctly
just
set at crime
occasionally
and violence.
covered these other
But what
guys,
you haven't
and then
done,
just
what we
allowed for the
haven't done
fact that
is
some of my
city
videos will
defunding
not get the
racist
same amount of views
institutions
as
like
some
the
other
workhouse,
videos,
and putting
and
those
just
funds
chilled
back
out
into the
about it and
community.
breathed in and breathed
Violence in
out,
Black
we would have
communities
none of
is
these
deeply rooted
problems,
in conditions
and we
that are
wouldn't be
beyond the
15
tolerance
minutes
of
in
all
this
of
rambling monologue. I'd already be on
But
point
you
on
have
subject,
that.
telling you about
And
X,
you
Y, or
can
Z.
start taking action
Yeah,
now.
such as life.
Closing the workhouse is
The
not
bit-
the
I don't
entire
want
thing
the
for criminal
deviate
justice
is asking
reform
whether
in
the
St. Louis. We know
deposition
that.
is on.
But it's a
I
starting
don't
point,
want
which
to
is
be
more than
involved
what
with
we
this
have
frivolous
now.
lawsuit that's been brought against me.
The more difficult
I'm trying to get out.
Whether
I am not aiming for discovery or deposition with anybody. If they happen, let them happen with somebody else, and somebody else has died. Because they have filed so many lawsuits and they've gone back and they've been allowed to refile.
Speaker number 7.
I've got over at this point
You'll be up after that.
$16,000
Prepare yourself.
in attorneys
Just
to get out of this frivolous law. We're going to try and get that money back, but
Yeah.
that's
I'm
something.
sorry. Sometimes I have a really
So
hard
let's-
time.
I have no desire to
Thank
worry
you
about
very much.
what it's going to
for
be like and
allowing
what's going to
public
happen. No, I think it's
testimony
fascinating.
today.
The notion that these people would
I am
want to
assigned as
be
Bordeaux. I am an organizer with
in
the
an
Visual
actual
Trust
court of
Committee.
law.
I'm also
where
manager
things
of
like
community
perjury is a
collaborations,
thing, you know,
at our
but
city
let's not
districts.
talk about it.
And I
It's
am
not
here
worth
today
talking about it.
because I
It
am
can
an
only
impacted
do me harm. It
person.
does me
I'm
no
a
good.
person that
But like I
has
said, it's like
actually
we're
been
talking about
inside
pros
the
and cons
courthouse,
on this other thing.
visited
There's an
the
energy.
courthouse,
I want to talk
actually
about
been
certain things that I want to talk
inside
about.
of
There's a
that
plus
jail
side to it.
for
I'm
30
actually covering things that I'm
consecutive days,
interested in
so
talking
I
about.
know
I'm
firsthand
activated.
what's
I'm
going on
motivated to do the
inside
stuff.
of
The
that
con
building.
is that we don't, get the views.
And
Look,
I came
I'm
here
gonna
today
be,
to
and I'm
say
gonna be
the Close the
lousy,
Workhouse
you know,
campaign didn't start
with
because it was a
$16,000 of attorney's
or
fees.
because the original 4 Black-led
There is,
organizations
and I
that
see somebody gave a super chat donation. Hold on.
It started because they
Respurgio,
listened
hello,
to
Mr. CW. Can you please talk about the
that
Galactic
were
Federation?
coming
Nope.
outside of that jail, and
I can.
real
I
people
won't.
who have been
I
detained inside
love
of
you,
jail.
and I thank you,
People
and I
that
will
have
say
been failed
thank
by the
you,
very
and
systems
God
that are
bless
meant
you,
to
and God has
support
blessed
and
you
uplift them
for
are instead
for-
being locked
for
away inside
donating.
of a facility.
You don't
that
even
V
have
says
a
no
chat.
tweet. I'm going live on
I am
the
person
phone,
that
and
you're
therefore we
talking
don't
about
have
in debate closing
Some
the
people
the
call that
capability to
selling
do
out.
that. I
That's
don't
what
know if I
Chandler
could.
did.
Maybe if I could
Right.
do this. I don't want to
a time
stop
of poverty
things.
and
Hold on,
desperation
share.
to not have to go back to
Twitter.
the man who picked up a hot skillet off of a stove and burned me all over my body with it. And instead of being given support and resources, I was thrown in the criminal legal system where I temporarily lost my nursing license, which was my source of income. I had to send my kids away. I spent 3 years homeless. In total, I lost 7 years of my life because of lack of resources. And that's what this campaign
I've lost
is
my
about.
life since I
It's
moved to
about
Ferguson.
interrupting that
And they told me I
cycle,
couldn't live or
closing
work
the
here.
jail and
They're
using those
prejudiced.
funds to make sure that people have the support they need, whatever that may be. That is how we reduce crime and violence.
Shutting down the workhouse to give the
And
people
I
in North
also
County
want to
money.
note
Lying.
that there are
ass.
elders on this call who have said they've spoken to people inside of the workhouse. And I want to
Come
let
on,
those
fat
elders
ass.
know that every single day, my job
he's
is to
glitching.
speak to people that are being detained inside of the workhouse
Isn't that
and
a
inside
shame?
of CJC. And not a single person that I have spoken to or any of the staff that our city defenders has spoken to has said, we want to stay in the workhouse. We don't want to be moved to CJC. No one has said that. And I know because we've spoken to 60 people in the last week and a half. People
Why
that are
won't they
currently
go
detained
away?
inside of the workhouse. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we will move to Julia Cushing. Julia Cushing, are you with us?
Oh,
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed
Sorry,
when you're ready.
Yeah, I am in the car, so I apologize. I'm
Please be
here.
careful.
Yes, I will be. I promise. I'm here just to also.
your
add-
voice never
city
carries
residents,
over the rebroadcast.
out in the
Just
community.
mumbled comments.
I
Oh,
could not put it better.
complimentary,
than
no charge.
She is the person that, one of the very people that got.
Well,
me to
Channer's
the
spinning
campaign.
out of control. You might want to go
In
help
the
him.
campaign to close the workhouse after listening to people who've been impacted by the workhouse. I cannot imagine what those people have gone through.
Yeah, no air
I
conditioning,
never
no
will be
heat.
able to relate to
You
it,
guys didn't
but I
care.
believe their stories. I believe people's pain. That's what I do for a living. I'm a
Oh,
therapist.
Channer's
Yeah.
already
I
gone.
talk to people. all
Good,
day
shut
long about
down.
trauma.
After
Trauma comes
what?
up in all kinds
19
of ways.
minutes?
Lying, stealing, violence.
He's trying to get up again right now.
And
I have on my
I know that
phone,
people have talked a lot about the concerns about violence
the
and crime in our
seldom
city,
Oh,
and I am
broadcasting
absolutely
over the black web
concerned about that.
on my
And that is
squatted
why
channel, huh? Fat
And
ass.
using public safety in a way that actually gets at the root causes of why
Right.
people commit crimes,
Done.
why people become violent,
Writing.
and the
I'm already showing
arrest and
freezing
incarceration
issues. I'm
model
not
shows
even
us
gonna
that it
do
does
this.
not get to that
If
root
it turns
cause.
out to be a
That's why
plastic castle,
I'm
if I
in support
start
of this
to,
bill and
freeze
in
up or
support
whatever.
of just
Poor kid.
in
Honestly.
general,
We're just, I'm
re-envisioning
just
how
here,
we deal with
I said
crime
we're gonna try
and
and do
violence
5
in our
days a
city,
week.
because the way
I
that
know
we're
that
doing it
tomorrow's
now,
gonna be
it's not fixing the problem. And the city
probably
residents
not possible for me
deserve
to come to you guys.
legislation,
Or at least not gonna be
policy,
possible for me to come to
and
you
leaders who
during
are
the times
willing to
that I
work
do.
towards addressing those root
So I wanted
causes.
to do what I
And this bill
could,
is
despite
just one
like
of the
today
thousands
being
of
shaken
things.
some plans based on
Thank
the
you.
weather and some scheduling issues.
Thank you very much.
So I'm here know the ins and outs and follow the saga up and down and are legitimately curious. And you'll ask questions. And I legitimately want to satiate your curiosity. Number one, I have no desire to have a distinction between those who are in the inner circle and get to know what's going on and everyone else. Even if it's going to be, ask me no secrets, I'll tell you no lies. Like, why have secrets? I have no desire. We're doing this. But the con is that, these are things that are not worthwhile talking about. Because when you do talk about them, the other side tries to exploit it.
That's because I'm
the other side tries to
newsworthy.
exploit it, and they have. One day when this is all over, we'll be talking about things with ultimate clarity. We're just going to have to wait. I have nothing planned, I know. So there's things that point in different directions. There's things I want to cover. Let me just thoughts as they occur. Let them be finished. And then we talked about today. I was supposed to technically. There was a notion that I was going to be talking about Ready Player One. The nostalgia that is part of it. We're going into a bad place. I'm telling you. I'm the whole point. 20 years ago, I spent my entire life studying 20 years ago. Okay, and we've been doing this concentratedly. I've been doing this concentratedly as a sweet science, dedicating time, energy, and effort really into thinking about studying this nostalgia loop since late 2018. So from go back, taking a hard, long look at 1998, spending time looking at 1999. I wake up in the morning, I do my religious practices of continental chanting, I read spiritual text, I meditate, practices I recommend for you. And then you send me an email, see that change perspective, I'm more the same whatever, PDF, it's happy, send no money, it's absolutely free. Anywho, Spooky, good thing you're here. A distraction. God bless you. Here we are. Get it. This is awesome. So, I'll see you when I was talking about the 20 year stuff. I've been looking at this and I'm trying. Remember what I remember in real time. Listen, 90s, 88, 89, 90, 93, 95, 97, 98, 99. Things were really good. You know what I mean? Things were happening. And I'm telling you, I'm not even talking about September 11th. I'm just telling you, from 2001, and I'm recalling, the things in real life that are awesome. The birth of my children, good father, making all things. But like as far as like music, media, and like what's going on in like the world of unbalanced things, the same place. We're going downhill. I'm telling you, it sucks. 2001 moving forward, like 2000 and like 2000 and like I'm telling you, like 2002, 2003 is an abomination. 2003 through 2000 and like 9 is like a write-off. Like it's just, I'm telling you, you think I'm lying? Look at go 2003 in music on Wikipedia. Go 2007 in film on Wikipedia. And take a look. It was one of mine. It's an abortion. To say nothing like what was going on, like in world politics and all. It's disgusting. I go nuts on. So I'm telling you, it's gonna get so bad. It's gonna get so bad. It's going to get so bad, it's like not even funny, because what's happening is that they ran out of ideas, and it happened circa 2000. So we're 20 years after them running out of ideas. So they're recycling, not only they're recycling recycled garbage, they're recycling recycled garbage. It's terrible. And I'm looking forward to it. And it's going to get worse. Really old at this point. When we're looking back 20 years on nostalgia loop to the abortion, that was lost consumer urge. That Apple really wants and Verizon really wants to
Apple
feed.
is in
It's
big trouble with
business.
my computer.
And then it happens with the fracturing of and the proliferation of all these extra streaming content. So you don't just get a recycling X-Files in the form of French. I know that people on this channel, the viewers who love French, that's fine. I watch it. It was entertaining. Getting rid of it was without a doubt 100% a recycling of the X-Files. It was 20 year nostalgia loop to the death, for the X-Pacemaker does. Little bit, the wacky professor is a new character. Oh, okay. Slight little variations do not change the fact that it's recycling. So now with the proliferation, you're not just going to get one repeat of the X-Files in the form of Fringe. Now that we're going to be coming up on the 20-year nostalgia loop to Fringe,
impasse.
it was a 15-year loop equivalent. Well, that's a part of the reason that Fringe didn't last that long.
I do wish
X-Files lasted for almost a decade. Fringe lasted for how many seasons? 3, 4?
To find out, what beds are available.
If they had come close to the 20-year nostalgia loop, they might have done better. But anyway.
But that hasn't happened yet.
But anyway.
I do wish that we were doing more.
Did it last 5 years? Were there 5 seasons of Fringe? I don't think so. Was there?
Fucking TV show.
We'll have to look it up. Anyway, I don't believe you. Because of the proliferation of all these Hulu, Netflix. Hulu will have 3 X-Files Fringes. Netflix will have 4 X-Files Fringes. HBO Max will have their variations, plural. And so the kids, when they go back, they're going to be this proliferation of nightmare. You have a Fringe tattoo? Spooky.
You guys have been making
You're
movies
you're the victim. This is why. I'm ashamed. Well, even YouTube wasn't there for me to save you. But if I wrote that book about the 20-year nostalgia loop, I planned
Thank you very
to.
much, sir. Thank you
I
very
could have
much.
saved you. You have a Fringe
All right,
tattoo.
the next speaker, speaker number 7, Jay Shepard, and after that, we'll take a break for Mr. Payne to interject before we continue with public
Mr.
input.
Payne.
So, Jay Shepard, are you with us?
All right, Thomas.
Yes.
I don't know if I can talk to you.
Make funny names.
I'm organizer with Action St. Louis.
2008 to 2013. I guess the story checks out. Oh God, it was going on in 2013. The X-Files tattoo is fine. That's fine. There you go. You're okay with that. We'll have to do something. We'll have to figure out some sort of cover. But anyway, or maybe just look at your mistakes. But no one's gonna recognize that anyway, because everyone remembers the X-Files produced Fringe. What's Fringe gonna produce? Anywho, the good thing that you're here is this: the channel's gonna cut off. The channel's gonna cut off. We're gonna run out of power. We're gonna be cut off suddenly. I've already did the goodbye thing at the beginning of the video because we knew that we would get cut off. Spooky. The thing is this: is that did you watch Ready Player One yet? Because when we left off yesterday's video, ostensibly I was gonna cover the nostalgic. See, that's what's happening. Is we're getting this nostalgia nightmare
outbreak of COVID-19
at
in our
WandaVision,
jails
Wonder Woman
in the way that should
1984.
have been dealt
You
with.
did? Oh
is
my
by
God.
providing people
How
with
bad
medical
was that?
PPE,
And
providing
Ready
them
Player
testing,
One, and there's
medical
more
care.
waiting in the wings.
This bill
There's
would
stuff that I
fund how
haven't
we
even
care for the people
looked at to realize,
people,
what,
right
what
now
an absolute
during this
nostalgia
global
nightmare it
pandemic,
is.
and
This
not
is
use the White
Family
House
Guy.
as a scapegoat
That was like the
for not
beginning.
taking
That was the
adequate
beginning of the
COVID-19
end.
precautions.
1998.
Order 167
1999 was when
allocates around
Family Guy
800,000 for the Division of
Ridiculous.
Support of Reentry, which provides
Reference,
rehabilitation and
reference,
case management
reference,
funding
reference, reference,
programs
reference,
like
reference.
for
It was
people on
terrible.
parole or probation, helping guide
Cortana
the
Infinity says Ready
process,
Player One
connecting folks with
WandaVision, so
education,
those things creep
employment,
me out.
supportive
You're right to be
networks,
creeped
health,
out.
mental health care, skilled practitioners, stable
No,
housing.
Spurger says, Mr. CW, I'm a retro
It
gamer. Of course
allocates
I love Ready
1.6
Player One
million to the
movie.
revision of
Think
Public Safety
about
Trust
that.
Fund, which is a
You
special
loved
fund
it?
that
Did you
provides
love it?
anti-poverty
Did you actually
resources
love it?
to
Or
neighborhoods
did you
disproportionately
love
affected
being
by violent crime,
reminded of
and about 1.1
endless
million
numbers
toward
of
capital
tropes and cliches?
towards with the highest
And was it
need
done well?
neighborhoods.
And what do you
We
think of
are
the nightmare
winning
vision that in
wards. First
2054,
ward, the second ward, the third ward, the fifth ward,
the people are
13th,
obsessed with the
14th,
culture of the
18th,
80s because this
20th,
video game is so
21st,
amazing.
22nd,
This video game
25th,
that
and
I didn't
27th
even think the CGI was that amazing.
was all suffered from decades of divestment.
Hey, Faulty's here. I
Imagine what
want a
your
remake
ward
of
could do
Mazes
with
and
this
Monsters
funding.
with Tom Hanks revisiting his role.
This
Now
bill
that-
is a
that's
step-by-step
gonna happen.
plan and a means to closing
That's
the
gonna
house.
happen. Anyway,
Provides direct investment into communities.
no,
plagued
it's the kids who
by
are
the
no,
city's
I'm
racist
right.
policies
Listen,
of
I'm gonna tell
redlining
you
and
something.
criminalization.
I'm correct.
This bill also contains
Sometimes-
budget directives for next year that will ensure
sometimes
that money
I'm
previously
off
allocated
to
for
the
the
races,
hotels
and I
will
get
go
it, and
towards
I
the community.
understand, and I say things like
I
putting
challenge
things
you
in
all to really
perspective.
listen to the
Maybe
folks
I'm
speaking
not.
today.
10 seconds.
But there's
And listen
sometimes
to
when
the
I
community
say
who has overwhelmingly cried out
I'm right.
for the closure of the workhouse.
Sometimes the
investment
cranky,
into
creepy
resources.
old man
Thank you for your
screaming
time.
about I'm
Thank you
putting
very
this phone
much,
because I don't
Shepard.
want the phone to die.
All right,
Even though
Paul
the
Dean,
phone's
are you
going to
with us, sir?
overheat.
They need to
What time
repurpose
is it?
you.
I checked the
Paul?
time. Look,
Yes, I am.
folks, I love
Okay, thank you,
you.
Mr.
We're
Brooks,
just,
for joining
today's
us today.
videos are just this
Thank you for,
mishmash
with so many speakers, I wanted to get a few
cut
in
up
first.
correspondence, real life discussion,
Yeah.
moments in time.
Go
All
back
we
to
have
the
are real
scheduled
moments in
programming,
time.
But, if you have any
Don't
questions or comments,
fall
then I
for
might
the
open it up
nostalgia
to
loop nightmare.
committee members, if that's all right with you,
Don't
sir.
fall for the nostalgia
Sure.
loop
I
nightmare.
do have some comments.
Real moments in time of organic human
First of all,
communication.
As you
It's
may recall,
5:42.
some members
I
of the
gotta
public
go.
safety
So
committee, I
plug it
presented
in for
the
20
memo
minutes.
that
I'll plug it in 10 minutes and plug
filed
it.
back at the end of September,
Okay,
as a
Andrew,
result of
hold on.
Ordinance 71217, taking a
You know,
look
I
at
thought-
the
hold on.
potential fiscal impact of
Hold
closing MSI. And there were three scenarios presented on there.
No, I can't.
The first, it's important to, first,
Anyway, we're just
just to establish what the base is, where operations stand as they do today with both facilities open. And then the second, looking at what happens if MSI closes on December 31st, and then projecting, doing an initial projection for
Here we
the
go.
following fiscal year.
Stanley Grove.
And so at the
here we go for
conclusion of
sure.
that,
Again, unfortunately,
basically
no,
was that
there are outside factors
MSI is pretty
that are
much
gonna make this actually
spending
be a
close to
small
budget.
video.
Correct,
That's fine.
CJC was spending about 2.9 million under
The last
budget.
video
So,
got cut off. So,
overall, it was close to
and
3
when I
million
came back to do
combined,
this one, I looked at the
underspent,
last video.
and that's with current operations.
Had 8 hours.
Then
of
you
watch
switch,
time.
say, okay, what if we
That
close
meant-
MSI?
Watch
And
time.
this is an
Yeah,
important
yeah.
point, and I want to make sure that everyone
So we
understands
let it
this.
go. We've been doing this for 5 years.
You're not talking about savings. You're shifting the
relax
cost
about
from MSI to the
We can
Justice Center.
relax about it.
That is not
And
savings.
realize not every
You can
video
say it's a
needs to be
shift,
perfect or
and that's
perfected.
accurate, but to
And
say
not
that you're
every
saving
video
that
needs to
money,
be
it's not because you're
archived
not
for
spending
15
it
years for people to
today.
come back and
You're not spending
watch
it today, but then you ask CJC to pick up the cost from MSI, and you are spending it. So that's not, say
to
that
see you,
you're funding that, that's
Good to
not
see you.
savings. There are a number of things that I noticed, and I'm not gonna get into too much detail.
Okay, so we
terms
were
of
going to talk
Assumptions,
about
I mean,
Ready Player One. I
BPS
didn't get to
gave
it,
me
but I
some
thought it
memo
was
that
funny.
said
We
that it
talked
cost
about Lee
$200,000
getting locked.
to
We have to
assess the
take
facility, and I
save
noticed
Lee
that
Beltman from the
This
block
presentation
spot.
has
How
100,000.
funny that was. And the other
There
thing
are also
was how
another few
funny it
things that I've
was.
discovered since,
Go for it.
first quarter.
You deserve it.
For instance,
That'll make up for the
discussing
fact that
next
we
year's
didn't talk
budget.
about Ready Player One today.
I know with the
So
circuit
it's good to know
courts
that you
have been
watched
spending
it
about
so
$30,000
that
a month
we can
on
have a discussion
electronic
about it.
bracelets as a means
So
for
we can have this
keeping
discussion
the
about it.
population of facilities down.
And this
Well,
is what
and
I
when I heard that, I was sort of surprised because I
Don't
wasn't aware of that being in the
fall
budget, and
for
I'm
it.
told that through grants and COVID funding, that's how that's been funded. But looking
We'll have to
ahead,
handle this. We might
we're gonna have to budget for that. So that's another $360,000
Who's talking?
We'll end on this.
per year.
Oh my God.
And then also,
Joe was
No,
calling
actually,
and
the
CW
bill
Chandler.
itself,
The Lego movies, that's just
the restatement of some of the
it's the
costs.
reduction
one of the
and
important things I
and
always
size of
include in
everything, and then
presentation
Paul
costs,
Payne,
when we talk about
Will
supplemental
Cox.
appropriation, not only the expense side, but the revenue.
No, he didn't do the funny. He
When I
didn't do
first wrote a
anything.
report, the revenue
Don't get me
side,
distracted. You
There
guys
wasn't really that much data there
I
to
love
assess
the
that,
universe.
but if
V,
you
will you
look at
hear
my
he has a
second quarter
fringe
report
tattoo.
year to date, we're actually
my
falling
God.
short in the revised
Anyway,
estimates of revenue. So
forget airplane. Anyway, forget about it. Hold on,
CJC
slow
made
down.
underspending
Sit down,
by
you. Get a hold of
2.9
yourself.
million.
I know about
And our
Martha.
revenue side is
We
one
got
of the funds.
step on
I
it.
know
We've
that.
got shortfalls both in the per diem and the federal
In
housing
the late
reimbursement
1990s,
reimbursements of about
Mike
800,000
the
right
bass
now
player
for the
for
first
Minute
fiscal
Man.
half. That's only on the general
And
fund side.
Rice.
So
Came out with
and again,
a
on the
solo
special
record
fund side, it
called
could be as much as another $1.2 million or so. So
like
in
something
total, you're
Coal
looking
or
at maybe a
Tugboat.
$2 million,
It was like a
$1.5
wrestling
$2 million
Phoebe
shortfall
And
in
he
revenue.
always
So
sings
you
off
gotta
the
keep
record. They
keep
had
that
a
in.
video for it. Was a song called
And so,
The
and then
kids
finally in the
today
bill,
Should Protect
specifically,
Themselves from the
something, there's
70s.
one item in there
Okay.
that's specific
And it
and
was a song
problematic, and I'm not the
about
lawyer, so
warning
I'll
kids
just
about
offer my
nostalgia, and it's the 20-year
2
nostalgia.
cents. It's just
Oh,
sort of
you
came out
sure
in
experience
are
I've
fancy
gone through
though,
this
aren't
over the
you?
years.
And
It's at this
there was
provision
warning kids
where
about nostalgia
it's
from the
tries
70s.
to
The kids of
preempt
today should
Commissioner
protect themselves
Corrections.
from the
requesting
70s.
Yeah.
anything
It won't
regarding
work for you.
MSI in a budget.
Now,
the future budget. And
the
that's like
ironic thing to
FY22
me
beyond.
was the lead singer on that
I'm
track
thinking you're
was Eddie Vedder.
one, you don't have
coaching.
FY22 as a
Right?
bill before you, so I
You have a
don't think
punk
this is sort of
rocker,
an issue.
bass player for the
But
Minute, playing a
just
song
from
called The
a
Kids
standpoint
Should
of the
Protect
budget
Themselves from the
process,
70s.
that seems
And
to
the
be
lead singer on the
circumventing
track
what the
is
charter
Eddie Vedder
provides
from
in terms
Pearl
of
Jam,
what
which
your-
was a total 70s,
how
like
that works.
rehash
He's a
club
boss.
shit,
Or
because
the
that's all
regular
grunge was
you
in the
want.
1970s.
I was thinking about it as, or let's say it's a
1970s
scenario where
butt
someone
rock.
doesn't
It's
like stop
friggin'
signs.
Who was was in
Two
work
ugly
So
Eagles.
you try to tell the
Before
street
he was
director,
in
oh, he
Eagles,
can't
he was
request
in
money for stop signs in next year's budget and trying
I
to
want to say
legislate
something
that.
with Miami,
Well,
but
the proper
whatever.
method for that
Forget
is
it.
that if they do, and it's in the budget
Anyway.
for you, then you
Joe Walsh was first band. I can't remember.
but to preemptively try to
That's 'cause
pass
you're an
legislation,
idiot.
I think you're going around the charter provisions in terms of how that's
Warn
supposed
yourself.
to lay out when you're
And
going through the
be
budget.
wary.
So
And
I
don't
think that's
fall
an issue
for it.
as well.
If you're watching a piece
Anyway,
of
those are
media
my thoughts. But again, I do want
and
to
you're
emphasize that
realizing
when you're talking about
that the real
using
thing
MSI
that you're
as
enjoying is you're
the
not
MSI
enjoying
facility,
anything organic
there's
about
a
it. It's
lot of
not a new experience that
discussion
you're having.
going on with that. But when you're
But
talking
what you're
about
being
savings,
told and what you're being
you're
clicked
not-
into and what you're
this
being
does not
cued
present
on and
savings.
what's being
Basically, you're
signaled to
shifting
your
the cost
brain
over and then taking it
is
out
all the
of
shit that you enjoyed as a kid.
appropriations
Or
and
not
trying
even
to
the
spend
shit
it
that
on
you
something
enjoyed
else.
as a
That's
kid, but
not
the things you've been instructed that were the
really
shit that older
emphasize
kids
that
grew up
because
with
there's that one
that you think is so
provision in
entertaining.
there in the
If
bill
you're a
which
kid
tries to
in like
say
your mid
basically
twenties and
full
you've never
7.8
seen
million,
like
whatever
the
balance of that can
first
be spent elsewhere.
season of
Well,
Star
that-
Trek,
that
with
ignores the
Captain
fact
Kirk and
that
Leonard
you
Nimoy
are
and Spock and all
spending
that
some of
shit,
money
and some
at your
TV
work
show
standards
starts
in
doing the
DC.
fucking Star
And
Wars
that doesn't
thing or
take into
whatever.
account
Don't James
Well,
Gang, thank you. All right, Jeff Petty, James Gang, perfect. You know,
So those are some of my thoughts.
Don't-
Again,
don't think that you have to be like, oh my god, fucking cool, Star Wars. Or like,
today.
you know, you're allowed to ask yourself if you think Batman is
I
cool.
appreciate Mr. Director. What I will do is
You're allowed to question whether or not Superman or Iron Man or Tony Stark or or Doctor Strange or any of these things are good, or you're enjoying them.
Director,
And be
I
really
would like
aware
to
of the fact
ask
how many
you,
times these shows are not only just doing the
because
nostalgia
again,
thing and just throwing
I've
endless,
served,
references
not
to
just
you.
this ways and
You-
means,
Oh,
committed
Pong.
in other situations
did
as
you know
well.
they're making a movie version of Pong?
The regulatory process.
Hysterical TV
We can't
sitcom
we
show
can't
making a joke about stoner
pass
douchebags
legislation
living in a world where they're actually going to go see the
absolutely
movie
prohibits
rendition of fucking
any
Pong.
service
Ugh.
to our community.
You know? If you never
before
played,
the
if you
need
never
is
played
presented
Pong,
to us.
guess what? Pong sucked.
So if
No
there's
one's
a
going to
need
go, and
presented,
no one's like
we have to
excited
evaluate
about Pong.
and
They're not.
put it in a current budget.
There's nothing there.
Preempting
You play
any
Pong for 5
opportunity,
minutes, you've had the
to
full
evaluate.
Pong fucking experience.
uh,
So yeah,
I don't
Cortana,
understand
everything
that
is Marvel,
process.
Disney, Hollywood references. It keeps you on a loop, and the
Yeah,
loops
and
are
I-
self-referential because now Disney owns Marvel, Star Wars, and the
Yeah, I
original
don't
Disney
think
IP.
you can actually.
And here comes the crossovers, right? Oh, it's Batman meets
lawyer,
Superman.
but yeah,
Holy
I just
shit!
don't
Or no,
process
fucking
the way
Batman meets the fucking
budget
X-Men.
in this stuff.
Whoa,
There is-
DC Marvel mashup. Whoa,
V&A
Crisis on Infinite
recommends
Stupid.
it's a budget
We've been
for
through
all of it.
18 million different Infinity Gauntlets. The comics have been going on for so
There's that
long.
process
They're
that's
just
specified
so
in charter.
pop-operated out the
So
wazoo.
preemptively
Anywho, I gotta make this quick.
try to
so we're gonna
legislate
cut-
something
The video's gonna cut off.
director can request or cannot
Be
request.
aware
It seems to
when you're
be
just being
around
given
that.
not a new product or
I
experience,
think that would
but
be
you're
a
just
little sus-
being given endless reference
And I
points
just want to
to
share.
earlier intellectual
that I
products.
still haven't heard
And then
anything. I
on second
mentioned
that,
this
Be
before,
really wary of whether or not you're
that,
actually even enjoying that experience
the
of being
city of St.
reminded
Louis
about this
does
shit.
not have
And
the
ask yourself if you
right
like really enjoyed
to
that
close
shit in the
the
first
courthouse.
place.
Nobody.
Yeah, I played
living
Mortal Kombat.
for-
I played
definitely
the shit out
wanted
of
to
Mortal
plan
Kombat in
for
the
their
early,
place.
90s in
How
the
we
arcade
could
because that was
reduce
the
the
latest,
population
greatest thing
in
going. And I
or
saw the two
close and
movies,
repurpose the building.
right?
So once the plan
And all
is
that
done,
stuff.
and
And then
trust Mr.
I didn't
Glass,
watch the movies for
because
20
he's been
years, and I haven't played a
this
Mortal
process
Kombat game in
before.
like
He knows
generations
what
and
the regulatory
generations. Why?
agencies
Because
would
that shit
accept.
was there.
and if that plan
You
not
know?
approved
So
by
ask
the
yourself if you're really
agencies
enjoying
that
these
protect
references.
the
And then number two, be
inmates,
aware of the fact that how many times you're being
then we have
instructed,
to go
like,
back to
you're
square one.
supposed to like this, or this is
Because
good
we don't have
because of this
the
reason.
legal right to just
And also,
open the
understand
door
this.
loud.
Fundamentally, at the heart of Ready Player One
and/or
is a
send
fucking
them
bullshit
somewhere else.
author who
The plan
hooked up with a
has to
bullshit
be
director. Steven Spielberg
So,
always
You better
sucked.
get your phone,
The
fat
only
ass.
reason that people talk about Steven Spielberg is because his movies were popular, and the only reason his movies were popular for the same reason the fucking that Sugar song by the Archies was fucking popular. It was lowest common denominator bullshit.
I'm okay now.
It's a black and white movie
had the
about
same
people
thought that
living
I
through the
had, But I
Holocaust.
didn't want to say it.
Oh,
I heard from you.
you know what I mean?
All right, thank you, Madam
It's a
Vice.
lovable
All those
alien.
any questions?
He just wants to
Thank
go home and
No,
touch
I
people's hearts. And he's like your
you very
dad.
much.
Fuck all that shit. Spooky J.J. Abrams and Spielberg wanted me. We covered that. We'll get there. We'll make this. We'll come back tomorrow. We'll make more videos and we'll talk about this shit and fucking all the other people. And oh my God, can you believe that Robert David Steele of Silent Park said this bullshit that wasn't true? Yeah, believe it. We'll cover those guys in 5 minutes. I bet you I'll do I'll let you guys, tell me, and I'll just read off the recap in the live chat about what the latest silly thing they said. Cortana, they're going about the hero's journey because it keeps you on a loop. It's one story all the time, turning our kids into soldiers until Odysseus. There's a lot there. Remember, now that everyone's educated about the hero's journey, right?
Can you go over?
George Lucas worked closely with the author of the hero's journey.
Budget for me. Just trying to understand a little bit
Joseph
more
Campbell
relates to
host that activity. Communications majors and mythology history teachers in all the schools, and especially in the screenwriting departments and the script writing schools,
and again, I'll
drilled themselves
my original
on the hero's journey. Susan Brooks says the Screenwriter's Bible is based on the hero's journey too. So now all these people have been indoctrinated with the hero's journey. So all you see, the hero's journey is representative of all these mythologies and all these successful movies. Yeah, does it have to be? So are we really going to say that if it doesn't match up with the hero's journey, people are not going to think that's an entertaining film? There's plenty of films that have nothing to do with the hero's journey at all.
I don't know that.
So you have the MSI budget, Department 632.
Because all these
it was projecting
shitheads
through the first
who
quarter,
get their fucking who get degrees in making films.
That also includes
you know what I mean? Like I scheme these people. They're all done. They just produce hero's journey after hero's journey after hero's journey. You know what's a really shitty movie about a comic book character that matches up with the hero's journey perfectly? People are gonna complain about Alan because Alan Moore had a hand in the original source material. Is Swamp Thing. Wes Craven made Swamp Thing in 1980 douche, whatever, with Adrian Barbeau.
Justice Center, total budget of 21.6 million. And
it's all just this hero's journey bullshit.
22.5 million be thrown in utilities.
Whatever.
Which is
you know what I mean? And now who's this guy? Dan Harmon, this worthless person. God bless, not worthless in the scheme
of
things.
In addition to that, we had that special fund, which is funded primarily through the.
But as far as his intellectual IP and products and productions, I like. Listen, Community is very entertaining, and so is Rick and Morty, but so is anything if you're high. That's what I really think the real.
Projected in the first quarter was about 25.3 million. So they're projecting underspending at 2.7.
Anywho, I love you. I love you. I love you. No one told you I loved you today. Somebody just did.
That
somebody CW Champer.
$3 million under budget.
Jesus, are you serious?
Okay, so that's status quo. With both facilities operating through the first quarter. Now, below those expenditures, I did have an illustration there. I referenced it about what the revenue estimates were on reimbursement. So in the general fund, we've got $3 million that was estimated in prisoner benefits from the state, as well as 30% of the federal reimbursement.
And I did tell you,
which is 5.3.
And I hope you get something out of this.
Special fund, 70%.
And we'll be back not tomorrow because tomorrow I've got all sorts of things. Bonkers. So probably not tomorrow, but someday soon.
The second scenario.
Wilcox, the recall.
It assumes MSI's closure at the end of December. So this was saying, looking at forward, if MSI closed, what would have occurred? So under 632 Department of MSI, it was projecting additional expenditures for the balance of that second quarter of the year, which would bring total projections of the $8.2 million budget to 4.6, and which means you've got $3.6 million unspent there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, going to Justice Center, the Justice Center would begin not only to project forward with its costs, but assume some of the costs associated with the moving of staffing, as well
I'm all out of steam. Yesterday, like I said, was a hoot and a holler, but
things like that
I think I expended so much energy that I'm like,
as a result of the closing.
I really don't want to do this committed to 5 days a week thing anymore. Well, today is the day. I'll tell you what's going on with me today.
So
today is the day that I don't want to do anything that I have to do. Today is the day when everything that's even remotely a commitment is like an impossible thing. You know what I mean?
Corrections Commissioner
Like, you know,
presented that, and as I mentioned,
I gotta
as
call that
well,
person.
typically when we get a request
Calling a person.
like that,
You know what I mean? Like everything. It's like, oh,
vetting
I want
and
to quit this. I want to quit that. You know what I mean? I want to throw everything like in my house. You know, in the
you just
dumpster.
have to go through the budget
None of this
process.
stuff is worth it. None of this stuff is satisfying. Light it all on fire. You know what I mean? The lighting things on fire is like a piece of effort.
Absolutely.
But whatever. So anyway,
This was like a snapshot looking ahead to FY22. You would have departments.
I saw that last comment. Very cute. Very cute. What am I saying? Okay, here we go.
But you have to keep the
Things that I want
place
to
freezing and all that kind of stuff.
recap
As
from
well as,
yesterday that I
you
think
mentioned
was fun.
maintenance costs. These were estimates.
Number
provided by
one.
the Public Service. So you have some
Number
minimus
one.
costs there associated with people. And it just-
Number one was
and then you would
Jeanette
also have,
Korzenko at
then
some
combined, it
point
would all be under the justice
accidentally
a combined
timed out or hit on the channel leave them.
funds.
So I had to go
$30
in
million,
and
well,
take a
$28.9
moment
million,
to pause everything so I could go into like open up another window and go into settings so I could like unhide him. And I accept Jeanette Korzenko's explanation that it happened by accident. We've had people say this before. You know, we've had moderators say basically, butt dial turned into, someone getting timed out or whatever. But what's funny to me, what I think is like so interesting is that, me and Lee had a very contentious relationship. And me and Lee have gone through so many cycles. Like Lee has been blocked on my channel for large periods of time. Like I think I first encountered Lee online in probably like near the beginning of my channel. Like if it was, I wouldn't be surprised if it was 2015 that I first encountered him. I've spoken to him on the phone. Do you know what I mean? Like, and the relationship got wild. And, through the courses of different people that we knew involved in controversies between me and one of his homies, I don't know if it was a homie, confrontations between him and one of my friends on the side. It was like it's been this saga. So I just think that it's so fascinating that this individual who I've had a contentious relationship with, I continue to have a contentious relationship with him. It's only when I see Lee in the live chat, I know that I'm going to have an easy time where I can relax. So he's not going to say something that's going to piss me off, right? So anyway, he's going to bash me on Twitter. So anyway, the fact that that the whole scenario and the whole thing got paused, so I could go into the settings and take the time to go into settings to correct this issue, but the issue was over Lee, is fascinating to me. It's just absolutely fascinating to me. And part of the reason that it's fascinating to me is because there's no indication to me, there's no guarantee to me, knowing what I know about people and knowing what I know about my personal relationship with people online. There's no reason for me to believe that there's not going to be a point in the future where I ban Lee myself.
This isn't creating some
right.
You are
that I'm just sick of it. I'm sick of the commentary. I'm sick of the crosstalk. Fuck them. And I ban them again for whatever reason, like I banned them in the past. And the notion that I'll sit there and I'm like, it'll happen, like if it happens, like it could happen 6 years from now, right? If we're lucky enough to be alive that long, and I could be like, oh man, I can't believe back there the opportunity to just let Jeanette Korzenko's butt ban go into full effect and just solve everybody's problem. Anyhow, who knows? That was funny to me, or interesting, or worthy of note. That I thought, on recap we could discuss that. Mention. The other thing that was interesting to me, or not interesting to me, I don't want to keep on calling referring these things. Oh, right, Jeanette Korzenko says, I remember when Lee's development used to have this picture of himself that was clearly, it's like a 52-year-old gal on the dating app who's using like a photo of her at like 32 at her best friend's wedding, doing like, expertly cropped, and all this. Anyway, that was teasing him. Anyway, back in the day. Bitches. Anywho.
I can't believe that most of them are correctional facility type positions, so I can't envision them ending up anywhere other than corrections facilities. So,
Funny,
I mean, that-
fascinating stuff.
that's-
The other thing that was interesting to me
there was
is
no
that
analysis
supposedly
how those are classified. But
I was going to cover and go into a discussion, hey, deviated, what's going on, brother, about Ready Player One. Doing an analysis, as that was at the top of my 20-year nostalgia loop. We're all going to hell. Hashtag no new music. We're all going to hell in the handbasket.
Thank you,
You know,
Director
late
Kane.
market
You kind of
capitalism
brought a lot of clarity
is
on what
the
we
last
had
step
been saying, so
stage
thank you
before
very much, for your
non-redemption,
presentation.
whatever.
Right, all on Clark Hutton.
So we go through all that, and I go through this whole huge outline, you know, going through various things. So the outline is disjointed. My analysis of the outline was rambling.
Thank you, Chairman Bulmer. And
The whole
thank
thing
you,
made no sense.
Budget Director, for being here today. I appreciate it. I knew it.
But
It's always
the
fun to hop on
summation
a
was
Board of Alderman meeting
that the
with
review of the
I
outline
did just want to
was an onset of a new series on point about the nostalgia loop, its breakdown, its associated problems, its possible causes, its trajectory, and its nonsense. Both because, number one, I really felt that that's the stuff that I'm interested in talking about. And
housing detainees and further costs shall be deposited into this. So
two energies,
would you agree that that covers sort
pro
of the
and con,
future
both
year
moving in the same
directives?
direction.
At least because I know that
Pro.
So, and to clarify,
There are
the
things
board
that I
cannot
organically
jump
want
any
to talk
of this.
about.
These are
Though I
non-binding
know and
because
understand the
has
things
to
that I
find the
organically
end
want to talk
but
about
this was set out
are
in our
anathema
previous
to
permits.
views.
Yeah, and I understand that. Yeah.
When I talk about doing but if I talk about what I'm interested in talking about,
Getting into
if I talk about the things that actually truly fascinate me and I think are
trying to
interesting,
pass a piece of
I
legislation
get bullshit views.
allocates.
If I talk about things that I don't necessarily want to talk about, because I'm bored.
I
They do
don't think
the
that would stand up.
the rogues gallery of nonsense talkers
Sometimes you
online
have revenues that
are just,
allocated.
they
by
do the
statute.
same thing over and over again. I've been covering, like David Wilcox. I have been covering and analyzing David Wilcox's output for 5 years.
Your statutory obligations regarding.
Same thing with Simon Parks.
But when you
Same
start
thing with
talking about general
Mendoza.
revenue,
Same thing with
you
Kerry
say, hey,
Cass.
it has to be spent.
Kalundal, hey, what's going on, baby? What's going on?
I think we're gonna have issues. with
So I've been talking about these
that
jackasses
going in
for
conflict
5
with the basic
years.
premise of how the budget's adopted each year and how it's
And
interpreted each year. And I
I
think
gotta tell you, there's nothing
again,
new.
I'm not the lawyer,
It's and I say and we become part of it.
Sure,
Here's the thing.
I understand that, and I
Hold on,
think
I don't want to
that
get. I want to try and get
the
better
bill
at
is
this.
attempting to make those
I
directions.
want to
and
get
again,
better
the
at
bill-
this. If
the
they
bill
kind of
itself
stay
don't have
focused,
from the
finishing
DNA
one thought
before it would be
before we
signed
move
into law.
on to the
So the idea here is that we're trying to
Rodrigo
set out
Vieira.
these
Star Wars is a dead field to talk about. I'll
we
explain
as
to you
the board
why
of aldermen
most of
and
people
the
are
city
proud.
because
But
it's
he
the
doesn't know that.
does have a direction that we want to
Two
go.
energies, pro and con, both moving in the same direction. There are things that I'm organically interested in talking about, though the audience is not necessarily interested in hearing me talk about them. There are things that I'm no longer interested in talking about, though there are people that obviously that gets the views.
I
Okay?
think we can
So,
state that we have priorities.
and we
even if they're
vacillate
not-
between. And it's probably, if I just chilled out and relaxed and just occasionally covered these other guys and then just allowed for the fact that some of my videos will not get the same amount of views as some other videos and just chilled out about it and breathed in and breathed out, we would have none of these problems and we wouldn't be 15 minutes in this rambling monologue. I'd already be on point, on subject, telling you about X, Y, or Z. Yada, such as life.
Yeah.
I don't want the deviators asking when the Mendoza deposition is on. I don't want to be involved with this frivolous lawsuit that's been brought against me. I'm trying to get out.
I think the difference you've got
I am
is
not
just
aiming for discovery or depositions of anybody. If they happen, let them happen with somebody else, on somebody else's dime.
If you were just focusing on
Because they have filed so many lawsuits and they've gone back and they've been allowed to refile, I've got over at this point $16,000
I guess to say that
in attorney's fees
you have generated.
just to get out of a
generating
frivolous
savings.
lawsuit. We're going to try and get that money back, but that's a saga.
Basically spend money that.
So
otherwise
whether I have no desire to worry about what it's going to be like or what's going to happen. Though I think it's fascinating, the notion that these people would want to be in an actual court of law where things like perjury is a thing, you know, but let's not talk about it.
Well,
It's not worth talking about it. It can only do me harm. It does me no good. But like I said, it's like we're talking about pros and cons on this other thing, that there's an energy. I want to talk about certain things that I want to talk about. There's a plus side to it. I'm actually covering things that I'm interested in talking about. I'm activated. I'm motivated to do the stuff. The con is that we don't, you know, get the views. And look, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. You know,
some of those
with $16,000 of attorney's fees,
what happens?
there is, and I see somebody gave a super chat donation. Hold on. Raspergo, hello, Mr. CW. Can you please talk about the Galactic Federation? No,
They're all bad.
I can. I won't.
Right side.
I love you and I thank you and I will say thank you and God bless you and God has blessed you for donating.
Sales tax.
V says no tweet. I'm going live on the phone and therefore we don't have the capability or capacity. I don't know if maybe if I can do this. I don't want to stop that.
Close to that. And so we're sort of, knock on wood, hoping that we're in a position to weather this storm. Right now, through the first half, I did see a small shortfall in some of the revenues we didn't anticipate taking a dive, like support revenues, EMS revenues down over 20%, some of those type of things. And we were sort of coming in light. Now, what happens with earnings and payroll tax through the rest of the fiscal year may determine where we end up. But to do a supplemental appropriation in the middle of that and say we'll be okay, I can't say that. They're relying on understanding. It requires understanding their revenue. Some of these revenues are not going to come. So your only ability to respond to those type of things is to understand. And that's what correction, regardless of what happened to MSI, they were on that track. But now, of course, they need to be on that track so that the revenues are also too. So I mean, it would be difficult to assess that.
Okay, I very much appreciate it. Thank you so much for being available today and for answering questions.
All right, that concludes your response. All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right. No one else has questions. Mr. Director, you're welcome to hang around if you like, but if you have more pressing issues, we will understand. We're going to go back to public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. We appreciate your time. We know what you're having the worst year of your life. You're probably your long history down there. So it's like pulling rabbits out of a hat. I understand.
I'm going to ask for your patience for 2 seconds
All right.
while I tweet out the link. This is the way it goes nowadays. We're experimenting. We're doing different things. Trying to make sure that everybody gets the heads up.
Ask the question. Please proceed, Alderman Clark. Thank you. Alderman, Mr. Director, Stewart.
Okay, so let's see what's going on. Golden Coin 100. Shout out to you. Shout out. We've been talking about the 20-year time loop, the 20-year nostalgia loop. You know, pick your preferred terminology. A pet concept of mine that I've put forward. It's not unique to me. You know, nostalgia is not unique. The notion that there are repetitions in culture, but you know, my
when you have additional money to allocate to a certain thing, whether you call it a supplemental when you're moving money from one place to another. I don't.
I may have miscalculated. Might not have been 2000. We might need to be headed back to 1993 to 95. We'll figure it out. I'm still waiting for some studies to come back from the lab. Anywho, so as I said, you know, let me get this. Give me a break here, folks. I got to tweet out this link. So there goes my whole premise of the show. And I'll tell you something. This is life. I don't know if this is me, and I'll be honest with you guys. So I'm honest with you guys, knowing that providing you with information about my state of mind, about how I'm processing life, about what's going on. It may give you ample reason to know and understand.
All right, sir. Thank you. All right, we will now move back to our public input, and speaker number 8 is Tara Wayne. Tara, are you still with us? Through this wonderful day. Tara?
Yeah.
How you doing?
There you go. You will have 3
Those
minutes.
are some hashtags to beat the band.
Started, so we keep everybody moving today.
Dark journalist interviewing Roger Stone about the deep state. A Nixon crony who threatens witnesses and angles for presidential pardon. That's your deep state actor in plain sight. Holy motherfucker. Watermelon bloke on Twitter just got retweeted by me twice in the last few moments. The first one he did is that this is hysterical. I gotta tell you something. I'm gonna make a diversion for sure. Let me do this one. Hold on. Remember, James, I miss CW's Walt Disney World T-shirt. I'm sorry. Well, you know what I mean? I seldom do the watch, so it'll be back in swing. Don't worry. Just like you remembered it. Elegant pause. Long time no see. The TV in the background doesn't have a VHS player. No, the VHS player, the VHS, the last VCR. Come on, let's be real. The last VCR that I had in my possession, I think went into the recycling, like the electronics dump, circa, I'll be honest with you, circa, it was like a long time ago, long ways ago. Probably.
This happened on July 4th. No, sorry, January 4th.
God, it could have been even.
The cell he was in had sewer problems. So every time it flushed the toilet, the sewer come up with beam and everything.
2002. You know what I mean? Though I held on to many VHS tapes. I got a decent VHS collection.
Until now,
Decent VHS.
no one gave me information. I called the lieutenant.
I've got some highlights I can tell you that I have. Blade Runner, the director's guide. VHS, secured that. No, you know that was given to me by a friend.
Secretary said she refused to transfer me to him. She said that he is not taking any calls. I don't know what's going on there. I'm not there. I have so many inmates calling me telling me what's going on. They had cut the water off on them for hours.
So exciting. There's a great right now. If I come down to Missouri, I get to go up there and take fresh snow on top of 5 almost 5
some days later.
A lot of people like it's a Magnavox, and why is it there? It's there for the PS2, PlayStation 1, it's there for, anything.
So he was asking for a lieutenant.
Certain things.
He's asking for a lieutenant. 2 people came on. The man maced him and closed the door on him. Left him like that for 20 minutes.
They work best.
Inmates calling me, let me know what's going on. Also, another
with
time, since the incident,
the technology that they were designed to work with.
some tissue at
You
3
know what I
o'clock.
mean?
At o'clock, he called me, let me know that they still have
And it is what it is.
tissue.
So,
Now, I'm
so
complaining,
as I said,
lady,
my first
I
point,
told her
my
what's
first
going on
point
and
being,
everything.
10 seconds.
This is my life,
So
so
what's
folks,
going
I'll
on?
tell
She
you.
went to check on. He told her everything that was going on, all the bad stuff.
It's a
She told
delicate
her she was not going to tell him the bad
balance, you know
stuff,
what I
only
mean?
tell him the good stuff.
It's
She
a
came back,
delicate
things all right. And I still haven't talked to anybody, nobody still told me
the
nothing.
things, all the
All right,
different
thank
things
you.
that I
Thank
got
you very
going on,
much,
and I'm
Jared.
not saying that this is me. I'm sure that there's many people who can emphasize what you say. But the state of
Speaker number
affairs
9,
in my life,
Emily Anderson. Emily, you're still with us?
personal,
Hi,
spiritual,
I'm here.
emotional,
Thank you.
all the things.
Okay,
that I
state your
got going
name,
on,
please, and then we can
dreams,
start.
Sure, my name is
problems,
Emily
issues,
Anderson. Thank you for letting
you
me
know,
speak
bills
before
to
you
pay,
today.
agendas
There's an issue of
to
crime and violence in St.
satisfy,
Louis, but those issues were created through a lack of
deadlines
policy
to
to
hit,
address poverty. Poverty is a policy issue, and
pressures,
each day that the Board of Aldermen fails to
anxieties.
rise to the challenge of
Where on
addressing
that
it in a
is,
real, meaningful way
it's
is
not a
another
terrible
day that
place. It's
someone
not
in
like
these
I'm
cities
freaking out. You know
will
what I
make a
mean?
choice out of
But it's
desperation
just,
that will
it's a
lead to more
place
crime and
where
violence.
You know,
The closure of the workhouse is
One
long
email.
overdue, not just because of the chronic
bust
problems
out,
facing the building that include but are
Right.
not limited to a leaky roof, black
one
mold,
phone call,
and
one
inadequate
piece of
plumbing.
information,
The
one
closure
data,
of the
one
workhouse
negative
is long
interaction with the
overdue,
human
also because of the
could
inhumane
just
detention of
blow my
people.
mood.
The majority
And
of
I gotta
people
tell you
locked
something,
behind
folks,
its
you know what I
walls have
mean?
not
Like,
even been
I'm,
convicted
you know,
of any crime.
I'm not one of
They are
these
being
guys, but
held
you know what I mean?
pre-trial due to
you
their
know,
economic
going
circumstances,
on
with the
almost
average length of stay running longer than
within
300
spitting
days.
distance of a year and a half.
The workhouse has destroyed
Uh,
thousands
you know,
of lives,
so,
all without a trial
right.
or due process, and continues to
I'm not
ruin
one of these,
lives
I don't
while the
like,
city fails
pressure
to act
myself
on its
about it.
legal obligation
But-
to close the
So it's been a
workhouse.
while.
On July 17, 2020,
Since,
the Board
you
of
know what I
Aldermen
mean, like,
voted unanimously
like I
to
became
close the
up and
jail,
totally
and Mayor Pearson
upended,
signed it into
you know
law a
what I
week
mean?
later. Nearly
And,
200
and,
days
you
have
know,
passed since this vote,
cried,
but our
you know
elected
what I mean?
officials have missed
Really,
key
you
deadlines
know,
and failed to fulfill
you know,
their
felt
legal
like punching a
obligation in
wall, like,
closing
you
the
know,
workhouse, making false accusations and irrelevant
felt like,
excuses
you know what I mean?
instead.
You have to
Every
be
day
very
the workhouse
cautious. I
remains
have to be
open
very cautious.
is a
There's
day that
people out
money
here
which could be used for our
who are
communities is being
waiting for
wasted.
me to
Board Bill
say
167
something
will
that they
defund the
can.
workhouse as of April
Either
1st,
because they are
2021,
waiting
and
for me to
transfer
say something
3.1
that they
million
can
to the City Justice
work
Center
with,
Division of
whether
Supportive
working with it
Reentry
can be
and
understood as
re-envisioning
feeding
public
into their own
safety
personal
trust fund.
fantasy about who
This
I
bill
am,
is
what's going
criminal
on with
justice
me,
reform,
or
taking money
what
out
they
of a
can
failed
expect,
system
you know,
and
why,
reinvesting it
you know,
into those most
from me as a
directly
person.
impacted in the
Or
communities
because
that need
they
it
just
most.
want, you know, an
By
opportunity
closing the
to,
workhouse and
you know, prove
reallocating
their
those
point
funds
or
to
exploit
policies and
something.
programs that address
You know what
the
I mean?
root cause of crime,
I don't
it would
freak
not
out.
only reduce the need for the workhouse itself
You know
to
what I mean?
remain
I get
open,
down,
but
I
would
get
reduce the need
depressed,
for
I
more police,
get
jails,
angry,
and other
I
failed
get upset, I
practices
can
that are
raise
a
my
drain
voice.
on our resources
But you know what I
and
mean? I don't
community.
flip.
Please
You know
support
what I
Board
mean
Bill
anymore.
167 and thank
Really
you for your time.
So I'm
All
not
right.
talking
Thank you
about,
very much.
you know,
Emily?
feeling like suicidal.
And we will go to
I think
speaker
by a
number
long
10.
shot.
It's
I'm just
Toby,
talking about
is it
getting the
Mataba?
mood busted out, right?
Toby?
To just be like,
be able to make it today. I'm sorry, I'll be at home and homework, but I know they won't be able to make it today because they had car.
you know what I mean?
They were able to.
Can't get up to
Okay,
do
thank
nothing
you very
because
much.
you
We'll
can't
move on to
even
speaker
muster up
11,
the energy to see a
Sarah
point
Hopkin.
because you just
Sarah, are you
feel
with us?
fucked.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we
It's
can.
a
Please
moving
state your name and then you can start. We'll
Maybe
start our
that's the lesson
stopwatches.
of the evening.
Okay, just one
Is
moment.
that when you're feeling like the title of today's video should be Hard Times with CW Champion Volume 2,
Can you still hear
be
me?
careful.
Yes, we
If you
can.
just
It's
like
freezing,
the
I'm
video
sorry.
screen.
Okay,
turn
I'm
it on,
Sarah
realize
Hofkamp.
everything's okay. See
I'm a
one or two
resident of the
smiling
15th
people
Ward,
in the live
and I'm here as a
chat,
concerned
thumbs
citizen
up.
and a
And
future
there you go,
teacher in
those
support
are
of Board Bill
concept of the video.
167.
Thank God.
I'm going to start by saying that I'm deeply disappointed in the city of St. Louis and its failure to close the workhouse, even though the Board of Alders, the mayor, and others unanimously voted to do so by the end of 2020.
And thank God for
Honestly,
the clouds to hold
it feels
up
like
those
y'all are
silver
trying to pull a
linings and
fast
bring
one
them
on the
out
citizens of St.
into
Louis.
such sharp
And I'm trying to
focus.
remain open and hopeful
So
that I'm
moving
wrong,
on from
and that there are some
whatever.
reasonable explanations for this lack of movement
Here's
and
the
action
other
in
thing that's
executing the
funny.
purpose
You know,
of
the other
ordinance
video that was entitled Hard
71
Times with CW Champion
17.
performed
I see
exceptionally
Board Bill
well.
167
Like, for
as an
whatever reason, like,
opportunity
I
for
make
you all as
videos,
elected
and
officials
oftentimes,
representing
like,
me and my
you
fellow St.
cannot think of
Louisans
this, like, me
to make good on
Kelly
your word.
spent so much
It seems
time being
to me
like,
as though
okay,
Noel
like,
and
trying to
Alderwoman
find,
Rice have provided
like,
you
you
all
know
with
what
a
I mean?
carefully
Kelly, is this a good
crafted plan
analogy?
that is
It's like
viable
trying to
and even
perfect
ideal
your
at this
chocolate
point.
chip cookie recipe.
Members of this committee's
Right?
potential decision to dismiss it
You
is
know what I mean?
neglectful
Figuring out,
of
so
your
like,
position in
this
office.
altitude, was it the
You're
oven?
representing the city.
You know what I mean? What
You
happened
promised me and the rest
to
of the
make
city
that
that you
one
would close the
particular
workhouse,
batch
and the
hit?
workhouse
You know what I
is
mean? Get like
poisonous
this
to the
batch of
public
chocolate
health
chip
of the
cookies and
city.
like some weird
It's
thing. You're like,
pathetic.
holy
It's
shit, we could
embarrassing,
sell
but most
these.
importantly,
What the
it's
fuck
actively
happened
harmful
here?
to people who are
And you try
detained
to
there,
recreate
to their
it, you know what
children,
I mean?
to
Like,
other members
or
of their
you like you
families,
drop
and to the
acid with your
community.
friends back in high school and you find it like
The
on the
arrest and
street in
incarcerate
your
model of
town. You're
public
like, wow,
safety
this
and
is the
public health
architecture.
does
This
not
is
work.
bizarre. We
You
gotta
all
come back
know
here
this
and
as
see
well
what's
as I do.
normal.
At least you
You go
should,
back, you
because
never
I have
find
been
it
present
again.
in
Like,
meetings meetings
What
in which
the
the data
fuck?
was
Where were
carefully
we?
presented
You know what I
to all of
mean?
you.
It's incredible.
The fact remains
just how
that
it
the
goes,
majority of folks in
baby.
the workhouse
But,
are
you know,
there
so
because they
normally
do not
here's a
have the
little
money
fun.
to post
What?
their bail.
Come on.
This system
know,
at its
sir,
core is evil. It is unjust.
better
And every
be.
day past December 31st of
Everything better
2020,
be fine.
the
We better
workhouse
be
remains
hurt.
open
You know what I mean?
is a shame. If you truly believe that this bill is not
What are you
feasible,
doing?
then I implore you to do your job and work together with these experts to craft a plan that will work and execute it.
Anywho,
Work together to
Anyhow.
mold this plan into something that is feasible.
I don't
Do what you
think you're
can
right.
to make St.
I
Louis
forget.
better.
So here we
Please.
go.
That's what we pay you for. Thank you.
Phil Blair said, don't get distracted.
All right,
One
thank
thing at
you
a time.
very
Phil
much.
Blair, hold on to your question about erotic
Speaker number
science
12 is
fiction
Tracy. Is
okay?
it spies? As
Do
it
me a
sounds?
favor and
Tracy?
hold on to that question about
Thank you. It's actually Spees.
That's why I
Hold
asked.
on
I
to
wasn't
it,
sure.
hold
I
on
didn't
to
want
it, because I
to
want
say,
you
but
back to it, okay?
once you state your name, and we'll start the clock, and
There
please
you go.
proceed at your leisure.
Back.
Certainly.
Rewind.
Thanks for taking public
This,
testimony
that, the
today.
other.
My name is Tracy
video called
Fantini
Hard
Spees, and
Times.
I'm a resident
Oh,
of the 11th
So the
ward.
rule of thumb
I'm
is
here
this,
today
is
to
that if
speak
I
in
make a video
favor
about
of Board Bill
Mendoza, David,
167.
Wilcox, Simon Parks,
As some of the
David
previous speakers
if I
have
talk
noted,
shit about someone,
residents
put
of the city of St.
someone
Louis have been hearing
that's
lots of
big in
excuses from
conspiracy theory
alders
land
and the
in the
person
title,
administration
those
on why
videos
we
on
can't or
average,
couldn't close the
videos will have
workhouse in
over
accordance with
1,000
ordinance
views, right? That's like pretty much the
7127.
ballpark average.
We've heard
And
things
if it's
like we
someone
can't
like David
close it due to
Wilcox,
COVID, even
for
though the
whatever
ordinance
reason,
was
like
passed
lots get
during
confused
COVID.
or something. It goes
Oh, it
up to
only
like
calls for a
2,000
plan,
something.
not actual
And
closure.
after, like,
I
you know,
think Alderwoman Rice
but over
addressed
time,
that.
those ones
The
are
only
the
place for
videos
detainees to
that
go is the
perform
jail hours
well
away,
over
yet
time
we
that
haven't
you
put
can
out
come
any
back to and see
RFPs
again. These kind
to
of
local jails.
or
And there's not enough room at
self-reflection,
CJC,
lifestyle, free
despite the fact the
association,
city houses federal
guns,
detainees
even if
satisfied
they
against
got
the
the
laws.
generalized
And
topic
since
contained
last
within,
fall, the numbers of federal detainees held by the city
you know,
was
they
removed from
half
the
of
inmate
almost-
population
almost
data.
half of
Around the time
half
Commissioner
the
Glass
live
gave his report.
viewers, half the
I
cumulative
also
viewers.
hear, oh, it's not our
just
job, we
like
have no
that's the
power over
only
bail
thing that we can
hearings,
really see,
and
like in stark
one of my
relief.
favorites, the
But then
MSI
certain
detainees
things
themselves don't want it
like
to close.
perform better, and we always try to figure
The
out.
campaign to close it is not black-led, only white progressive activists
If
want to
it's the
close.
topic, if
And
it's that I
my
haven't
personal
reported
favorite
in a
that
while,
the people
some
here, like
people
myself,
are
testifying
coming
today
back for
are paid for our
or, you know,
testimony.
and
I can
we
assure
develop
you that
theories
the many
and
times I have
like an
testified before the Board of Alders,
you know, trying to
I have
cook up
never
the
been
brew,
paid
trying
for
to
my
find the
testimony.
elixir.
This is my time away
You
from my
know,
job and my
many of
family,
your
like many of
premises
us. And I
are
may be a
like
white progressive
wrong.
anti-racism
It's like
activist,
misguided
but I don't think
scientific
somebody
theories
needs
of
to be
primitive
black
people,
to fight
like,
against
ooh,
racism
Iron
and racial
Bird,
injustice.
or you know,
But
you know,
if some of you don't want to listen to me because I'm a white progressive, then you should
you know what I
listen to
mean?
me
Just
because
like
I'm taxpayers
premises that are wrong.
Every
You
day the
know, medieval
workhouse remains
medicine, let's
open,
bleed out the
money that could be
sick, so make them
reinvested in
better.
the affected
You know
community
what I
is
mean? Just
wasted.
things that are
I
wrong.
do not
things
want my
that
tax
are
dollars spent
linked
to
to
further the
some
failed arrest and incarcerate model of
possible
public
idea
safety.
that, you know, some
All
there's
of the
some
time,
logic
the
there.
Board
It's
of
just
Alders
the
spends
logic
debating
doesn't
informative,
follow
non-binding
through
votes and
manifest
resolutions
in any
is
sort of
nothing but
reality,
an effort to
right?
kick the can down
The
the road
person's
and say
sick
that
on
you
the
did
inside,
something.
get whatever's
I
on
am
the
demanding
inside
that
out,
you do more,
theory of
much
bleeding,
more. I want
and
my
things
tax
will
dollars
restabilize
invested
and
in
turn back to
reimagining
normal.
public
That doesn't
safety
work,
as
but
the
you can
ordinance
kind of understand how the
indicates,
mechanics of it are
and addressing
supposed
the
to
root
work,
causes
right?
of crime, which is poverty.
So in a similar
This would
way,
eliminate the
you
need
know,
for jails like the
I
workhouse
think,
and spending over half the city's budget.
yeah,
on
this
policing,
result says I just
prosecution,
checked hard
and
times at
incarceration.
CW High, got
So that's why I'm asking you to vote
1,227.
yes today on Board
Can you
Bill
believe that?
167
So,
and hold
and so
yourselves
here's
and the
current
person administration accountable for
premise.
doing what you said you would do.
Okay,
Close the workhouse
here's
and
the
reinvest
current
those
theory,
dollars into
and I
the
gotta be
affected
honest with you. I'll be
Thank you.
completely honest with you.
All right, thank
Shout
you
out
very
to
much.
Cam, welcome into the live chat. Sixes Design. We see
Speaker number 13 will be Megan Betts.
Always good. To
Megan,
see
are you still with us?
Always good to see you on. Coming back after. Coming back.
Yes, we can.
frequency
Why don't
after
you
a
state
while
your
or
name
so. I
first?
can't keep away. Right.
All
Just
right.
call me David.
All right.
Just call you David Coverdale.
Because
Because you're singing in the
I
rain.
am speaking in support of Board Bill
Right.
167. I'm a resident of the
White
St. Louis
State.
Place neighborhood in the
Yeah,
fifth ward.
references. Anywho,
For
shout out to
2020, my
Drunk.
neighborhood found
Anywho,
time and
the
twice
current operating theory that I have regarding the
in my
why
neighborhood, I have seen
Hard
active
Times
St. Louis
chapter,
out
the
knocking on
last
doors
one
multiple times.
did so
When
well,
it comes to
did
hearing what
comparatively
citizens
the
want,
same
groups like
as
Active St.
one's
Louis
videos
are
I
the
make
only
about
ones
Mendoza or
talking
David
about it.
Wilcock
Our
is
residents have spoken, and they are
because
ready for us to find ways to
of
rehabilitate
haters,
rather than incarcerate.
right?
We just said
I
no to a
have
president
maybe
who is
some
based in law and
enemies.
order and devaluing
So
human life.
people see that I'm I'm
Today,
making a
our current
video,
president is
threatening
outlining
to
his
break
racial equity
down,
plan.
threatening
One of those
in
actions
the
he
title,
just signed
threatening
today
us that I'm
to
gonna
direct
be
the
like,
attorney
you know,
general
having
to
a psychotic
create
freak
Yo,
out,
Wonder
crying
Woman.
my eyes out,
private
or
prisons.
contemplating suicide,
This, just
whatever.
like
Just
becoming
Check
the
it
most
out.
powerful of the 3 steps we
at
must
least
take
to
to
check
begin
it out,
reforming our school
right?
system. We
Because
must
they
invest in the
fucking
whole
hate
person
me,
in the
right?
whole
Hopefully
community.
that they'll do something stupid.
Research after
Send your
research
DVRs
shows
for a
that we
court.
cannot
You never
face
know,
our
this
way
one
out
might
of
be
crime.
valuable.
We
We'll be able
cannot
to bring this
surveil
one up
our
in
way out
court.
of crime. and we cannot lock up our way out of crime.
Good luck with
This
that,
bill
bitch,
in
because
front of you
apparently I'm
begins the
smiling on
process
the
of
good move.
promise to
Not
citizens
talking to
from
anyone
Board Bill
in
93.
particular, joking
It's for
around,
this one.
joking around.
We cannot keep
Joking
passing
around.
legislation and then not following through.
So that's
Our
the theory.
communities deserve
So why did I call this
If
one
you
Hard
want to
Times
put
at
St.
CW
Louis on the
Chamber?
map
Well, I'll
as
be
a city
completely
that
honest.
is making
I
the right
was
steps
doing
towards equity,
pretty
and
damn
moving this
decent
bill onto
today.
the
Really,
full board is
honestly.
the right
So
path.
what's
I
happening
ask
in my
you to
life, to
invest
give
in
you an
our
update, maybe
community
you can
and
relate to
defund the
this, maybe you can't. Maybe this is particular to me, maybe this is something that you've encountered before. My life, my scheduling has been interrupted joyfully.
There we go, Megan. Thank you very much. I was muting myself. I had to choose, so I didn't want to make any noise.
Prior to this week, my scheduling
speaker
was
number
very
14,
self-run.
is it
You know,
Chicharwa? Simba? Do I have that correct?
Able to do certain things in the morning, schedule things a certain way, run things a certain way, and had a very kind of relaxed, vibe going on. Able to handle my business and take care of things, but take care of things.
Is speaker number 14 with us? No,
during this week,
no answers.
some changes have occurred that are requiring my pre-existing
We'll then move on to
be
speaker number 15, Sierra Rebels.
Okay.
Sierra.
So I have to kind of schedule around them. I'm having to take care of
So
different things. Joyfully, like I said, these new things I'm taking care of are
once you state your name, we'll start the clock.
Good stuff.
Proceed at your own
But
pace.
they do have the effect of
Hi,
interrupting
my name is
things,
Sierra Revels.
and
I'm
things
a
that I
resident
kind
of
of
the
was able to take for
24th
granted
Ward.
would be taken care of by the end of the day.
So yeah, I want
Because
to
there was
emphasize
always time to
again,
take care of them.
I'm
I'm
here
now
for my
finding
own
to say,
volition.
I got to
I'm
figure
not
out how
anyone
to
or being paid
put
to
these
be
things
here just as a
in
concerned
different time
citizen.
slots.
I'm
And we're not
testifying
there
in
yet.
support
But that's
of Board
okay
Bill
because
167.
the joy of the new things, the
I
joy of the new work
appreciate all
has
of
been
the
fine.
concerns
And has,
elders
caused
have
it to be,
raised today at
has
this
been the
meeting.
joy of the new
It's
developments
been
have been
very interesting
greater
to hear about
than
like,
the
the
interference to my
complexities of
pre-existing schedule.
this
Let's
issue
say
and this
that.
bill.
Okay. So today I was
agree with closing the workhouse for a number of reasons that have already been stated.
Anxieties
So
exist. There are things that are on my mind
encourage
constantly
all
because you
of
got business,
the
you got
elders
bills, you
to
got
work
things to take care
together,
of,
and
issues to address.
if you really do believe
fears and
that
anxieties
this
regarding the
bill
future,
will not work,
economically, whatever,
perhaps
blah, blah,
propose
blah.
another plan to close the
those
workhouse. I
We're
appreciate
not at a
the
fever
issues
pitch.
with
Those things
budget
were in
and
the
maybe
background,
like
and I was pretty
policy
much in a good
type of
mood.
things.
And one
So I hope
email
that a
took me out.
compromise can be reached either
Right?
with amending this bill or finding another, creating another
One
bill
email
that makes it
took me out.
So thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much.
Sometimes you get to look back and you get to say,
Speaker
on
number
reflection,
16, Anna
this
Ginsburg.
anxiety, that anxiety, this thing that I was so
Hello,
worried
Anna.
about turned out to be
Please
not a big
unmute
deal.
yourself here.
And I feel so
You're still
foolish, so wasted so much mental energy.
There we go. Okay, why don't you state your name? We'll start the clock.
That, well, Alderman,
Thinking about it, wasted so much mental
My name
energy
is Anna Ginsburg.
working it
and
over
I
in
am
my
the resident
head
of the 24th
and staying
Ward,
up
where I
about
am
it
well
and worrying
represented by my
myself
alderman,
silly.
Pratt,
This turned out to be no big deal, man. What,
I would like
I
to
should
talk
realize
about
that certain
the
things
impact
are
of
no
the
big deal.
impact of
When things
freestyle
come up, I should say to myself, don't worry about it.
And I
You've
think
had
that
things
the
like this
topic
in your
is
life
relevant
before,
to
and
the
they've turned out to not be a big deal. This turned
the
out to be
cost
not a
of
big deal.
pretrial detention is a one-year study from 2009
The contrary
2010
is
by
also
the
true too,
John and Laura Arnold
right? Some of anxieties about a thing.
Pretrial inmates.
It could turn out this way, it could turn out that way. It could turn out to be no big deal. It could turn out to be a simple pain in the ass, or it could turn out to be a real fuck you game plan, right? It could really screw you up. It could really manifest your anxieties and disorders. Let's be frank, right? This is not what I'm talking about in my life. I'm using this as an objective example that many of us can relate to.
And finally,
Get an AIDS
from
test.
decades of research by the Justice
I've had
Department,
AIDS tests in my life. I've been tested for AIDS at various points and various junctures in my career, in my life.
Many of the individuals
right?
tested and placed in the
And I'm one of those lucky guys that gets to say,
so
oh
I would
man,
like the Board of
the
Aldermen
anxiety, the fear, the feeling, the what if
consider the
didn't
reduction
happen,
of crime and to look at
right?
this information
But there, but for the grace of God, go why. There have been plenty of people in that position waiting for the aid studs to come back.
Thank you, Anna, very much.
They were anxious about it, or they thought there's no fucking way. But were then told, you, my friend, are HIV positive.
Certainly you may. You can get it to just send it to the clerk,
right?
Mr. Kennedy, and he'll distribute it to the members of the committee, and we'll make it available to the full board also. Thank you very much.
That'll change your whole feeling about health.
We will go to speaker 17, Rebecca Brown Gregory. Rebecca, are you still with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. So, once you state your name, we will start our clocks once I get my face ID on here. Sorry.
So sometimes you got your things like going before the.
All right, so Rebecca, just state your name and I'll start you after that.
And the jury.
My name is Rebecca Brown
They
Gregory.
could find you not guilty.
2030, and I'm also here to voice support for
Find you guilty.
67. Like many folks,
So I had one of those emails. Like, I opened up an email and I read it. It was an email I was expecting. I had a certain level of anxiety about its contents, and some of those anxieties were way late. I said, well, this is not that bad. And certain things I was like, man,
together with the Board of Elders, almost immediately began to backtrack on that resolution. I've heard the critique that simply closing a building is not true criminal justice reform, and I agree. But you now have before you a plan to close the building and re-envision public safety here in St. Louis. The bill specifically reallocates funds from the workhouse to works that need it most.
You know what I mean?
So we can finally begin to
And
build
your
up our
favorite song on the radio
and provide resources to folks so they never get locked up in the first place.
I can't deal with it.
The workhouse doesn't make our city safer.
Right?
It destabilizes our communities. It has cost our neighbors their jobs, their families, their housing. We have long dumped money into public safety measures that do not work. We have rarely invested substantial funds into programs that benefit our families and our neighborhoods.
And then I turned on
Stop throwing
television.
money into systems that hurt rather than help and invest in the people of St. Louis. We are asking you now to make good on your promise. Take this next step toward a just and equitable St. Louis and close the workhouse for good. And let me add one quick thing after listening to some of the back and forth about the technical challenges of closing the workhouse. I'm wondering why in St. Louis is it so much easier to close our public schools than it is to close an outdated and inhumane prison. Follow through on your promise and vote yes on Board Bill 167. Thank you for your time.
And it occurred to me to share with you this.
All right, thank you very much.
Some stuff that I think is interesting.
Okay, speaker number 18, Ann Schweitzer. There you go. Please unmute. State your name, and I only know this because I read things. A couple of the people on here are candidates for the current election. Are you not a candidate for alderman currently?
I am, but I'm here today.
I'm just asking. I understand that, but just for the public record, you have to state that when you state your name that you are a candidate for. Okay.
Can do.
So
all right, once you do that,
we'll start to share with you guys, and I'll leave this.
Hi, my name is Ann Schweitzer, and I'm a resident of 13th Ward, where I'm also a candidate for alderwoman. Thank you, Alderman Ballmer, for allowing me to speak today. There are good questions to ask when we talk about closing the workhouse, and there are good answers to those questions. Where will the people go? To trial, then home, or a rehabilitation facility, or nearby jail? What about their families? Their families want us to close the workhouse.
Like an old
What about the people who work there? There are many jobs open in city government.
And
how will we make sure the resources at the next location are better than the current one? By spending available money caused by closing the workhouse on improving the Justice Center, funding rehabilitation, and funding crime deterrence. And finally, where's the plan?
Think of how many people have
it's in this board bill.
Right?
That leaves us just one more question to answer. Why should members of this committee approve an amendment to the annual operating plan to defund the workhouse by April of 2021? That question has three answers. First, the city is legally obligated to close the workhouse by Ordinance 71217. Second, there are compelling and better uses for the funds, as outlined in Alderwoman Rice's bill. Third, it's the right thing to do. It's what your constituents have asked for over and over again. It's what we're asking for now.
But you know what I mean?
It's time
Well,
for
here's a
you to
couple
show
things.
us
I'm
whether
not
you are a
saying that
body
that
that takes
doesn't
one
work, 'cause I
step
still do
forward
it.
and two steps back,
But I think that
or
there's
whether
things
you are a
to
body
bear
that
in
will
mind,
boldly
gotta
move
bring
us
it
forward
into
by
balance.
following the
I
plan
share
set
with
forth
you.
by
Those
this
something
board
like
built.
this.
It's time to show us
Well, if
whether or
you're
not
feeling
you are a
bad,
body that
it
will
might
spend
not be
its
the
time
hottest
fighting
thing
for
in the world to
resources that
meditate
deter crime,
on
for
worse
resources
things,
for future
right?
generations, so that our
Because someone
children
could
spend
say
their
to you,
presence in
oh, it's not that
well-funded
bad. You
classrooms
don't have,
instead of spending their futures in a
right?
crumbling
But
jail.
then, you know, it
I
does kind of
respectfully
occur
urge
to
you to vote
yeah,
out Board Bill
I could,
167 with
right?
a
So
due
great.
pass recommendation
It could get
and
worse,
close
right?
the workhouse.
The
Thank
other
you.
thing is this, that even
All right, thank you very much.
it's like you're contemplating someone else's
We'll move on
horse, or
to
like someone
speaker
like the other
number
guy,
19,
presumably,
Anne Louise
you should feel
Schmidt.
okay about
Anne
your
Louise,
life
are you still
because
with
their
us?
life is so much worse.
Yes, I
You're still
am.
thinking about misery.
Okay, we can hear you.
Still thinking,
Yes.
like, what are you trying to
Please
do?
state
Like,
your name for the
make
record.
yourself
I
feel
need to
better
see.
because someone else is
Good to
feeling
see
worse?
you.
All
Like,
right,
it's kind of like,
please
it's kind
feel
of
free to
weird,
start.
you
Once
know,
you
weird
state
kind
your
of
name,
like,
we'll start the clock.
I am Anne Louise
horrible thing
Schmidt,
to do. To
and
another
I'm
person,
here
like, you know,
in a lot of
your manifest
perspectives.
worth in life is the fact that you make me
I
feel
think it's
better.
important to
because I'm not as
say
worse
that
off
I
as
have had a
you,
family member in
right?
the workhouse, and have
And the other
heard
thing
from that
it does
family
is-
member
it does
about
it fails to
conditions
do
in the
is this, is that,
workhouse.
look,
Also,
you
I
no
have
one has
been involved
a
with the Bail
monopoly
Project.
on
I've
pain,
volunteered for the Bail
right?
Project since it got started in St. Louis.
No one
practically.
has a monopoly
Maybe
on
a month after it got started. But anyways, I've been a long
Right?
time volunteer.
If my
So
arm
through
gets
that
blown off due to a
way,
horrible
I have
accident
been
and someone
interacting
says,
with people
well, at
who
least you
have
still
been
got your dick. There are
incarcerated in
people
the
out here without
workhouse.
a dick or they're
I
paralyzed.
joined the Close the
Yeah,
Workhouse
I get it.
campaign
Okay. But at
to
the same
help drive
time,
people to me to learn about
I'm
why we
bummed
should close the
about the
workhouse.
loss of
I
my
think it's
arm.
interesting. I'm
That's-
sitting here
that's my
realizing that a
personal
lot of us are
cross to
quite
bear.
female.
That's what
to
I'm
speaking.
dealing with.
And I wonder how much is that
Right?
connected to the privilege that
Whatever
we
is
have.
existing in somebody else's world
I
or
realized
could
I learned a
theoretically
lot
exist in
about
my
like
world
the
that I'm not
privilege to
currently
even
having to
have
deal with.
time to come
I
to a
am having
meeting.
to deal with this.
If you're poor and you're
Right?
barely
I am having to
you're
deal with
barely making
my
ends meet,
right?
then it's hard to even come to a meeting
You know,
about
I
an
remember
object.
as a kid,
Although
I remember
I
conditions
am
were
also
that
here
crazy.
till I drove to meetings and the
You'd
people
have
that I
some,
have
you're in
talked
high
to
school
have been
and you have some
black,
breakup.
incarcerated at the workhouse, people who have
And it's
themselves
life
told me
and it's shabby,
that they
right?
were leading the movement
To you,
to close the workhouse,
this
and
6
that
months
they
was love,
wanted the workhouse closed, and that the
and there'll
conditions
never be
are
another one like
inhumane.
her. Yada yada.
Another thing I want to say, and things that I've
right?
learned, is that,
And you're
and I know
crying.
so many
And
people
you're
have talked
crying
about this
for
re-envisioning
1,
public
2,
safety,
3 days straight.
and it
And some
truly is a part of the
well-intentioned
close the workhouse
adult
vision,
male in the
because
world
the Bail Project's posted over
says,
3,000 in bail, and it proves that
you're only
pretrial
15.
incarceration is unnecessary, and the
By
city
the
is
time
taking
you're
steps
17,
to reduce
you
the
won't even
pretrial
remember her last
incarceration
name.
in
You won't
2018.
remember her phone.
Only 4% of the city cases.
Best of
In
intentions.
2018, they only
Right?
released 4%
Telling
of
you
city cases on their
the
own
reality of the
recognizance, but
situation
everywhere else
from their
got cash
perspective.
bail.
Right?
Statistics are improving. Now the city is
But what do
releasing
you do?
60% of people on
Well,
their
for
own
me, maybe
recognizance.
maybe
I
you're
just
the
feel
kind
like
of guy
this
that would turn around
whole,
a gal that would
these
just
are
get
the
up and
things
say,
I've
oh,
observed
you're
in my
right,
volunteer
fuck this shit.
positions, and
On
that's
to the
what I
next one.
can speak on.
I said,
That
you don't understand.
that
Right?
there are not. I
You
haven't
don't
seen
know
people
how
being paid
this was really well.
to
Don't tell me it
close the
wasn't real.
workhouse. I've seen
Blah,
people
blah, blah,
genuinely
blah.
invested
Right?
who have been incarcerated,
Because
who have come
their
out and
perspective
said,
is
"This is
hard
not
won
a
and that you
this
may
is not
one
a
day
safe
grow
place
to
for
realize
us."
it's true. That's
So,
for future.
10 seconds.
I have to say,
The current you
Thank
is
you.
experiencing your pain,
All right, thank
your
you very much.
breakup, and your emotions, your feelings,
We
your
will move
experience.
to speaker number 20, Bill Stevens.
Right?
Hello there, Chairman and committee. Can you hear me all right?
So no,
We
one
can,
has
Mr. Stevens, also, it's notated on mine that you are a candidate for Alderman and
right?
board. Is that
It's like
correct?
this thing that
Yes,
we talked
sir. My
about when we
reputation
talked about these
Well,
endless, you know,
it's a
current
matter of
debates
public remember that you, when you state your name, please state that also.
Alt-right,
Yes, sir.
manifestation,
we'll start the
you
clock.
know,
So my name is Bill
SJW,
Stevens,
you
and
know,
as chairman of
you
the board,
know,
I am a candidate
tastes
for
great, less
South
filling
City.
debates of, you
I'd
know,
like to say
human
hello to my
politics and
13 board
affairs.
neighbors and
Where
Alderman
they call it the
Murphy,
oppression,
also my
right?
second board neighbor,
Like,
Alderman
well,
Oldenburg. So,
as an African American male,
I come today
I
not
think
just as a candidate, but as a
that
private citizen.
as a heterosexual white man,
in support of Board Bill
you may not
167
want to lecture
because,
me
after all,
about the socioeconomic conditions affecting the upper middle class.
In Board Bill 167,
And then
I
someone
believe
walks
this is a
in,
chance to
well,
say,
as a gay
too
black
long
man,
has this exorbitant price tag been hanging over
I don't think you should be so quick to judge before you check your heterosexual privilege
which is a necessary
at this university, whatever. And then a woman comes in, you know what I mean? I'm a paraplegic, Eskimo, lesbian. We've heard of that, and I'm not getting involved in whether that, I'm not saying that there's not complicated issues there. I'm not trying to go into that mess, even though I just wandered into that mess.
innovative ways to preventing crime by targeting
There's no Russian Olympics because people on the soul level, on the individual level, have their crosses to bear, their experiences to weather, and their shit to deal with. So I hope I made a point there.
Our citizens
I may have,
hope for the future
I
of
may
their
not
children who have to live with the decisions they make here
hopefully
today,
I did.
and the hope for the generations to come. Difficult decisions are
Watermelon
required
blood.
situations. And this appropriations bill will provide the first of many steps in this
I
difficult
apologize.
process to get us
Watermelon bloke on Twitter
so
constantly tells me who he is in my live chat. In my live chat and in DMs, this person will constantly remind me that they are watermelon bloke on Twitter. In either of their incarnations.
And to our final public input of the day, Speaker 21,
They are
Madison
good.
is
And they
Orozco.
tweet gold.
Madison,
And I retweeted them twice.
saying your
in
last
the
name.
last.
Yes,
All right.
that's correct. Thank you.
Okay, please state
First
your name,
one I
what you
did,
do,
I
we'll start the
retweeted
clock.
him because he had made up
Hello, thank you for giving
He
me the
had come up
opportunity to
with
speak today. My name is Madison Orozco, and I live in
an
Stanford.
observation
I'm also
that
the
I had
Community
made
Collaborations
myself
Associate at Our
earlier in
City
the day
Defender
to
and an
myself.
organizer for the Close the Workhouse
So Trump
campaign.
was touring.
And I'm
Donald
speaking
Trump
today in
was
support
touring.
of Board
It has
Bill
to do with the
167 to
hypocrisy
become a
of
workhouse.
right-wing conspiracy
Each day the workhouse is open, those inside are
Donald
subjected
Trump
to
was
horrific
touring
conditions, including
a,
insufficient heating during this cold winter
like a
and
3M
COVID-19
factory, some
exposure.
factory, where they actually
Also,
manufacture
people who are in the workhouse have not even been able to see or have their loved ones come and visit in months because people are not allowed to visit the workhouse,
certain masks.
supposedly for the health and safety of the
And
people
while he was
there.
in the
So
factory
I find
touring
it deeply
without a mask
disappointing and
himself,
frustrating
despite
to
the
see
fact
an
that
older
the signs
person
all
walking
over the
around
place
just
saying that
to
everyone
try and
must
prove
wear
a
a
point
mask,
when
though
we
he had
know that people have
goggles
not been able to see their family members who are in the workhouse due
The
to
song
kind of under the
Live and
guise
Let
of
Die
the safety of
was
people there.
blaring over
We
the
talked about the importance of
speakers.
criminal justice
It
reform
was
and
the
supporting
version by
detained and other
the cover
impacted
version
people.
by Guns
Well,
N'
defunding the
Roses.
workhouse through
The
Board Bill
original was
167
made
is
by
criminal
Paul
justice reform.
McCartney and Wings,
Keeping the workhouse
which is
open,
noteworthy.
this bill
Noteworthy, and I'll
closes the
tell you
household
why.
jail and shifts millions of dollars to our
So,
communities. This
we'll
means
start with the simple lesson
$750,000
And the lesson
to
was,
the City Justice
in
Center to help
right-wing
with the transition
conspiracy
of closing the
theories,
workhouse and providing resources to better respond to and manage the COVID-19 crisis in our jails, which is directly impacting those who are detained every single day. $800,000 to provisional support of reentry, with $1.6 million to the reinvesting public safety trust fund. Very importantly, including $1.1 million in more capital, for wards with the city's highest risk neighborhoods. This means $1.1 million in funding exclusively for wards whose areas include the city's HUD designated neighborhood revitalization strategy areas and trauma zones. This means wards 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 13,
that's the powers that
18,
be.
20,
That's the
21,
cabal.
22,
That's
25,
gay,
26,
black,
27. Areas that have
telling
intentionally
you
been left behind, that have had funding
with
taken
his
away time
husband,
after time, and have been overlooked again and again.
they
Knowing
want
what
me
this funding
to
can do
die.
and how far it can go, who it will directly impact and reward people's health, the answer is clear. We must fund the workhouse and we must support our community.
They are
Board
broadcasting
Bill 167 does exactly this, and for this reason, I ask you
to know and understand. To accept,
very much.
just lay down and die. To
All right.
live and let yourself die. That's what they would say. And they would talk about the guns, getting guns and roses, something violent and something beautiful. They're telling you to accept the fact that
I'm
you're
back.
successful from your head off.
What we,
So, grow, get settled, and rise in telling you that's done to the program. Think about the organic beauty.
Final question comes from the
That's the transhumanist agenda. They're all trying to turn us into cyborgs. Me too.
Thanks, Alderman. I'm just gonna make a few
The movie featured a song.
And the first point I wanna make is just about the vehicle of the supplemental.
Job, right?
Alderman Boyd, you're not wrong that this is an unusual approach, but it's certainly not an unprecedented. In fact, most
And interesting story from
the budget director did exactly this.
The first time I ever took that okay, well, we were
And in fact, it is the only vehicle that the Board of Aldermen has that is money around the budget precisely because the traditional.
first time I ever saw that video premiere,
So we were simply following the president
for the drugs,
so
we dropped acid in the way.
appropriation and using the same vehicle.
Maybe, I don't know. So whenever this actually premiered on MTV, we could actually use this to propagate
enforce
the accuracy.
The second point I wanted to make
The first time
with
I did
respect
that.
to this really
Right,
semantic distinction between a savings.
But I remember, there's all that.
What really matters for our purposes and for the
Not even
purposes
like
of
in the
supplemental
the
appropriation
shittiest one
is
from the
that
video,
should we
like
close
1989.
courthouse by April
1990,
1st, 2021, there will be a $3.3 million
But whatever,
operating
so I'm
surplus,
not thinking of that.
relative to
the
the
appropriated
appropriated budget. And that's what we're reacting to.
whatever.
Now, the
And
points
then
that
they would
budget
say,
director
check
made
this, this is perfect,
raised about the
because we
revenues
talked
are
about this
important,
all this
and
dead
should
shit.
affect this
Paul
bill, and I
McCartney,
want to talk a little bit about them.
They say.
The general fund, $800,000, is interesting but not incredibly relevant, simply because general fund dollars are
Sage
fungible.
play.
And
Which
there's
is
not
not
much
that
doubt
radio
that
gig
we
on his
can
main YouTube channel. Then he had the second
I could
career
name
goal
a bunch of
of
other
growing up
sources,
this
including
Polish dead
new
shit,
revenues,
bringing back
whether
this
that's
lame
fraud and police overtime,
conspiracy
which
from
is millions
1975.
over budget,
This dumb potheaded
or,
conspiracy that Paul
the fact
McCartney
that
died in
budget
the
director
Beatles.
mentioned revenues under these payroll are coming in
Right?
expectations.
So
But at the end of the day, what the whole
imagine
is
that
that balancing the budget includes a lot of moving parts. And there's no doubt that we can balance the
destroying
budget
a factory
despite
during the pandemic that they make the masks. And Guns N' Roses
I
Live
was
and
part
Let
of the
Die
budget
was
process,
playing over the
and while this
speakers.
is no
What
doubt
the
a very
conspiracy
difficult
theorists
year,
would say,
there
right?
remains
Especially
generally, and I would love to have a deeper discussion
by
and
Guns
dig
N'
into
Roses.
it in case I am
The song
wrong,
called
but
Live and Let Die. It was
you heard
made
him
by Paul
say in his
McCartney that
response
goes
that
ties right to this Paul
maybe,
is dead
maybe not,
thing.
not clear
That is
whether
all
he
tied
can balance the budget. He is very good at his job, and I don't doubt that should we
Kabbalist
pass
house
this
for
supplemental
probably worshiping
appropriation,
demigod or whatever, some Satanist building shit, right? And
The
then,
point about special revenue
what
is
you call it, on top of
interesting.
that,
Those
the
$1.2 million
the song Live and Let Die was actually
I'd be interested
for the
in thinking
soundtrack.
through
Paul
what that
McCartney
means
made
if
the
we do
soundtrack to the James
increase
Bond
the
film,
allocation
Live and
in
Let
this
Die.
supplemental
But
appropriation
the author of James
but
Bond,
especially
Ian Fleming,
because during
is tied
COVID,
into all these
we really want
Illuminati
to make sure that we
conspiracies
are
as well.
supporting the inmates.
So you're gonna tell me that they wouldn't
But I
say
would
shit?
note
They
and
all
qualify
they
that
writing fucking
by noting
Bible.
that because these are revenues that we
about just
receive
that.
for
But
taking
what are
care
they
of
saying?
federal and
Nothing.
state
It's not
detainees,
And
I wouldn't be
I'm gonna
surprised if the
try
reduction
actually
of revenues
possible
is also correlated with the
that there
reduction
has
of
been
costs.
brainwashing.
So what I'd really love to see from Budget Director Payne is a holistic update that both offers us an update on the revenue side and an update on the expenditure side. Because last time it came in, that was September 30th,
Make sure we got a
have a lot
douchebag
of
from the
information.
president.
So I think that's a reason.
It's subtly manipulated
A final
cues
point
and
I
call
wanted to
signs
make concerns
to make
staffing numbers.
make people in conspiracy theory land lie down
that,
instead of waking
folks
up
might lose their
and
jobs.
dealing
And I
with
just
this
want to
Donald
again
Trump.
reassure
You know, like, oh, we
both that the board bill creates
what better way to keep people
positions
in
at
prison
TJC
than
to
to
ensure
give
that
them a
managerial level
quote-unquote red
positions are
pill,
reserved,
providing
and
them
that
with a
lower
lengthy
grade positions
experience, but it doesn't
are
actually
fully
do
transferable.
anything.
So that's because right now we actually recently got updated numbers. Right now there are 232 people employed at
Right?
CJC,
Because not
but
only
the
do they
budget
feel
is
like
for
they're
316
diffusing their desire to bust out the
Conversely,
actual
there are
matrix,
81
but now they are actually going to
employed at
fight
side.
anyone that
So
actually tries
there's
to point
actually
out
86
the
positions
that Red
available
Pill
in the city justice
and
center for 81
and
employees.
David Icke
And as
Simon
mentioned, we
Parks
have actually
and
gone into the
Mendoza
grades and
and
tried to
Trump
make
or
sure that these
whatever.
would match up. And that's exactly
They're
why
gonna
we
actually
provided
fight those
additional
those
managerial
people are called
positions
health
for
route,
18 members
right?
and
Two
15
birds with
members.
one stone. It's a
Because
brilliant
there aren't
fucking
those
plan.
equivalents.
Here's
at
the
top
alternative
end of the
explanation.
scale.
That might be closer to I don't
So
know.
those are just some technical points
Let's
on
use
feasibility.
ridiculous words
And
to
again,
understand what I
entirely
was
open for
exposed to
friendly
when I
amendments.
first got that. So that would be this one thing.
Because
Explain the
that's
one
what I
alternative
actually
theory.
want to talk
The
about.
alternative
in
theory
terms
that
of
might be
next
true
steps
under
is that
Occam's
we
razor,
are
but
on a
it might
bit
actually be true,
of a time
is that
here.
the
We are
cold
gonna hit
stone,
the
the
deadline
stone
as
cold
the
fact
government
is this.
runs out of
Alex
money.
Jones,
And so what I would
has a lot of
recommend
his
is to pass this out
like
of committee,
William
to
Cooper,
do
et
pass
cetera,
that
and
foundation,
William
and
Cooper, et
say
cetera.
the second round
We're
on Friday.
fucking
But
stone
also
cold
simultaneously
motherfucking
come back
racist.
either in this
Because a lot of
hour
people
or
conspiracy
to hold hearings where we
that are
talk to Dale
just
Bass and we can talk to Jimmy Edwards and we get up
that
there
are just
from South
true
Korea and we
blue
talk to DPD
motherfucking
workhouse
racist.
and
Remember
then
Donald Trump got
as
elected,
a
they
core
can't got to
substitute
come out of the plaza as
that
fucking
puts together a
white,
serious
racist,
to close the
jingoist, asshole motherfucker.
I hope you've heard from so
Just
many
white
people
male
today
motherfucker.
about the need to divest from the arrest and
They are
incarcerate
everyone
model
reparations.
and invest in
Okay.
holistic approach to public
Check this out,
safety.
check this out.
And I really hope that you take us
At
all
some
up
point in
on
time,
Socrates.
1990,
We
I
put
dropped
work into
acid
putting
and created
together a plan.
following
We're not
words.
claiming it's
If
perfect,
I could
but
understand it.
we need to work together to close this
I'm
gap.
a cold
Thank you.
heartbreaker,
Thanks,
fit to
Noel.
burn,
And just
and I'll
to
rip
close,
your
I
heart
don't
in
want to
two.
belabor the points.
And I'll
I
leave you lying on
thank
the
you,
bed.
committee,
I'll be out
for
the
hearing
door
in
before you
earnest
wake.
from
It's
the
nothing
public
new
and
to you.
walking through
Because
this
I
bill
think
with
we've seen
myself
that
and
movie
Noel this
too.
morning. This is a creative way to change the
Because you
way
could
that
be
we
mine,
do
but you're way
public
out of
safety in
line.
St. Louis.
With
This
your
is
bitch
taking money that has
rapping
been
and
used
your
to
cocaine
hold
fund.
people
You
pre-trial
get
without
nothing
conviction
done.
in a
This is
jail
usually-
that has seen a lot of
Now
abuses over the
holidays come
years.
and then they go.
And
It's nothing
to
new
take that
today.
money and put that
Collect
back into
another
the community
memory.
to support
When
the
I
people
come
who are
home
going
late
through
at
that
night,
justice system
don't ask me where
and
I've
prevent
been.
people from
Just
coming
count
into
your
it in the first
stars.
place. This is a
I'm
humane
home
way to move some money
Right,
around to make
terrible.
people's lives better.
Because you
and
could be
change,
mine,
to
but you're way
give
out
people
of
some
line.
hope in the city of
With
St.
your
Louis.
bitch slap rapping, your
One thing I do
cocaine
want to
fund,
address, I was
nothing done.
asked
I said,
earlier
you can be mine.
if as an
You can be
attorney I
mine
would
if you
recommend
mine,
my
mine,
client
mine,
move
you can be mine,
to
mine,
a
mine,
different
mine.
location. It would be up to my client and I to have a
You've gone
conversation to
sketchy too
figure
many
out what is in
times.
their best interest.
Why don't you give it a rest?
If it is in
Why
their better
must
interest
you
to
find
be in a
another
jail
reason to cry?
that is not the
Well,
Medium
purpose
Security
is not
Institute
getting
because
used.
of
Fucking
hold,
boyfriends
because
out
of
there.
their ability to access
Anyway,
care.
while you're breaking
hold
down
it,
my back
one of
and
those
I've been
things, then we
racking
would
out
discuss
my brain,
that.
it
But
don't
I will
matter how
say,
we make it because
it would not
always
be
ends
in my
the
client's
same.
best interest
Just look at
for
the
an
line.
alderman
You know what
who
I
is
mean?
not
It's like,
on this
yes, you're
committee
supposed to
to
rhyme
go
with like
into a
every
facility
line.
during a pandemic, putting people at
Roses
risk,
are red and
putting
violets
inmates
are blue
and
and
staff
lemons
at risk
because I
when
love
their
you.
own attorneys and family members
Dear
and
Mom,
friends have not been able to see them since
you've been
March.
great.
I find it offensive
No, I
and
know.
I just have to call it out.
I'm not always great.
In closing,
Stupid.
I want to bring us back. I
Anyway,
would love
blah, blah, blah.
to revisit the hold of
Because
Board
it
Bill
always ends the
92,
same. You can push it
Section
from
5
your
that says
knowledge,
date to
but your
discontinue
flaps
operations
are
of
in
MSI as a
and I
detention
can sleep
facility.
it on
Our
until
intent when we
morning,
put this bill
but
forward
this nightmare
was to
never ends.
close the
Don't
work.
forget to call
We
my
all joined
lawyers
together in that.
with
This is
ridiculous
not an
demands.
oppositional
And you can
process.
take the pity
We
so
have the
far,
ability to work
but it's
together
more
as a
than I
board.
can stand.
I would welcome amendments to clarify measures if
Tell me
they
how
those
long
are
has it been?
necessary.
It's
I
5
think that
years
we
is
can get this
forever,
done for the city of St.
and you
Louis,
haven't
and I
done
would
it yet.
ask for your favorable consideration of Bill 167.
All right, thank you, Alderman.
Line,
Thank you all.
line,
We'll
bitch slap
go
down,
through the
cocaine
committee.
fund,
Alderman
nothing done.
Davis, any questions, comments for the sponsor or Noel?
I'm just gonna make a brief comment. Based on all that I've heard
At the honey
today,
trap.
I
Honey
am
trap
extremely
in Arizona?
in
Isn't that where they
need
found the next
of some very specific information on where we
manufacturing
are in
plant
this
with
plan.
that up?
I need to have actual data on the
Anyway.
cost of relocating the prisoners because just the little simple things like
Right?
additional costs for
that the
travel,
truth?
bringing them back and forth
That's when
to
for
court.
you.
We don't know
Name
what
checks
another
conducted
entity is going to
episodes.
charge
They were great.
us
Anyway.
for
Welcome to
housing
Outstanding
there.
Election.
It's just a number of things
If
that we
it
don't
was
have yet.
if it was a Democrat
And so,
or George
for
W.
me, I
Bush or
need
John
those
McCain who
things,
won the election,
and I want
the
to
conspiracy
see
theorists were gone nuts. And the only people
Mix with
noticing
glass,
things apparently
bring us
are
up to
me and
date,
my mother, Watermelon
because
on Twitter.
the plan
Now,
has to
I'm
be
also
finalized
interested in
at
this.
some point.
Apparently,
Because if you
dark
don't
journalists
finalize it and
gonna
send it to
interview
the
Roger
appropriate
Stone.
entities and have to evaluate it
Is that
and
true?
determine whether or not the plan is sufficient to
The dark
close
journalist
it,
is going.
and if
Yes,
we
dark
met all the
journalists. What dark
regulatory
journalists Friday at 3 p.m.
requirements
Eastern
in our
Standard
plan
Time
to
for a
move
special live stream with
it's
political
all for naught.
insider Roger
And
Stone
the
going
part
deep
of the
on
budget
deep,
with
on deep state disclosure.
Paul Payne
And I just want to
basically
say,
says we have no savings. So
my problem with
I
dark
just
journalists
need that.
is
That's
that
all.
of all the people that I know,
And
I've been in
we have to
contact with him.
move forward
Okay.
because I can't. I've said it
So
over and
he
over
knows
again.
who I am. I know
We
who
do,
he
and
is.
no one knows this.
We've never
We
talked
do not have the power
face-to-face. And I think that that's
just simply go
probably on purpose.
send everybody out the door and lock it.
Much rather
The
stay
other
face.
entities and agencies that
But
must
I
give
invited him
approval
to
for all of
debate.
this. So
Beantown
let's
will
get that
agree.
plan finished.
Absolutely is what
I
we're
think you mean
A couple of comments. One,
right?
to all the voting rights.
Because
I went in there.
people like act as though it's a question about whether or not he's the right way.
How
He's
about to the
absolutely
people
right.
that are
He
watching
might
this,
not be a
that when I
true
get
supporter,
a
God
text
bless him.
from one of
God
my
bless him, God has blessed him
people,
for that.
rather than turn
If
my
you're gonna
camera
interview
off,
Roger
I
Stone,
turn because his house has
when
been
Roger Stone's
burglarized,
actually involved
and yet they want to put
in
on Facebook, I'm not paying
side of
attention.
the
I'm gonna
illegality.
tell you right now, without,
But there you go.
you can put all 200-300 people again on Facebook. I won't be the deciding no vote. I'll be the first no vote
Explain the name
on this.
Beantown
I am not.
Georgia.
Even
Well,
after everybody I've heard from, first off, when people treat me like the way they treat me or how I vote,
came from the fact that he kind
am
of dressed
about
like a mafioso,
getting upset.
like you know what I mean? I think
I have
that's yours.
talked to those people
But
in
it's
the
not
workhouse, and it was prior to COVID. I was in there with John. I have not. I'm being accused of being everything that I'm not.
When I watch it, will I do an analysis? Should be interesting. But now look at the
Where I'm at on
family
this,
tree now. Look at the
even
family
after
tree
listening to everyone,
because
this is
Jordan
not
Saber,
about criminal reform.
superstar,
We're still going to lock
was
people up. We're still going to put them somewhere, and
Jordan
probably
Saber
somewhere worse.
came to prominence.
Let's talk about
when
real
you
criminal
can see
reform.
when he rose
Let's
to
talk
fame.
about
It was
getting
when
into
he
Big
was
Brothers and Big
interviewed
Sisters.
on
Any one of the people that are on this should get in it.
channel.
Jeffrey
Was
Boyd's
he
little brother
interviewed
is a
by
police
Alex
officer in the
himself?
city.
No.
He started with a young
He
man.
was run.
I started with Michael, a young man who's now serving in the Navy on the
Around
SS
the
Harry
same
Truman.
time that Roger Stone was
Get involved. You want to
Jordan
talk about
Saber
doing the right
about
thing.
QAnon,
Start helping the children
cover,
at a young age become
making
big
an
brothers and big
established
sisters.
either
If
as a
this is
movement
not criminal
mover and a
reform,
shaker in that
this is,
community.
let's shut a building down and make peace.
Simultaneously with that, dark
You can go
journalists
ahead and
was
tweet
interviewing
or whatever,
Dr. Joseph
so that they
Brown,
don't say, well, Joe was a
talking,
deciding voter.
I think,
Vote for this.
accurately
I'll
about
be
the
the first one.
possibility that
And
QAnon
all
was a
my
psyop. Now, when I say
Facebook
accurately
friends,
at the time,
which
I think
they
it's
like to pick on me all day,
they
like to make up stuff. Today, someone put on Facebook this, I'm going to resign after I get elected.
It was a fucking
Another piece of
It was
BS.
absolutely, but not by any
They put whatever they want.
insider. By
And
a bunch of fucking
the majority of the people in my neighborhood are not for closing the work. It's not going to go on the ballot. That was killed.
In prison
Okay,
for treason.
that's fine.
But hey, what do I know?
That building is a building. It's not criminal reform.
Super
Show me where the people are going that's going to be better for them than the work. Show me how we deal with the somewhat of a riot or discontent that they had. So they had to shut 40-something people
Sean didn't
over
want released from prison.
from
White House
the
reportedly
Justice Center,
requested all his prison
where
records.
my
Well, I
understanding,
don't
in
think
order
the
to
White
get
House
that under
requested
control,
his
they had to use
prison
tear
records.
gas
But
and
what I
whatnot.
will say is
So
that the
what
time
are you
of
going to do?
COVID-19,
Beat them back into
and
their
the
cell?
risk to
You can't
life
overcome. This is not
that it
criminal
presents,
reform.
especially within the U.S.
Now go
prison
back to,
population,
again,
I would
shutting Larry
absolutely
Rice's
be
building
in
down,
favor
did not do
of
anything
a
for
furlough or
but
deferment
put them on the
of
street and
sentences
put them in a
for
worse
nonviolent
situation.
offenders.
I
Sean
made it
Dayton Warren is
perfectly clear.
absolutely one of them. Do
I
I think
don't
that
care
Sean
about
Dayton
that
Warren
building.
committed fraud?
I care
I'm
about the
not
people
going
in the building. I am so
to
sorry
talk about it.
that the majority of
He
this
was
people,
convicted of it,
including
but
all the
his
women who brought this about,
defense
are more
will,
concerned
just like
about a building than the people in the building.
they provided.
I am so upset that I'm being made out to be so bad because I actually feel society. And so when you get on there and you're so upset that even the families can't go in there. I went in there before COVID, I've been in there a lot. I've asked the sponsor of the original bill, Dan Duncan, to go in there. They said, well, they're gonna make everybody clean enough. I said, go in there and just I did.
With nonviolent offenders, which are being warned rather than put them in a dangerous situation. The wisdom of convicted people and putting them into prison as a punishment or as a
this is about, for me,
negative
it's about the people
reinforcement or penalty for committing crime.
not the building.
I'm not talking about that, but I'm talking about in this day and
I
age.
can tell you right
If
now,
we're gonna
I
say
care about the
that
people in the
there's
building.
an
And
increase
if you want to write
that
nasty stuff and lies
COVID-19
about me on
is running
Facebook,
rampant inside the American prison
you
system,
do anything.
therefore any non-violent offender who's there,
So,
it goes to
well, we're in this
elimination
meeting
of
because
punishment.
I turned
The
to
punishment
answer a text that I got because the house in my workplace in my neighborhood.
change
They put my picture on Facebook and say I'm not paying attention.
It's $2.
I think
I mean, I know it's only $2 savings, but it's cheap.
the last 3 years has had nothing but technical problems
Now that's
because she don't want to answer any of this. Let's hide in the background.
Really going to apply a person.
Let's hide in the background. Oh, I got technical difficulties, so I cannot. Well, thank you for technical difficulties just then. Maybe she can answer 3 questions. She apparently doesn't like the answer, just a lot of technical. I know with no disrespect, I am tired of being abused because I want to protect people in that building, not put them in a worse spot. And I want that statement out there. And so they don't have to put, I was the deciding vote, then Lewis was the deciding vote. Anybody they don't like was the deciding vote on whatever they don't want to do. I'm not the deciding vote, I will be the first no vote.
That class.
Thank you all. Thank you all.
Now, whether or not it comes to them, if they offer him to let him go, and they don't let him go.
No questions, Mr. Chair.
Then, or if he takes the option of going, then you might raise the question to him, personal to him, about whether or not he's a hypocrite. But then again, he would have an automatic out.
Close the workhouse in a fair and equitable way.
He's not guilty of
And I
anything.
definitely would like to see that happen.
Yes.
Not at the expense
Okay,
of
so there you
any
go.
one
Peter won't go.
person, or it has to be
a load to you.
is my concern, so that it sticks.
So it's interesting,
That's
just
all.
the
That's
family tree of these things.
All right,
It's really
thank you very
interesting.
much.
Also, we talk
Oh,
about.
Spencer, I see your
talk
face,
about,
but I hear your voice this time.
Conspiracy
Thank you,
theorists
Mr. Chair. Can you hear my
and
voice?
Conspiracy theories.
That's
And having
great.
principled arguments. That
Having
means
some has
hold in
mentioned
a
technical
position
difficulties.
that
I'm
you
certainly
hold
not
and
the
apply,
first,
no matter
nor
who
will I be the
person
last. I will keep my
it's being
comments
applied
germane to the
to
bill before
is.
us. We've been here
you
for
don't
some
play
time.
favorites.
I just want to
It's
thank
just
everyone for
this is
coming
just
today,
propaganda.
for sharing your
So, for
stories,
example,
your experiences.
if
Some of
someone
which were very
says,
personal.
if
Some
you
of which
don't
were very
punish the
tragic.
guilty, you're punishing the
Thank you for
innocent,
sharing them and being
making a hardline stance where he
for
stands
us today.
about punishing the
To advocate
guilty.
for policies you
And then
believe
they
in
say,
as volunteers,
well, it
many of
turns
you,
out
most
that their
of you,
son
those of
or
us who are
daughter
making this decision were
themselves
paid
has been
to
found
make it
guilty
for
of a
you.
crime, and they
Thank
say,
you for
oh, and
electing
they
us
plead
and for
such
trusting
special
us
circumstances.
to represent
It's
your
my
best
voice, I'm
interests.
with my husband all the way to Mexico. It's me, so you have to understand that I
I'm
did
grateful to
I
the sponsor
committed the
and the
crime,
work
but I did it for the right reasons. That's not a
No, I trust you, Kara
Any
Spencer.
questions, I just
Best
wanted
friend
to
says,
address the fact
what
that,
rules, so if
You're all
for example,
cons.
talking
these
about
are
principal
many
arguments, we
volunteers
talk
who are
about
really touching
White
stories
collar
Donald Trump.
that
cons.
have the
You
opportunity
have people that are,
Mr. Chair, I
it's like a,
have to
it's a
recognize you
comedy skit.
for having this hearing,
Right from-
for conducting it.
Hearing?
And for
Isn't
allowing
it
us
illegal?
this time deliberating this.
More
important issue.
kangaroo court.
Thank my committee members
So as
for
there are a whole
being
bunch of people
here
that when
today.
Donald Trump,
It's a
when
long
Bill
meeting,
Clinton
and
was
it's
up
been
for
contentious,
impeachment,
but certainly,
literally
uh,
20 years,
I think
almost
it's been
say,
more
where
time
Donald
well
Trump was
spent.
up for
So
impeachment.
thank you for that.
You know, all
Mr.
these
Chairman, I
right-wing
appreciate the
Republican
opportunity,
senators
and
and
I
Congressmen
appreciate
who were saying,
St. Louis
the
is the
law
most
is the
dangerous
law,
city in
the law.
America.
I appreciate
And if you broke
the
the law,
understanding
even if there's
nature
a
with which
minor
you handled
law,
my technical
you need
difficulties
to
earlier
hold,
today.
you need to impeach him, you need to
No
get him
worries,
out of
no
here.
worries.
And then they cut to
Anything
20
else
years
would you like
later,
to
and the
say
same
off?
cocksucking motherfuckers are
That's all I
saying,
have,
oh,
Mr. Chairman.
come
Thank
on,
you.
what?
All right, thank you, Alderman. Alderman Mohammed.
What? Like,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank the
all the time. So give yourself one life friend, but the sisters, why? Because they'll be there. I met him last week. He wouldn't do that.
I would also like to recognize Alderman Paula, the chairman of public safety, who
Cliff,
numerous several closed the workshops. Redirected funds to our community. And who also was the first.
There you go. Sixth Design bringing some history. Here's a trivia question for you. Apparently, only one person has ever been executed for treason against the federal government. William Bruce Mumford. I wonder if that's
I think
the
that
best
this is
name.
a very controversial issue, of course. I stand by my comments that I have made several times prior.
What is it?
Today.
That out of mind. Since I mean, they are reoffending. They have nowhere to go, no money, no nothing. Why let them out?
We are not addressing the root causes that put people.
I don't even know where to start to deconstruct it. I'll be careful because I'm coming into the conversation late.
Economic access. We're not talking about struggling schools, which we have no control over here in the city of St. Louis as Albany.
And then the thing about letting out sex offenders and rapists is the old Willie Horton thing. Now here's the thing.
Criminal justice reform. Now,
all systems, by definition, are imperfect. Even natural systems. Think of turtles, the way sea turtles having their young, right?
As a remedy to criminal justice reform in our city.
Systems evolve and systems evolve in coexistence.
She answered most of the questions that I have. Mr. Chairman, I do have one more question that the Alderwoman from the 8th would be so kind to ask if that is proved by you.
And no systems work perfectly. It's like all systems lose energy, right?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much.
So we have a system in the United States of America that goes like this. Innocent until proven guilty. And we have a system in place, and over time, we evolve, we make modifications, and we change that system, all with one goal in mind. To have a system of laws that is judiciously and fairly applied to everyone.
Bullshit.
And that punishes the guilty and makes sure that the innocent are set free.
Thank you, Alderman, for that. I think we're still waiting for
but we know
opinion from the city council and from
that guilty people
about that.
are oftentimes acquitted by a jury.
I guess we're still waiting for that.
Found not guilty.
That's my whole question.
And we know that from time immemorable, there's countless examples of innocent people who've been incarcerated and went into jail.
I don't believe that closing workhouse is the right thing.
Yeah, and after 10, 20 years, they let them out and don't even.
So we have to be wary because there are going to be advocates for system change, whether it's system change to make the laws harder, to not let people out of prison, or whether it's people advocating change to let people out of prison. Who will say, the people who want change to keep people in prison, we'll talk about Willie Horton, right? Make a political hay about, they let this man out of jail because of overcrowding. And 2 days later, he shot a cop and then raped the baby. And then pissed on the American flag. And then he lit that flag on fire. And he took that flaming flag and he tied it around Janun's vagina.
Commenting though, Mr. Chairman, and I'm not sure, certainly it's his discretion, but I would have liked to have heard from.
And he did it all on a Sunday in front of the house, in front of the church where that nun lived and where that cop had been married and where that baby was christened. And these left, bleeding heart, liberal, pinko, homosexuals are going to tell you that he's the innocent party. And advocates for system change, for letting the people out of prison will say, look at this boy, 17 years old, couldn't post bail, has been in prison for 2.5 years, waiting for a trial in an overburdened system. He's been sexually assaulted 6 times. He's attempted suicide 3 times. Let the kid out of prison. There is no evidence that the cop was crooked. The cop that convicted him that arrested him for doing nothing, for jaywalking, that he's been in prison for 2.5 years for, is the same cop that killed his father in front of his very eyes and then sexually assaulted his mom under the pretense of putting her in
But I
restraints.
also did ask them what was the claim.
Exactly.
So I think my frustration.
And whenever
is,
anyone speaks in these generalities, acting as though there's some clear cut, everyone on in this category are being treated this way, everyone in this category acted this way, you know you're out of your fucking mind.
Trying to do the work.
Oh,
And
yeah.
so-
You're not out of your mind, you're being a human. I mean, it's tough to do all the calculations, and it's tough to prevent yourself from doing this calculation. And I do it all the time. Right? This ability I have right now at this moment is to manifest and say, keep an open mind, avoid generalizations, avoid assumptions, avoid jumping to conclusions,
Dealing with people that was up in Washington.
is a manifestation, a partial manifestation of my general state of mind right here and right now of being, kind of fairly, balanced
As if
and not being particularly
we're
upset.
just not paying attention to what our people are saying. And we
Believe you me, there have been times in my
And
life
so,
where under duress or feeling extreme shame or having been, feeling disabused or having been made to feel like less than by some system or having gotten horrible news or hearing horrible news happen to somebody else said, they fucking do. You know what they fucking should do?
Computer program algorithm.
there to do that because
Take all the guys that were involved in the gang rape and cut their dicks off and then light them on fire. And then mail the flaming corpses to their mothers, and then fucking have someone do something to their fucking. You can get angry, and in passion and enragement, you go off.
And I know that you're gonna have utilities on. You're gonna
Fear is the
have to have
mind killer.
security there. But can we just look at
What is it? What does Yoda say?
for that building?
Fear
not
leads
just
to
have
anger.
the building sitting there.
Anger leads to hate, and hate leads to the motherfucking dark side.
And so I don't apologize, but I'm kind of appalled because
Out of mind, yeah, like
I'm always
isolate them.
told
Don't let them out for fuck's sake. So insane.
and I'm
How are you
not
gonna
hearing
isolate
all the
them?
sides. I don't hear all the information.
And understand this is that we're not going to be able to deal with this system until we understand and realize that the private prison industry in America is an industry.
What we should be doing.
It's an absolute
And
industry.
they're intimidating and threatening
And they would
us.
make less profit
You do this on
if they
Twitter and on
performed and
Facebook.
did their
I just
task
think that
better,
is just
creating
so
facilities where
embarrassing
people could be safely isolated.
because I don't agree with what you say, so you want to attack people and you want to be mean and be disrespectful. And so if that's what our next generation is going to be like, we're in trouble. Because everybody should be able to have their opinion and people should respect people's opinion. And so, I thank you all for coming. And I realize that you're really passionate about this. But I need people to understand everybody not going to always agree. And that's just how things work. But we need to come to the table to listen to each other to see what we can do to come to an agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman. And Alderwoman Shameen Clark Hubbard.
Thank you,
Hey.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and members of
If these prison systems were run effectively and efficiently in the richest country in the motherfucking world.
People taking the time out, they could take the time out. I do have one question. I'm not sure if I should ask
If we were to
this
demand
but
more
as
of
it relates
than
to,
less than, these profit-making industry units are capable of.
Can you go just a little bit more into
Then they
that
would be able to
and let us know
safely
whether
medically
any
isolate
detail
people.
straight
They'd
up,
be
will
able
there
to
be any
provide
kind of
adequate
negative
testing. And
impact
then you know what?
on
This
the
debate
safety
wouldn't
of
happen
I
because this
also wanna
debate
know
and
that I
discussion that we're
appreciate
currently
your
having
opinion.
is predicated upon
Thank you.
COVID-19 running crazy through the American prison
We're
population
working together and trying to work together to move something forward.
and prisoners
Being open to
dying.
that and work collectively with that, like we all want to do in the best interest
If
of
these
the detainees
prisons,
and the
these
city.
many of whom
We all
are
be opposed, again,
for-profit
to close the workhouse.
institutions,
Thank you for being open to the front
were to
end
spend their
and
money
just touch on that
instead
piece
of
about the
making their
detainees.
shareholders
One question
happy,
that I got
but
you.
instead providing above average services for the government that's
Thank you.
keeping them in business,
I do want to go ahead and toss this to Noel because our
Then the
city
discussion
does direct representation
would be a nullity.
dealing with folks who are in the
But they're
organization.
not.
So he's got the best.
So you're going to tell me that I should? We're talking about nonviolent offenders, and the nonviolent offenders have nowhere to go. Sure, they got places to go. Sure, they have places to go. You know where they could go? They could go to a government work program where they build low-income housing. For whom? For themselves. You could give them a paycheck. You could give them health care and health insurance, turning them from prisoners doing nothing, nonviolent offenders doing nothing, into people being proactive and building shit. They would have income in their pocket, which they could then spend, revitalize the economy. 2/3 of the American economy is consumer spending. 2/3 of the economy is consumer spending. 2/3 of the economy is consumer spending. And I'm sorry, the debate is not about the rapists and the murderers. Leave them in prison. If you took all the nonviolent offenders, the fucking guys that got the black brothers and sisters who got busted smoking fucking weed,
enough money, and then through an RFP we can get
out of there,
and then select the most competitive proposal.
then we wouldn't have this problem in the first
Final
place.
expenditure will be determined according to a
So there's
negotiation.
many discussions and debates, and the discussion and debate is very nuanced. But I don't recall ever saying we should let rapists and murderers out. I recall talking about nonviolent offenders.
So critical that if and when
So we'll figure it out. And there you go. And guess what? If someone on the block calls me insane, you think that's the first time? Sean Sullivan says, what government work program that starts tomorrow? Any government work program that you want to start tomorrow, Sean Sullivan. And I will tell you, Sean Sullivan, you've identified yourself previously in my comments as someone that lives here. So are you an American citizen? Are you an expat overseas? Are you Turkish national? I wouldn't bring it up, but for the fact that you brought it up, because the question is, what government work program that can start tomorrow? You can start a work program tomorrow any day of the week.
All right, thank you.
You know how much money is in America?
Thank everyone.
Concentrated in the 1% of 1% hands. And Sean, I don't know if you're familiar with this. Oh, you're from New York. Fantastic. God bless you. How you doing? East Coast brother, East Coast brother. How you doing? Come back someday. You're talking to a kind of this socialist anarchist thing, right? Just so you know what my attitude about work program starting tomorrow is. And we don't even need to say tomorrow. I don't recall saying tomorrow. I recall saying start it. You know what I mean? Out of mind, right? So New York City, they let out rapists and immediately has problems, or so I read. Not sure it was real info now. Well, we're not sure that's real info. What's the point of even talking about it, right? And things are going to happen.
Another meeting or two.
And things are going to happen.
Because I do have
an innocent person will be found behind bars. It's built into the system. Risk. You're never going to create a perfect system that makes sure that ensures that 100% of the time, 100% of people that are convicted of crimes are actually guilty of those crimes, and 100% of the time that someone is found not guilty, it's because they're really not guilty.
Help us because
you're never going to get that. That's not how life works.
Procedure is everything. You know, to take this down. I agree. We all did, and the board bill that we passed was to.
It did nothing with Liz Catholic.
And I know even in your bill it says that we passed a bill to close courthouse. I think there's little things that even need to be amended this word wise. I think we all want to
tag word salad.
And try to do it for this. But I think my committee members from what I'm hearing to get this, like your Commissioner Glass.
I'm not prison.
Today,
tag not talking to a glass, talking and ignoring them.
We tried to have a meeting.
She did nothing wrong. Technically, her life turned out well, right? She got adopted. She's not in the gas chamber. She's adopted, but because she got adopted, she's not doing the post.
Oh, you say I'm in a gas chamber.
What are you gonna do?
Take a vote since
St. Louis.
The votes are torn.
And you know what I mean? And we try and make it
fucking
treacherous punks. There's no need to defend our system. It's brutal. Yeah, but you know what?
Best to hold this and go to another
At the
meeting.
same time that I advocate for prison reform,
I understand.
I'll also tell you, there's a
Fucking
lot
joke.
that's wrong with the system.
Waste of
There's 2 weeks ago,
taxpayer
a lot
money.
that's okay.
Terrorist.
Would you rather face the
It is,
system in the United States,
unfortunate
the
that
system of
King was
jurisprudence at its best? But I'm
I
not
just
talking
wanted to
about
add,
black
we
in
did
Alabama.
introduce the bill
I'm
back in
talking
December,
at
tried to
its
introduce
best.
it in November. But it,
Or
it
would
was
you rather
designed for
face-
December.
It was
Take
lies.
your
We
chances.
were redrawing
So
city
there is a
lines.
lot going on here, and I totally thank you for being willing to hear this again.
Fucking suck asses.
And
And I don't
look
have
forward
answers
to
to
if
these
anyone would
questions.
like
I
to
certainly
contact
don't
me
have
and work
perfect
on
answers.
amendments.
These are
Nobody
would love
wants to
do
talk
that.
to you.
Well, yeah, we like to do this the right way.
The points for discussion.
You're
is
not.
how
Something like
ends
this
up in
before
prison.
we get lost.
You know what
Joe
I'm saying?
Vaccaro,
I want to get
Shamim Clark Hubbard,
We got
Beth
an emoji
Murphy,
for-
Sharita Rogers, Joseph
Where's
Vollmer,
this emoji for the dad?
Pam Boyd, Annie Rice, Nahul Pfeffer,
Is there like different emojis,
Tom
like libraries,
Oldenburg,
different emojis?
and Marlene Davis.
I will thank everyone for the
I never seen such a crock of shit.
Of course, the legal system is broken, but the debate was letting out not
Y'all
the
lied.
for corona infection, but those people are already infected. So the only place they have to go is parents and grandparents. Well, there's a lot of it. So here's the thing, Sean. Here's what I'm gonna say. If we're talking, having a real-time conversation, and we're spitballing different things, I don't
No,
think
you're
it's an
spitting
indictment
lies.
of the entire suggestion, because I didn't come to you with like a 22-point plan of how to implement this. And of course, not every nonviolent offender in the system is infected.
Yeah, it's excellent.
It's the risk to them of being exposed to coronavirus that forms the premise that we do not find offender in prison this time, including people on immigration charges that have committed no crime whatsoever, really.
Really?
Trafficking,
That they should be further released. There's nothing about that premise that doesn't say or abdicates that an actual implementation, it wouldn't involve testing. And if they are infected, we can send them to a hospital. You know, the food's a little bit better than prison, right? And they can get better. They don't have to go to their parents' grandparents. Assume they have parents and grandparents. How about this? Surprise, surprise, Sean. I gotta tell you something. Thinking logically and rationally, we have to assume that some of these people wouldn't have to go to their grandparents and parents. Some of these people would just go to their homes. Right?
For one, that topic has been settled with me and Michelle talking in private. You brought it up for
And we're talking here. The actual work program that would start tomorrow. We can start a work program. It's called modern economic theory. I think we should look into it more as a community. Because there's all sorts of assumptions that we deal with regarding economics. Because we've been taught and we've been trained and we've been, for the most part, trained by a system. And there's a reason why things
Apparently they
out
love to make me
to end up
content.
with another Joe Biden, which is basically the same as Hillary Clinton, as being on the Democratic ticket.
I can't
Even though
listen to
last time
Sanders'
we played out this script, having a Hillary Clinton instead of a Bernie Sanders bit us in the end, right? But there's a reason why they always go Sanders. Because
That's
the powers
right.
that the real
That's
powers
right.
that control
That's
the media,
right.
that control
That's right.
bunnies,
Let me tell you
that
why.
are the 1% of 1% in
Let me tell you why I'm
reality.
dragging your motherfucking name. Cause your motherfucking ass gave
Aren't
all
really
these people my
interested in
address, right? Now they
And
dox
so
me
they're
out
interested
everywhere.
in people being exposed
And I'm getting all
over
this
and
kind of
over and over
bullshit.
again
Let me show you my
to the same
bullshit.
economic
today.
myths till they become hypnotized to think that they're the only
You don't like to be
economic
dragged,
reality.
right? You don't like to be talked about, right?
The Union of the
You should have
Soviet
thought about that
Socialist
shit.
Republics folded.
Straight
Okay,
up.
that means
You think I'm some kind
communism
of pussy or
doesn't
something?
work.
Y'all been dragging me for fucking weeks. Weeks.
Doesn't mean that at all. It means that in a complex interplay
So this is what I got
of
on Twitter
economic systems,
earlier.
under certain conditions, a communist system can fail.
I just seen
And
Grappler
there's all
Six's
sorts of
video
ways that you can rejigger
on Savage
and
from a week,
modify
from a few
and
days
change
ago.
things over
I'd
time and
like for you
change
to tell
systems.
him and your other little puppets to keep her name out of your fucking mouth before I cut little
And
Sadie's
making
tongue
that
out
argument in
and hear her
today's
bark like a
world
siren.
in conspiracy theory land, I know some people are going to raise their hands and say and repeat, Jordan B. Peterson or
mean?
Ben Shapiro's or PragerU's line about, oh, not real communism. I'm like, it's not no real Scotsman argument to say that the example of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics folding is not proof that communism doesn't work. And it doesn't prove communism not working doesn't mean that capitalism is the best system that human beings can operate their lives on. And it doesn't mean that it's the only thing that can be done. But it's a set of assumptions that we're hypnotized with. Like capitalism matches perfectly this kind of innate human nature to compete or survive, or will to power, or some other such bullshit. It's just absolutely not true. We don't see it mirrored or manifested in tribal societies. The invention of money
all the time, but
is not something that's organic, that happens every place in human civilization all the time. There's all sorts of different ways to modify the system and rework the system to make it more efficient and better. What are you going to do? Phil Blair, JFK has a good plan for addressing unemployment that you can watch in his video from 1954. Listen, we know what cures unemployment. See, here's the dirty little secret. When push comes to shove and the wheels are really about to fall off capitalism, guess what? All of a sudden, Social Security. All of a sudden, work programs that built the American highway system.
it's pretty weird. The city of St. Louis, I told you, they're subject today.
The amount of capital and also the notion that we can't print more money. We absolutely can print more money. That'll cause inflation. No, listen.
Which is good.
If money is imaginary, that David Icke knows that it is, then you can print up and then make
See what I'm saying? That's on the
play any
voicemail,
imaginary
right?
game that you want.
So I got
Including
people calling my
putting
goddamn
people to
phone.
work digging
I
ditches.
got people doxing my address.
She's like,
I got people threatening me on Twitter. You
Really,
think I'm not gonna
you
drag
can't.
you?
And you don't have to agree with me,
Keep dreaming.
right?
Other dogs want
And you don't have to agree with
The
my
only bitch
take
I
on that.
see in this whole fucking shit.
And we can
And you know
still
what I
talk
will say this Savage?
can
I don't
still
blame you for being
discuss
pissed off at
and
me.
debate and have fun.
right?
If I didn't know you
She's
knew,
a foot fucking away.
y'all said it
from-
too many times. Stop
A
playing victim
blast furnace.
circumstances you created. Let's
Right.
listen.
And I read it and I felt like you can't.
The trolls on Sputnik Radio.
Fuck yeah. You're gonna sit here and give me an apology. Then you're gonna drag me 12 hours later and you.
Yeah.
Marvin, this is my
Why did I drag you 12 hours
Smart
later?
thinking. There you
Why'd
go.
I drag you
folks. So there you
12
go.
hours
So
later?
look,
Savage.
the discussion continues. We're 1 hour, 18 minutes at 7:30. So we got started early, so we can end. So we'll be doing good. So I'm not going to stay here for a million
I'll tell
years,
you
but
why.
let's do this.
Because you were
Yolanda
running your
says,
mouth, you were
CW,
making
come
all
to
these
Israel.
videos.
I would
Video
love to.
after video
I would
after
absolutely
video
love
after
to.
video
Again, I
after
have
video
been
after
to the whole
video.
land.
All these
I have.
panels, you've made a panel before I even
I would like to
responded.
see it again someday. So we're at 1 hour and
Yeah, I gave you
18
a
minutes.
apology. And it
We're
was
right to
heartfelt,
1:30 on the
honestly.
dot, maybe. So we've got about a little less than 12 minutes.
It really
If
wasn't
you've got any
time.
questions or comments for me that you would
Now
like
I
to see
don't care.
addressed, let's try and see if we can do a speed
And I don't
round.
really
And you
think
won't. You'll have other
anybody-
things you
I don't
talk
care
about.
who
It
blames
won't
me. I
matter.
don't
I'll
care.
be for 12 minutes. Like, basically staring off into space. But who cares, right? It is what it is.
You're cooking yourself.
I'm sick of your threats. I'm sick of all this fucking Twitter shit. I mean, why are you putting my personal information out on Twitter? And you expect me not to respond, right?
Phil Blair,
I'm
what
supposed to be a
happened to
meek
Victor
little
Surge?
mild little rat over here, right?
I think that he couldn't post here under the name Victor Surge, the account. We could never figure out what was going on with the account.
That ain't gonna cut
So he
it.
made a new account.
You picked the right one.
We've seen it before. Out of mind, looks up emoji. Sean Sullivan. Marxism,
I want
Maoism,
you to listen
Leninism, and
closely to what's said
Trotskyism. Much to contemplate.
between Mike and Savage.
Yeah, it is. And I'm not an advocate for any of those particular systems.
Yeah, I know.
And I'm certainly, he is Leo Martin. There you go.
Show game.
So, you know, I'm not a particular advocate of any of those particular systems. And I'm not an advocate I'm certainly not an advocate of any of those particular individuals.
Is it fair,
You
Holly?
know what I mean? Leo Marvin, Victor Surge's mysteriously blocked the many UFO channels. Did we just get lazy? Here's what happened.
Me and
Here's what
Bombshell.
happened.
Nothing was going on.
Here's what I
with me
believe
and Bombshell.
happened. We don't quite know how, but it seems like under certain conditions, people with wrenches, if they block people in a particular way, it doesn't just time them out, but I think it actually ends up blocking them on the channel. Right. So what ended up happening, we think, is you accidentally, you no one intentionally blocked Victor Sharp. We got no problem with you. It's friendly.
See, that's where you fucked up, Mike.
Soon as you found out, Leah told Victor it's not a small time journalist is a show. We'll block anyone that shows evidence.
What was I gonna do, Mike?
There's a lot of that going around. We don't think we actually blocked on purpose, but here's what happened. When we were talking about it, I was always saying, I'm going to check, I'm going to check, I'm going to check, I'm going to check. I never got around to it, so eventually, you just like get into a town. And then it was like going around the
I wasn't gonna put shit out.
the loophole or whatever. Philip Blair says, what about your erotic science fiction fantasy? I've got a lot of erotic science fiction and fantasy. Some of which I've read, some of which I'm waiting for. I collect the works of John Norman. Okay, that's not science fiction, but that's definitely erotic fantasy. Don't judge me. I just read it for the non-dirty parts. Okay? I read it for the cheap Conan the Barbarian impersonation. But as far as erotic science fiction is concerned, I've got some like within, reach. None of it's very good. I gotta tell you. And also, it's in today's day and age, I gotta tell you something. I long for the old days, right? I long for the old days. Have I read? Yeah, that's the gore stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Have I read?
She had a little pimple. Did you notice that?
Forward.
Erotic fiction, like nasty books.
So I told him about the puppy thing, right?
There used to be like pornographic books. I guess they're still made, and it was like books, right? And you read it and be like, and then he.
I told him made me cry. He said, I'm sure it did. That's beyond fucking cruel.
This and the other thing, right? It was like, it's porno, but in like written out form, right?
Sorry, my bad.
And I think it's hard to find a market for that stuff today because the internet, you have all this access to all this porno in the world. Like porno magazines. That's got to be like a dying field, right? I assume that life for the printed pornographic material at one point in time was better than it is today. I know that Playboy magazine notoriously do they still publish Playboy magazine? I don't know. I know they won't forever. Super V Funkhead says, I love and collect vintage erotic sci-fi art. The art is one thing, because there's a point at which you want to see that which titillates, but you don't need to go full, peel the banana. But there you go. But yeah, Sean Sullivan. Now see, for Sean Sullivan, for all of our political differences and all of our differences regarding
he told me check out the fingernails. I said, my God, wait, who just did their nails? I was like, savage. He said, who has fingernails like that? I said, I'll never pay attention. Who she send that to?
Do you want to know what's
great? He said, now maybe the colors change, but who does their nails like that?
The greatest John Norman novel is actually none of
I
the
said,
war stuff.
She said that to Abe.
It's
I'm not gonna say
it's
more,
called
but isn't
Ghost
she married too?
and it
I
is
said,
about
didn't she? I said, yeah, she's
basically
married.
it's set in the
I
old
said, that's
west,
awful bad to
and
do, don't you
it's
think?
about a man very similar to the tale of Charles, whatever. But it's set in the old west, and it's
So he sent me the picture. I'm looking at his
brilliantly
picture right now.
romantic. He wrote
I
two
said, I should
novels
text her,
that
say
are
one
not
more
war
motherfucking
related.
thing,
One of
Stan.
whom is
I said, I'll never tell who gave me anything. That's fucked
this
up.
ghost
But I know
dance.
Abe
Another
gave
one's
it
like a
to me.
time travel that
He
I
said I
haven't
might happen
finished.
to have other women also.
Rizome
He
says
says I'm always
apparently
undercover.
that guy
I
who
said
was
any one
former
of those
White Hat
demons who
was
fucked
also
with
in the
me.
rocket
I said no
fiction.
way. They gave me.
Yes, he wasn't
I
apparently
mean,
an
was.
official
I don't know why,
time
honestly,
slave. Ghost
they're
dance
doing
and time slave.
He said, I'm
Sure.
not going to say,
Where
I'm
the
just
fuck
saying
are you
everyone
going?
isn't as pristine as they have.
Anyway, Rizome says apparently
I
the
said,
guy
I
was
was
former
really
White
upset
Hat was
about it,
also
and I
an
just started
erotic fiction
laughing. I
writer.
said, no,
Yes.
fuck 'em.
And the thing
I said,
about
I
his
just wanted
erotic
to shut
fiction
the
is
damn
that his
mouth.
erotic fiction that he was writing, much of it was never actually, I don't know if it was ever put in hard
I
copy.
said,
I
I'm
think
straight
it got
bombshell
put
mode. I
on
said, I would
demand.
scare her hack to
A
damn
lot of the
death.
allegations
And I'm
about
gonna
how
figure out
he
how
was
to
like
do channels.
mentally
That's not
fucking
what
with
the matter
people and
was.
torturing them
Now I'm
was by
straight
putting
in
their
bombshell
stories in
mode.
their
It takes
narrative
force gangs to
into
come to
this
me. I'm
erotic
still here
faction,
talking shit.
fiction.
He
So
said,
people
just
want
take
to
your
know at
time
this
to think
point need
things
to know
through.
who's
I
former
have
White
dirt,
Hat.
but I don't drop on
Okay,
my mom.
here's the story in a nutshell.
I said, I just need
Back in
something
the
that will make
day,
them stop in mid-sentence. I
Terry
can't show
Cassidy
that.
of
I'll
Project
get
Camelot
locked up.
had an internet radio show on a particular internet
Make sure
radio.
that
I
y'all
think it was
know
called,
that I
I
said
forget whether, I get these things all mixed up, whether it was Freedom Slips or Free Domain Radio.
I need
Anyway, there
something
was
that
a
will make
particular
them stop in
internet
mid-sentence.
radio
I can't show
broadcaster. She had a show on it, and another guy
I know,
called,
there's more to come,
we
trust.
call him now former White Hat, I forget what his name was, also had a radio show on,
So
and he
tell me,
would
Mike, what was
often
going on with
fill
you?
in for her on her show. What was the problem? That
We didn't have
individual
we didn't have a
who
problem.
filled in for her often on this radio show, he was
I've
an
never had a
author,
problem.
did all this different things.
She's like, don't.
Started
No,
a
no,
online
You
blog.
came into my DMs
I
talking
think
to
it
me
was honestly a WordPress
Oh
blog
my
about
where
God.
he
that
would
boy
mock
radio
and make
dedication.
fun of
I
the
said, that's
guests
scary.
that Carrie Cassidy would have on. Specifically,
Did
Duncan
I ask you
O'Finner.
for other
Right?
names? Yes,
One of
let
the
me tell you
first,
what I
you know, I'm a
said.
super soldier guy. And then Freedom Slips, aka
I
Revolution
said, I've
Radio.
never seen
So, thank you so
someone
much.
so
Thank you so
fucking
much.
weird.
Thank you so much. But Six
And then
Design
he
says,
told me
yeah,
about
it's
the
on
whole
Amazon,
angry
it's
grandpa
paperback,
community.
Kindle. This is getting crazy. Okay, so yeah. So yeah. So he was having
He said
you know,
after those
French for
quarters,
Carrie
he had
Cassidy.
those other
Then he was
dicks.
also making
After.
this blog where he was basically making
He's
fun
talking
of
about
her.
Isaac.
Okay?
Tell
And
me I can
people
pay
started to get
$20 to get
incensed
my
about it.
information on
And
white pages.
people started to make connections, and there was
He
one
said it's
kid in
100%
particular.
her, but of
He was
course
a
she'll
friend of
deny
Duncan
it.
O'Finnian, and he's
Who would
also
admit
was
that?
a
And
former
yes, Abe
associate
has the same teacher, much,
of,
much more. Even one with a
Randy
face you
Morgan,
can't deny.
who helped expose this whole thing with Carrie
Like,
Cassidy's
his is
connection
just real
to
tight.
former
Just like
White Hat,
hers.
where they were basically saying and identifying Carrie
I said she
Cassidy
was
as
running her
a
mouth still. I
a
cried
bad
and I
actor
sent her just a hand
because
on the
she
leg.
was
She was running
allowing
her
this
mouth
guy
still.
to,
I'd do
you know,
anything to
run
shove a
roughshod
noodle in
on
her face.
people's lives. There were also
And her
indications that
mouth.
it was like
Shut
a purposeful COINTELPRO psyop. So this one
I said,
particular kid,
I'm not gonna show her
he was
nude
a kid at the time,
or
I
tell
think he was
anyone
a young
you're
adult,
helping
like
me.
18, 19
I just
years
want
old,
Rich to know I got
who
him by the
believed that
nuts.
he was a
And that was
targeted
true.
individual.
That's
I
what I
believe
said.
he might have
I don't
thought
care
that he was
who
involved
makes
in
mine.
super soldier
That's what I said.
programs. Started to
Because this
write
was right after the puppy
another
incident, to tell you
vlog
the truth.
trying to expose former White Hat as this Carrie Cassidy associate.
And it was
Okay?
a sub of yours,
That
Savage.
kid
Yeah,
ended
I
up
was fucking
committing
upset.
suicide.
You're right.
In a strange turn of events, Randy Morgans ended up associate Duncan O'Finnian
All that shit that you were
started, I
putting on
think he told
Twitter.
Randy Morgans
It
that
was being he
he
said
was
to
the
me,
guy that actually
I
killed
didn't
the
strike
kid,
your account.
that it wasn't
I
a
didn't even try to
suicide,
take control of
that
your account.
under
I just let
hypnosis, he was able to recover these memories
I just let
and
you do it.
realized that he was
I didn't say one word
activated to
about it. I
actually
didn't even
kill
acknowledge
the
it.
kid. Now, it's okay
But I was
because
going to
the kid
screenshot
committed
every day what
suicide,
you were doing
he's
on
not
the
gonna
board.
finish,
Every
he's
day.
not a super
I didn't say
soldier.
shit.
Though he's been shot multiple
I
times
just let
before.
you do it.
But that more has to do with like his decreased socioeconomic factors.
I could have taken that damn account
I mean,
on
I wouldn't
top.
want to fight him, but
I chose not to do
You
that.
don't need to be a super soldier.
I don't know who did, but I didn't.
You can be a regular
I could have
soldier,
done it a
right?
while back.
You don't have to be a regular soldier, right? You can be one of these guys that's dedicated to one day get into the military. Really. You work out a little, you'll probably be able to handle it. Anyway, I'm trying to
You started talking about G.
Anywho, this guy, this former
You
white
didn't
hat
like it
guy,
being brought up.
ended up
And
blowing
really,
the
that's all
scene.
there was to
Not
it.
because of any of this shit.
See, people only know the
He
savage
had
now,
gotten
not the
like
old
he'd
savage.
gotten like a Guatemalan prostitute.
He said, I told you I got you. I said, oh yeah.
And then she had a
got me
baby.
all right.
But in a divorce proceeding, he didn't know if he'd be able to keep the kid. So he faked his own
For
death.
nothing. No reason at all.
Literally,
I never
too
did a
much.
fucking
This is
thing
like
to you.
2000
Nothing.
whatever. He
I didn't
has
do
a
anything
friend
to you
at a
either.
former newspaper that he worked at write this obit. There's no grave, there's no nothing. Anyway, this dude takes the kid and flies, I think, to Brazil. Months later, people are contemplating, is this guy really dies? Is he really alive? You know, Terry Cassidy has that song, Jaguar.
So you knew.
Prowling through the jungle.
Right.
Jaguar.
That's what you just said
It's
again,
so
right?
crazy. It's
You
like
knew.
the silliest song ever. A video
Before your lives,
pops
right?
up on YouTube
Of
of a little girl,
So you spent
a
all
little
these hours
brown
on
skinned
television.
girl,
Right. You knew.
the exact, appearing to be the exact same age as this dude, former White Hat, kidnapped daughter would have been.
Can still build muscle.
Jaguar by background, and you see a white guy's hand come out with the stuffed jaguar. He comes up to the kid and like teases the kid with it, and the kid laughs and is like obviously acting like she knows this guy. Like, "What's your problem?" And then the video ends. Yeah. This is the people in this city are buck wild. And the former white hot blog is still around. I think it's still up. You can see it. And the notion that like these people, this is the intentional side to drive people crazy. It's literally just blog entries like, you're gonna fit in as a super soldier? Yeah, right. That guy looks like the only thing he's super about him is to destroy happiness. It's like that kind of shit. It was like what happened. You know what I mean? And this guy didn't take any of this shit seriously.
Ain't that something?
The only thing that this guy, former white hat, took seriously was bagging brown prostitutes and cocaine. As clearly as I can understand why the details from writing, the only thing this guy really gave a shit about was going to Tijuana, getting ripped out cocaine and methamphetamine, and fucking brownie. That's what he did for a living, with some writing on the side. So there you go. There you go. There you go. Maybe we'll have to do another deep dive on it. I didn't know about it back in the day. But we may have to do another deep dive about it. Who knows? Who knows? But I know it's 1:33:09. We got 55 live viewers with 30 thumbs up. So that's enough magic numbers for me to go, folks. I gotta get the fuck out of here. I love you. I hope you get somebody. Chat there. Look at the title of my video and look how much good times we're gonna get out of it. You know, tell your friends and family that tune into this channel that if they only tune in to David Wilcock and those episodes, they are watching the wrong episodes. I'm telling you, this is the better stuff. This is the better stuff. And if you want another great video podcast to watch her latest. She did not the one, the one from yesterday, where she's interviewing a born again Christian guy who's like, Jesus Christ, she's all like, actually here that was actually walking and fully masturbating. That proof that Jesus Christ is in heaven. You know, it's great. Yeah, she talked that turns into a debate. It's a debate between the crazy and the stupid. Anyway, I love you. Oh! This book says sounds like I'm
Play my game for bomb. That's what you need to do.
Yes, brilliant.
I know about listening to shit. I want y'all to listen to
Steven Durant says Dr. Opinion was the first day and time I thought this is BS. Think back in the day. Think back in the day and remember conspiracy with Vince McMahon, no. What's his name? I don't even like his name. Jess the
That's right.
I'm just
We
right.
sure did.
Super and it's, they had Duncan O'Finian. If you want pure proof that there are super soldiers for the military, they're called Army Rangers and Navy SEALs. Look at fucking Duncan O'Finian at 50 whatever, standing next to 60-something-year-old actual former Navy SEAL, just dividing the Torah, and you'll see that none of these super soldiers are super soldiers. Duncan O'Finian, James Caswell, Max Spears, great. Look at the actual chiseled, heart of stone, nail biting, shit kicking motherfuckers that actually get introduced in military programs like the Spetsnaz in the fucking former Soviet Union, or the fucking, or those German guys, I don't know, I forget, you know what I mean? Like, look at the fucking, like, honestly, look at the get up of the fucking average, like, what is it, Singapore military people. Honestly, there are military people in the world that are super soldiers, and none of them are on YouTube super soldiers. Because you see the people that look like they're
Just like the whole puppy thing when I thought I was getting a puppy, right? When you
me when I was a little kid playing with G.I. Joe. Just because you pick up,
I got your subs in my Twitter.
And pretend to be a ninja doesn't make you a ninja. Anyway, I love you. Mario Heat says, look at your average Marine. Don't look further. And then look at the
right after the puppy thing.
What the fuck?
Is when Mike came to me
honestly
about the news.
Not trying to mock anyone. Not trying to make fun.
He already knew that shit made me cry. That shit fucking upset me.
I gotta go.
He really did.
Who remember Steven Durant? Who remembers Indigo Children? Right? Remember, if it's a real thing, it doesn't go out of the news. If it's a fake thing, it comes and goes like fashion, right?
All this is for nothing. Nothing.
If it's a real news item, if it's a real thing that happens, like war or terrorism or the IRA,
right? But he took advantage of that.
Or earthquakes or volcanoes or murder, it occurs and it occurs again and again. And we talk like economic developments, communism, socialism versus capitalism. These things exist.
I can't afford one.
And therefore, they are talked about and they are discussed and they are reiterated and they come back and back again because they're real.
So
and
I was in my feelings. I was come and go like that. I was hurt.
Artificial intelligence, black field, the Greys, the reptilian shapeshifters, the transhumanist agenda, Indigo Children, Ascension, 2012.
I dragged you 12 hours later because you were talking shit.
Et cetera. But I've already blown past it. I love you, folks. I gotta go. You'll keep me here all day. We'll come back again tomorrow or the next day or something else. We'll be around. I love it.
And that's why I dragged you. Yeah, Cassandra. I want a cavapoo. I want a little cavapoo. That's what I want. Oh, Lord. But look, I said what I said when I was in my feelings. I mouthed off, I mean, I know I did. But really, what it boils down to is this. Mike made up some kind of excuse about me doxing G or something. I hadn't even talked on G in forever. And the time that I did talk about G was after the lie that he made, saying, "Dumb Shelley, you've triggered," and started talking about my dad and other things, right? That's when I talked about G. I still did his medical shit up there.
Was then one of the
you made that up to save your fucking ass. You thought, really, Mike, you thought I was going to tell Savage,
which was
you gave it to me. That's really what it was.
The main focus
and you just flipped it around and beat me to the punch.
Meme and idea that was spreading like wildfire and was really the rage for a while. It was really,
the thing that you did, you forgot to say,
and their promotion of the work
I
of
asked you
Cara
if
St.
she
Louis
knew, and you said no one
and
knew.
Harold Kutzvella,
Yeah, they did.
who had written a
her
book
say she did.
about this
So let's
lack
listen
of
to it again
goofing
one
on
more
it.
fucking time.
I think really building up the work of another gentleman who was featured on the Basis Project with Miles Johnson talking about
It's not
that.
because of him, it's because of you.
I'm gonna assume a lot of foreknowledge on the part of the audience that they know and understand that what I'm talking about is not black
She
tar heroin
conveniently
or some
slept
sort
out
of
why talking about her
to
12 hours
some
later.
other substance.
Savage was
But
posting
it's
clip
the
after clip after clip about
nefarious
mom. I remember it because it pissed me off.
that some still
Yeah,
talk
they
about
all seem to
speculate
have that selective
being,
memory. You know what I'm saying?
weaponized.
Yes, she got that
It's an
selective
artificial intelligence from beyond the stars. And many moons have passed since I first addressed talked about that. And for a while, it seemed like it had kind of run its course. One of the things to know and understand is, though we might feel as though this is a very, very large community, with wide reach that somehow exists above simple problems and what common. The fact of the matter is that the actual players, the people that generate the conspiracies and ideas, little new agey, metaphysical theories that come up and perpetrate, perpetuate. But these are really, individuals. And the individual makes an utterance, the individual produces a work, the individual makes a book, the individual makes a lecture, the individual makes several statements, on some sort of tour, the alternative media, up and down the internet radio dial. And those ideas get out there. Some of those ideas take root and become bigger ideas and become part of the norm. Let's go back in time. Let's think about Area 51. Let's think about the work of Bob Lazar. Let's talk about
here's the thing. Who started first?
The Montauk Project. The Montauk Project is a perfect example.
Who started it first?
Once upon a time,
it wasn't me.
Not long ago at all.
So go ahead and keep going.
There wasn't a Montauk Project.
And they'll see that I didn't respond
even
from
50, 60
money.
years. There was no.
The only reason I'm even playing this right now is because I find it very interesting.
The Philadelphia conspiracy hoax created by chancers, created by people who, this is my. If you regard this as simply my opinion, you regard it as simply my opinion. I believe that it's factually evident that there is no such thing as the Philadelphia experiment. That did not happen. That we can look at the research and look at the research honestly.
So if you know that's where it came from, why are you trying to hear me up?
We want it to be the case that there's aliens going to have, the disclosure is going to happen. We can do this, and the med bed pays are on the way, so we don't have to get sick and die, and we can do these amazing things so that our lives would be charmed, right, and be made better by more closely resembling the fantasy projections we have into the future, right? Star Trek is a projection to a futuristic ideal state, right? Where the doctors don't have to cut you up and sew you up like garbage, right? But can heal you miraculously, where men can visit new distant planets, and have sex with stranger and exotic women. The fantasy of the future is a projection. And oftentimes we look at these ideas and these theories that are put forward and whistle blown about, and our imagination takes hold. And instead of looking at what is, we're sifting through things for what we want to be, right? I mean, if you look at the Philadelphia experiment, people know. People have talked to the authors, people have talked to the people that were the supposed whistleblower. His name escapes me. But there's no evidence.
I mean, I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna say this, I don't
That
blame you for
idea
saying
takes hold and takes root, and then the Philadelphia experiment is so
Not that I'm aware of, cheesy.
And it becomes
I ain't heard
so,
the truth. I ain't
so
heard the word
that
truth
people
come out
will
of her
hear in
mouth.
lectures, ostensibly
I
at
ain't heard
lectures
nothing come
dedicated
out of
to
her
the
mouth.
true analysis of alternative scientific data and evidence. And they will talk about these things in the Philadelphia experiment or project with the
I
Montauk
just need to
project
hear him.
as if it happened.
How much you want to bet?
And then people get involved. So Philadelphia experiment is birth of the Montauk project, which is wholly built
She ain't gonna get shut the fuck
the
down.
legacy of that Philadelphia
Now, I'm gonna say
experiment
this.
fiction.
She's right about what she's saying. Mostly.
Hey, if I use terms that are insulting, I'm just trying to be honest. Behind the
She's not
Montauk
good.
project are broken people. People
I don't
whose
really think you
lives
understand
may
really,
not have
Cheese,
turned out
that
to
you
be
really can be
as
held
grandiose and as
liable
exciting
for
as they
all.
wanted to be.
And you know, I
People
don't
who
know
may
why
not
you
have
think you
become
can't.
the men they wanted to be.
On top of that, you said you got more than one, right? Nope, I'm not. You
And
know what I
despite
mean?
the fact that you can go to where the Montauk project supposedly took place and you can
He had
see
more than one.
with your own eyes that this is a
He did.
mundane
He didn't call me,
location
no. We said he apologized
with
to me.
no
Messenger.
evidence
That's
of
not the point.
concrete cover-up, no
My point is
evidence
this
of
whole conversation right here.
spontaneous monsters coming through other dimensional gates. And yet,
Because this is like the
to
third or
this
fourth
day,
time that
I know people who will
she said that he
testify
called
to have
and
been
told her that he
there
was setting me up.
and participated in those things.
So did he call before the picture?
What
or
are we to
after the
make of
picture?
this?
You had no reason to go.
So all
anywhere
that
before I
really
gave
ends
you
up
the picture.
happening, I find, or I have found
curious.
so far, in my attempts to dialogue with people in the conspiracy theory, UFOlogy
You
community
said she didn't
about
know,
these
but she
problems
said
that I
she did.
have, the introduction of
Because you called and
alternative,
told
crazy theories and ideas that take root and become
that's perfectly
more
clear.
real
You can hear that clearly. And more than one live stream about me.
But all that
Right.
ends up happening is
So
this,
here's
is
the
that
thing.
my data starts, and the minute people kind of tune into the fact that I'm not saying that
It was
Black goo is
completely
an
your fault.
actualized reality, or I'm debating the existence of the Montauk Project, the Philadelphia experiment, which
You
are
came to me
critical
knowing
to some people's knowledge and understanding of their knowledge and understanding of the
upset.
world.
And I was
That they know the
genuinely
truth
upset.
about
I
radiology.
was.
That they know the truth about anti-gravitics. That they know the truth about this, that, or the other thing.
I still am.
And it turns out that you can come to
You
a
came
place
to
where
me.
people are saying, we want the truth,
And
we
you
want
fucked
the
with
truth,
it,
we
right?
want the truth.
And then the puppy
And the
thing
minute
happened.
you try to tell them that
And
the
then that's
truth
when you
may
said,
be
well, I got dirt on them. I told
less
you
exciting than
automatically from jump, I could not post
that it might
on
not be
their
the
channel.
case that the
I
motherships
wasn't
have
gonna put, I had
arrived
no intention
and
of
are
posting.
cloaked and are just waiting for their moment to come down and let you know it's all right.
I don't care what anybody says. I didn't.
And
You're
the
the one
dance
that
of the
are sharing
whistleblowers
somebody's news
and the Alex
saying
Colliers
somebody else
leads
for
to
the
the
purpose
Corey
of harassment.
Goods.
Correct.
And some ideas take hold and
That's
some
our
ideas don't.
incitement.
Some ideas come up and some ideas fade, but they
And
come
you
up,
gave a week.
they rise and fall for the most part.
I haven't doxed you, Mike. I haven't even tried to. I don't
For
know
the
savages
most
that
part,
aggressive.
they are tied to
No.
single individuals, and as those single individuals rise and
Y'all are doing
fall
the most
in
about
fortune,
this shit, right?
or in fame, or
Only
in
one person in
exposure,
the
or in
world had my
desire to be
fucking address, and
exposed,
that was Savage.
some ideas come up, some ideas go
Only one
away.
person had my real phone number, and that was Savage.
So black goo was a big deal for a while.
Now, I'm not throwing the
But
phone number
as
out
people
there.
may recall, the
I'm not throwing
individuals
anything about you out there.
had problems, especially
And I've been
Harold
sending a lot of
Kutzvella.
fucking shit.
And when Harold Kutzvella went off the deep end,
But it seems
as
to
I'm
me
sure
that
he
it's just a fucking
does,
pattern, right?
like me, periodically.
I mean, you accused an
Not
old
because
man of rape, of
a
domestic
bad person.
violence, and
Not
being a
because
pedophile. That's why you got ran out of the angry grandpa community.
he's flawed, but it's
That's
because it's simply the nature of some minds to
And he had
vacillate
cancer on top of it.
between states.
And
And
we
so
all
when it
heard
went off
that
the
earlier
rails, we went off the rails,
on that video.
people have problems, people develop
And I got
problems,
plenty more. I got your
lines of communication
I
open,
got old shit
bridges are
stuff
burned,
that I hadn't
and so
done a
goes
damn
the
thing
world.
with because you know
So
why?
when I made the video about black
People
goo,
change, right?
and my refutation
People
of,
change.
you know,
People
the
change
principal
and try to do better.
lectures that kind of gave rise
That they did before,
to
right?
its inception and its the belief in it.
Except you do.
I felt like I might have been on the tail end of something because quickly thereafter,
You have railroaded
black
me from
goo
jump
was no longer the name of the game,
about all this.
right? Subsumed, as we know. I mean, we can do the timeline. We can go back in time and we can remember together.
And that's okay.
Just like guys
that's
going to Grateful Dead shows or cats at high school hanging out. Yo, dude, remember fucking Pink Floyd we saw in sophomore year? That show was crazy. That show was bananas. Oh man, remember the party? Remember the party? You know, and on 12th Street where I got to second base with Madeleine Albright. You know what I mean? People, I remember that. That was great. These become touchstones, and you can go back to those touchstones.
When really,
you can go back to
and
those
listen to
touchstones
everything you said about
you
me.
can remember Black
video
Goo. Oh
you
my
said
God.
about me.
And then it
I could have
was
done the same.
targeted
I did, though. I kept my
individual.
mouth shut.
Then we morphed into
But now I'm not
artificial
keeping my mouth
intelligence.
shut because now I'm just sick of it.
And then it was the dawn of the blue avians. And quickly thereafter, everything kind of became subsumed because in American politics, the drama
There's been many
of the election of Donald Trump, that shook up the whole game board, right? And all of a sudden, conspiracies that were once interconnected from point A to point B, all of a sudden were triggered to be, it was no longer
Man, let
the
me tell you,
black
you
goo.
motherfuckers. What y'all not gonna do is hem me up for some bullshit. What you not gonna do,
you know, who killed the targeted individual in the map room with the candlestick.
hemmed up and you not be hemmed up. I'm telling you now. I've got everything you've done.
Now it's Donald Trump versus the deep state
video, and it was all sent to me in a
trying to save the poor Haitian babies, or whatever the case may be, whatever the conspiracy or idea of the day.
Because in the back of my mind, really, I thought that
we were
maybe
talking
we
about
just, had a
solutions.
normal conversation
I promised
without
this.
screaming and hollering at each other
I titled
and
this
threatening each
as a
other,
solutions-oriented
work
video.
out
So
in the
in
end,
dealing with this community,
it would work out, or at least come to some kind
it
of
also
understanding.
becomes an aspect of dealing with
That's
myself.
really what I thought.
Because I, like
But
many
you
of
can't
you,
make you can't
and
make
by
somebody do
turns
anything,
a
and more
skeptic
importantly, I don't want to now.
or a believer,
You want to call a truce, we can call a truce.
or a sad sack, you know what I mean? Or a happy, confused clown. We have different.
I've said it a million times. The day that I apologized to you, you went live about me. That's why I dragged you. I respond to your bullshit. I don't just start talking about you for no fucking reason. You go on panel to panel to panel to panel, man. Please, please, please drop the innocent act, okay? Stop. Seriously. What I'm gonna do is go ahead and put every one of the text out there. That's what I'm gonna do. And people will see that I tried to reason with you. I tried to reason with you. I tried to talk to you more than once. And you just kept making video after video after video. So truly, it was you that wanted to do it. You're the one that wanted it to be. You're the one that wanted it. So do not bitch about it when you get beat.
So.
And sitting there saying that he got me in your shit. No, you got me in your shit.
I have found in trying to dialogue with people.
He just did a dirty
who believe
fucking foul
different
thing.
things or accept different things as fact than I do.
And a criminal thing at that. And I don't know
it
why
can
he
become the
thinks
case that people
and
can,
why he wouldn't
I
be
think,
held
interpret
accountable,
me
you know what I mean?
or understand me simply
Kind
as a
of blows
skeptic.
my mind. How he
Or
thinks
by
that justice
turns,
is
even
sorry
worse,
that he's in the
perchance
clear,
a
right?
cynic, right?
It's not.
Where the skepticism somehow turns, toxic and hostile. The penile gland goes full calcification.
And nobody.
And, no light or love, penetrates the solar plexus or the heart chakra with it.
Just remember that. I'm not threatening nobody. I'm just saying, Mike, I mean, if you think you want to touch
No,
me,
I had to mute. I had to mute.
touch
Am I still muted? I shouldn't be still muted. No, I should be back, right?
And you
I had to
already
mute.
touching
I
the
had
guy.
to mute.
If I had your phone number, I
Not
probably
even.
would, honestly.
It might as well be something. So we're moving. We're back on. We're back on. Sorry about that. Yeah. Keep moms off the. Anyway, let me do this.
No, I'm sorry, it doesn't always make it better, right? No.
Some viewers may bear with me. My sincere apologies for the reality of life. I mean, let this be a lesson to you. I'm not a CIA, FBI shill or shill oriented or recognized by any other organization. I'm really a human being. You know what I mean? I'm really a human being trying to relate to people and trying to talk to people and trying to say, you know, I didn't come to this new agey tide pool. I didn't come to this area. I didn't come into this world. You know, of people who talk about aliens and chakras and spirituality and crystals and disclosure beyond the wall and conspiracies. I didn't come here as a naysayer.
Never said a
just
word
to
about HIPAA anything.
I really didn't. I came here
I
because
asked
this is
you
where
to show the timestamp of what live
this is
stream
where my
that I
orientation
said
is.
you
These are
still
the
ain't done.
things that I too am interested in, though my
Stop
formulation and understanding
Because I
of
wouldn't.
how things work
I wouldn't talk
or
about
what the
his
importance
shit.
of them are or what's true or not true
Let me go
may
ahead and
be
read that.
different
I'm
than
just
you
gonna shut that lie down
or
right
yours or
now.
somebody else's.
Let me just shut your lie down right motherfucking now, punk. Dang.
So what do I mean by solutions to
Well, I
the
don't
blank?
care who tells it. I do that.
By way of social experiment, sometimes in the middle of the night, I wake up with an idea
See, I
or a
hate that
concept
shit.
and I
Don't
think,
lie.
maybe there's something there.
You did it for what? You did it to get back at Savage. That's what you said. That's what started it
Maybe
out.
there's some
She's
idea
walking around
here,
here like she's
some
a
new
cock
avenue
walking
that
shit.
or some way that I could try and come through,
Don't
build
sit
a
there and play
bridge.
that bullshit.
make peace. My desire is not to, be combative with people. My desire is to have people understand that the reason that I say and criticize some of these things,
Little before
and
that, he
talk
said
about
he
their
used
true
the picture as a
origins,
breadcrumb
is
to
to
get stuck
help
on
and
you to bring your
protect
channel
people.
down, or maybe.
If you want to get gassed up and excited about Project Montauk with the concepts behind anti-gravitics, or what that technology could possibly mean, or what the development of the technology could possibly do for people, I love you. God bless you. But the problem becomes then when these things become codified as facts. I mean, we know and understand, even when we discuss things like the history of World War II. And I'm not talking about whether or not an alien met with Eisenhower and whether or not there were lizards with the Luftwaffe. I'm not talking about that aspect.
Did anybody hear me say that G knew about it?
History. I'm talking about just people's
Has
perception.
anybody heard me say
There
that?
are
Ever?
professors of history that write books today about Churchill, about Hitler, about military operations, some of which
I never once said G's name about it. You better bring receipts with your words, man. Because we are a receipt
some of which
motherfucker over here.
differ dramatically
Yeah,
from
to
each
show
other in
one.
their interpretation.
Yeah, to show one.
What happened, where, and
Each
why.
ass.
Why did Hitler invade? Why would Hitler refrain from it? What would have happened if?
Okay.
Right? So even when talking about mundane human
The
events,
HIPAA shit.
you can see
Okay,
that there
let me
can
prove
be
it. There was no HIPAA
differences of interpretation. You don't want to use the word opinion
shit. I
because
know,
there's things
Squishy, I
that
haven't.
you're
I know
not
I
talking
haven't.
about people having different opinions
That's what
about
blows
things.
my mind
You're
about
talking
it all.
about people having really different ideas about what
The HIPAA shit.
actually
HIPAA shit.
happened. So the inclusion
Because I
or
know that everybody
creating a
remembers I lied when
scenario
I drug
where
G. And what did I do? I stopped at what?
myth and
The medical
story
shit.
can become
That was during the
ingrained
reaction
and
to his
part
video,
of
wasn't it, ladies and
people's
gentlemen?
conceptualization
Yes,
of
it was.
what really happened on planet Earth in
What was I
1972
reacting to?
or 1982 or whenever
G's live stream about me.
is problematic because bad data
And after that
leads
is when
to
we had that conversation
bad output.
on G-Force between me
You
and
can't
him
make
and
correct
Savage.
decisions if you're
And he
operating
apologized to
from
me.
bad
And it
or
was
lousy
squashed.
information. You need
So I
good
don't even know
information.
why you trying to exhibit your,
And therefore, I want to
insert yourself
suggest
there
that
either. You just making up shit
it
because
may
you know
be the case
you fucked up.
that there
You know
could
you
be a
fucked
battle,
up.
and I've argued for it.
then you wanna
People, some
cry
people disagree
and
with me,
say
some
you
people
didn't
agree with me.
know.
That I, you know, people know that I've dabbled in channeling on this channel.
Yes. Yes, Deborah, it
No
would.
pun
It's
intended.
not, it wasn't my battle.
And talked about the fact that
Me
there
and
may
Jeb never
be
had an issue talking
valuable
back and forth,
stuff, and it's
okay?
like fiction.
Never.
Do you know what I mean? You can have
But
a
I'm
work
just
of
letting him
fiction
letting
that can touch
people
you in
make
a
good
way
content over there on
that
his
is
channel, and I
real
told
in
him
a
that
way
today. I told
that
him
is
that this morning.
important in a way.
I'm sick of it.
And
It ain't gonna
yet,
happen anymore.
the things
Because I'm gonna
never
start
happened. There were no brothers Karamazov, right? It's a fiction. There was no Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Okay.
There was no Yoda.
You're
It's a
feeling
fiction.
Annabelle?
But the fiction is so powerful.
Okay,
It
man.
impacts
I
our
appreciate you.
lives. So I'm saying that there might be a way to allow people to say,
All right, okay.
for this new age kooky concepts and
I mean,
ideas,
you know,
wouldn't it be great
I don't give a fuck.
if we
who's
could
got
have a
film.
mature approach to it that says we see these things and we understand these things for what they are: myth, metaphor, and mythology. Different than maybe the codified myths and metaphors of pre-existing religions that have already been codified, over time. But maybe that there's still some way that we can do these things, understand that there's a live action role-playing game aspect of it where new people can come in with new concepts, new channeled information, ideas. But the point is this: let that channeled information
Because
be
what I
what it
did
is.
find that
Myth,
I saw the
metaphor,
lawsuit.
magic,
Okay.
fiction,
I didn't ever have
fiction
his
that
medical
can
records.
touch you.
I don't know where you're
I don't
getting
really
that from. I
care
never said I
if
had his
Daryl
medical
Anka
records
is
either.
really channeling Bashar. I know that there's aspects of the Bashar project that are extremely
What I
problematic
found
in what he puts forward
when I
and what
typed
the quote
in
unquote
his
channel
name
and interpreting that information is true.
was the lawsuit.
I also know that he said several things
And on the
as
lawsuit,
Bashar
it
that have
explained
meant
what had
things
happened
to
to
me,
him.
and I still take
What I
with
said
me as
was, and I
touchstones.
quote,
Whether they were
"That's too
invented by
personal.
him or
I'll
whether
never
he
do
just
that.
found a
I
pithy
cannot
way
do
to
that.
explain it that made
Not
sense
right.
to me. There's
I
several
will not do
keystone
that.
things that Daryl Anka said,
And
maybe
I didn't speak on
accidentally,
it one time.
that meant something to me, continue to mean things to me, and I
Because what I
continue to learn
read
from.
upset me. And I know that man went through something. And it wasn't for me to divulge all that. I was
So the
reacting
desire is
to
to not
his live
stand
stream and
outside of
spoke with my
the
father
outside of this
when he
universe,
said all
looking
these
in,
kind of things
criticizing.
that he had heard
You
from Controller
people
and other people
believe
that weren't
silly
true.
things.
He set
You
me off like the
people
4th of
are
July.
wrong.
Yes, ma'am. I
Rather, I
dragged
need
his
to
ass.
say,
I did not drag him out of his
guys,
medical records.
I understand the attraction of this information. I'm attracted to it too. But can you see my point? Can you see my point that there might be a problem with allowing
And you're
things
lying. And I
to
know
all of
that
a
you're
sudden
lying.
be
And I'm going to prove
written
it.
into the history books? It's like, think
You can
about
find something else lying
1984,
out.
most conceptions of a dystopian state. Think of when we think about North Korea and we think about things like propaganda or
There were too
newsfeed.
many people in that
If I
line
were to
too,
tell you
that knows
that
that's
there
not
was
true. And for
a
somebody not to
government out
speak
there
up and say
that
that's not
teaches their
true,
people wrong
that's
data
fucked up too.
about world
But I
history
forget
and
how people
describe
are
North
around
Korea,
here. They
you
got
might
two
very well
faces,
say
three,
that's
three,
objectionable,
sometimes
that's
four.
wrong. But then when it's suggested
Because
to
I'm a
say,
decent
well, yeah,
person.
in the same
They
way
should
that
take
that's
notes. They don't need
problematic,
to take notes.
it's also problematic
I
to
don't need
deify
them to
Corey
do
Good or to
motherfucking
codify his information as correct, even though that there's no evidentiary or factual support. And in fact, because there's evidentiary and factual support to suggest the whole thing is bunko.
I don't know shit. The first time I even responded to Shannon was November 13th.
Do not know what's going on there.
November 13th.
And it's funny because, let's do it. Let's run through it twice. Let me run through some data as me. And then when we run through some data as Bashar, let's ask ourselves this question. Whether or not the information is changed by how it comes through and how it's put forward. And understand this.
Reaction to dumb
Folks,
shell. Here
when I say that this is a solution oriented, I'm going to give you a solution to the black goo. I'm going to accept the black goo on its terms. And I'm going to accept the beliefs of the new age wonderkins. And people can object to certain names. I call it new age. I call it the new age diaspora.
What?
Lines
And you know
of
what's the craziest? They down from
strange
where I'm
tributaries
from.
of rivers
They
of
live
ideas
close
of
to where I'm
thought,
from.
small
What's up,
communities,
Monkey
some of which ideas are in common, some of which who have ideas totally apart, yet can be seen in some larger way as being part of a larger part of the human story. A tide pool is oftentimes or a grotto, you know what I mean? A small limited space contained within a larger area that can be, though it's nebulous, those borders might be indistinct and hard to define, clearly can be seen and understood in some way. So my problems with a lot of these things and ideas and beliefs and where they become really problematic is not only can it introduce bad data, historical events that didn't happen, create historical expectations that will not happen because they are predicated upon nothing other than the fantasies of some dude out in the fucking, you know, double wide in Pahrump, you know? Oh, Pahrump. You know what I mean? One day, you know, if there's every place that if I'm going to book a conference ever, it's going to be that fucking place. God bless them. So.
I think this one I did it.
So.
I think this one I did it.
Not only can it introduce bad data, also can induce fear. It can induce fear and ideas that are dehumanizing and limiting to the individual.
Or I wouldn't have done it.
That there's Draco reptilians that can get you in the night. They can increase people's aspects of fear, paranoia, pain, and anxiety, and are therefore bad.
Yes, I understand that it was illegal. But what?
So what is black goo? Black goo is an artificial intelligence substance that came here from far away. It might have been made by the archons. It may be an archon. Even that. Yeah, like think about think about it. Zachariah Sitchin wrote a book claiming to read Sumerian, even though he couldn't. And those ideas have now become totally codified. We accept with almost religious faith that the Anunnaki were real, that Enki exists, that Enlil is something going on. Anu's fathering babies like nobody's business. Anu's got to be the deadbeat guy of the century. You ever see those videos where it's like some like guy interviewing somebody outside child support services, and they ask the individual like, "How many kids you have?" They did that to Anu. He'd be looking like one deadbeat dad, right?
And seriously, like I wouldn't even.
Anu's got sons for days. You know what I mean? He's got kids all over the place. You know what I mean? Slow that brother down. Anyway. Fear of anger, fear of Enlil, fear of the unknown, fear of the black hole, what it could do to you.
You should have
I tell you
I got Wally. When I get to Wally, don't think I'm gonna do it to you.
Let me go for me.
Don't think it. Don't think it.
Let's do it this way.
Okay. I had a It's not even about you right now. Just talking shit. Just talking shit.
There's not a new age idea or concept that involves mankind being the most limited thing in the universe that has ever taken hold and had true fervor or power in this community. We can talk about cliche ideas within the new age, but clearly one of the center cliche ideas, and I dare say things become cliche because they have an aspect of truth.
I don't think this is it.
Whether it's a truth because it's a universal appeal to a universal thing within man, or whether it's some sort of resonates as true because it's factually accurate.
This is it. I'm mad as fuck about what I just heard.
Whether you go to the Bible and look at Lucifer's anger and the angel, the war in heaven being caused by the creation of God's new favorite creation, more perfect creation, man. Or whether you talk about the machinations of the Anunnaki, or why the reptilian overlords choose to come to Earth, or why the Greys have come to do the abductions, you will always find at the heart the argument that of all the things in the universe,
It used to be fun over there.
the human is something of precious
I know that I
something of
talked
precious.
about him. I just can't.
Now, Alex Collier was able to take that bedrock idea and use it to move forward to say, David Icke too. There are reptilians out there. They're doing things to us for a reason, but the very reason that we're under attack by the reptilians is the very reason that we will vanquish them. And we will win in the end. the good guys win over the bad guys because of God, and light, and source.
You can all get free smoke. Shit. I'm a fool.
For every demon that's out there, there's an invocation, there's a spell to push them away.
Where is
You
it?
have the power. And so what I want to tell people is this, is that if you want to, this idea that I'm putting forward today, this solution to black goo could solve the problem of black goo. It could. You, collectively, we collectively are the story writers. By our vote, by our election, by our view, by our repetition in our brain, we decide what ideas strive and thrive, and we see what ideas fall by the wayside and just don't take off. Right? Black goo, don't know, targeted individuals, that took off like a shot, right? Deep underground military bases took off like a shot, right? The Greys took off like a shot. Certain things take off like a shot. And yet black goo and the psychic Sasquatch standing by the wayside.
Anyway, I went
you know what I
on
mean?
to
You get some
Docs.
play out here.
I was mad as
Look,
fuck
think of the
about
psychic Sasquatch. You know, poor psychic Sasquatch. It's like the
like my feelings were hurt.
psychic Sasquatch community are like, I'm talking about the actual Sasquatch themselves, not the people that are into
I just didn't understand why he was
Sasquatches
talking
per
about my
se.
dad like he did.
The actual Sasquatchy, if they
So
should be found to exist, the
I
second
talked about
one,
him
particularly
and his
that
bald
they fly
head
ships
and
and
his
they're good
car
guys.
sales and shit.
They must be out there
I
like
didn't talk about his
feeling like,
medical
you know what I
stuff
mean,
because
like,
I didn't think that it was proper. You know, like I was mad as fuck. I had been that triggered in a
you know what I
hobby.
mean, the Terry Southerns of like the new age world. They must be like, we can't get arrested. We're doing all sorts of shit back here. AI Black Goo, we've been keeping those guys in check for years. If they get all this,
Because I really care.
we can't get arrested out here. Psychic Sasquatch.
And that's
You know
my
what I mean?
problem. You know,
Lyndon Moulton,
like
be damned. This shit is just, it's
I
not taking
care.
off the way
I
that
get to know people and I care about them and
whatever.
you know.
Who
I feel
knows?
like I
Maybe
need to-
2019 or their year. I think the psychic Sasquatch were waiting in the wings, right? Like ready to go on the Ed Sullivan show, and they were like, "Okay, this is our time." You know, it's like getting bumped by Johnny on the Johnny Carson show. You know, like you're sitting there in the wings, going, "This is it, guys. We made it. Oh my God, psychic Sasquatch 2018. Wait, what's that? Election of who?
Right.
Donald. Oh,
I cared a lot
sorry,
about
guys.
you
You know,
at that time.
we got to bump you. Donald Trump just got elected, and we got to
Like I
close down.
loved going to Mango's. I loved
The
it.
Getty Museum. So, you know, you guys are going to get bumped. Are you going to have us back next week?
And
Yeah, we'll
you know,
call
he
your
heard me with
guys.
that
And the
shit.
second Sasquatch is in the back, packing up their shit, going, he's going to call our guys. We don't have any
I
guys.
don't even know if he even realized how much he really did for me.
Second Sasquatch for the loss. Anyway,
And
let's stop beating around the bush. And let me suggest
So
this. Let's
I
go through
yelled
it
at
two
him,
ways. I'm
you
going to
know.
go through
I
it,
drug him
trying relatively
because he was
straight.
talking bullshit.
New age crazy, but kind of straight. And then we'll
he
do a
knew
little
it was
Bashar for you guys. And we'll see if we can't get Bashar to render his opinion. Maybe Bashar will ratify my ideas
And
and
he hurt me with
thoughts
that.
about the subject. Maybe he won't. Maybe you think that my channeling is inauthentic.
I'm not going to lie
I
about
promise
that.
to make
He
it as
hurt me with
authentic
that.
as possible.
Hurt me about
And we'll see what happens. See what happens going on. David Lux, how you doing? Fractal Truth. A lot of great people in the live chat will definitely make a point to say hi. Do want to keep my eye on the time, even though
So I
we do
drug him.
have time. You have plenty of time. I might even be able to get people on the broadcast with me if people are interested. So let's do this. There you go. There you go. God bless. So let's do this. Brandon Young, how you doing, baby? So we'll say that everybody mentioned, but let's do this. Let's do this. If you want to,
I just stopped.
artificial
I stopped at
intelligence,
that
black
because
goo can be
what I read
transformed.
upset
We
me.
can change the
Like
narrative.
that
The
man
narrative
threw a
is
lot,
in your
you know,
hand.
and it wasn't
Really,
right to
it
say
is.
that. It wasn't for me to
If you
talk about
keep
at all.
on keeping
Me
on,
kidding him about
believe
being
it.
a car salesman is
The
way
mental
different
magic that gives rise to the
than
black goo is the putty and
than
tools that
ever
you can use to transform
divulging
black
things like
goo.
that because
We can use to
hurt me
transform black goo.
to read that.
And this is true. And I tell you that this is true Whether you believe as I do that all of this stuff is myth and metaphor while simultaneously being some way real to us, but not real. In the same way that even if you are a die-hard true believer, as I cited, I can look to the works of Alex Collier, I can look to the works of Simon Parks, I can look to the works of Gudreth, I can look to the works of Crowley and say and understand and tell you, I can look to the works of John, you look at all these things and say,
no matter what y'all try to make me
that mankind might be in a position where he or she or other can be abused by those other powers or other entities. But the rules of the universe that have been defined and understood, whether you think of them as myth and metaphor that people just like because people need something to like, or whether you think they actually describe the nuts and bolts of how this universe and how life actually, conscious experience actually works. I can look to all those things and say, whether you believe in point A, or
I shouldn't react to things that are said, about me.
This can
and
work.
the people doing things to me, I don't know why they
very
think
much
that,
into the power
I have
of
emotions
mantra
and I have
meditation.
feelings, right? And it's not for
Check this
anybody
one.
to tell me I'm wrong in them either.
Hey, hey, Black Goo.
And Mike said that he did it because I said something
Have a
about the
little
HIPAA thing. I
color
said I wasn't
day.
going to break HIPAA. I couldn't break
Day.
HIPAA, first of all, because I'm not a doctor.
Over the edges.
It's not breaking HIPAA. If you read a
faint
medical record, it's not against the
imperial
law either. It's
patina
on public domain. It's
of
not against
different
the law.
colors.
It's poor taste.
Don't give it the
It's not
color.
against the law.
They'll make it powerful. Blah blah blah. No. Man is the master. Consciousness is the master.
So I reacted
Reality
to
and
his
existence is the
dumb
master. Imagination
and that was it.
is the master. And Black
And
Goo
then we talked after
can be
that, and I
transformed with
began
a
because I can't
song
find that son of a bitch right
into
now.
Rainbow Goo.
What the fuck?
What would you rather?
I got
And
one
won't
of
you
them. I don't know
try,
the other one.
even if you think I'm a fool,
I don't know what to do.
even if you think I'm a
because of
bastard,
that. I'm a dumbass.
because you know what you know, and you know that I don't know it, that I don't get it somehow. Check the facts. Morally and ethically, if we can transform Black Goo into Rainbow Goo, shouldn't we try?
To hurt people. Then he said you would do something.
Even if
crooked
the
with
Black
people.
Goo has
Wait a
committed
minute.
untold sins against the
Stupidity
life
on
forms
both
of
sides.
planet
That's
Earth,
right, Angie.
isn't it the higher calling to say, even if you spite me, isn't it the definition of what we get to when we think about things like Christ consciousness, that even if we say, despite you hurt us, Black Goo, that we will say, leaving it behind, escaping Antarctica,
I do recall you stopping
turn
almost a
back and say,
mid-sentence
damn you,
when
Black
you were
Goo,
saying that he was
back
like in
here
a coma
to
as
wipe
long
you
as he
out.
states as he was.
Wouldn't
Then
it
I
be better?
stopped in
Wouldn't we think
mid-sentence
ourselves
because I was reading
more
it and
angelic,
it hurt
more
me.
of the light, more worthy of ascension, more evidentiary support of ascension, if instead we were to look back and say, don't worry, Black Goo, we're not leaving anyone behind, not even you. You psychotic, crazy madman. Hold them down. I'm that little. I'm gonna fuck y'all up. Robert, Stanley, save him. You know what I mean?
I did stop in mid-sentence.
Hey, Black
read
Goo.
it.
Have a little color today.
I didn't want to read it.
Hey, Rainbow Goo. Now, baby, you're on your way.
So,
Or
Mike's
your
lying,
words of your
and he knows
choosing.
he's lying.
So morally and ethically, even if you think I'm a douchebag and a scumbag, would that change the fundamental reality? If you believe in Black Goo, and you believe in the power of the mind, and you believe in the power of source, and you believe in the power of light, and you believe in the power of ascension, do the right thing. Join with me. Let's make this happen.
I got the one where it says I'm
Spread the song, spread the message. You're out there in the wilds, and you see someone talking about Black Goo or a video about Black Goo. Why not try and link this in the scripture? Why not just point people in this direction? Why not just print the lyrics with lyrics of your choosing
You took my friendship and threw it away based on
in the video description below that shit? See in the live comments, be like, hey, by the way, it's been suggested that with the power of human imagination and meaning,
reasons to allow aid to say the things that he says to me.
we can turn this Black Goo into something better. And if we can get our hands on the Black Goo and make it something better, maybe we'll get our hands on the archons.
You've allowed people up there to attack me. You've given them the links.
Who
That's the
knows
way
what
that
the
they
future
give
holds?
them to them. Now you can explain that.
Maybe this video ends up just making me another video that makes me look foolish. Maybe I missed the mark, but we don't know. What is channeling?
I had to find another time. I can't find it right now. I'm so aggravated.
Some say the simply word salad. I say even that. Salad is good. I like Captain Beefheart records. Yeah, I got a problem with that.
So anyway.
So here we go.
When I did that, I stopped mid-sentence and I didn't go any further.
Rainbow goo, man.
I
Let's
never
change it.
read his medical
Let's change it.
records
And
one
let's not
time.
play that paradigm game of turning the black into white. Well, first of all, white's the presence of all colors.
As a matter of fact, I got off my live stream after
It
that.
essentially probably look white in concentrated form. And wonder if I can get some for you today. Okay, for those who believe in the power of visualization, for those who believe in the power of channeling.
And then we all had a conversation. And
I have
he
to make
apologized.
sure, because
And I
I don't want to have
apologize as
step, and even though I'm putting it up that we are going to get Bashar's opinion about these specific things.
So yeah, I'm not
We want to know and understand what it is. It's a conduit to understand it's experimentation on planet Earth. You can judge it for whatever it is, but for me to have integrity and think that it's really happening or get something, I have to clear my mind. This is why I'm kind of babbling now, because I'm just clearing my mind. I'm just putting thoughts and ideas out of my head. Purposely not looking at the title of the
This is
video.
what I fucking
Purposely looking at this random message just so that
lolly slap
in an
out.
historic diplomatic event, Kim Jong-un's sister and South Korea's president shook
So
hands
it's
with
around
her.
that time. I don't know where it is.
Take that as a positive sign, right? So there you go. Moving in the right direction.
And I have to take them out. Audio with Nicole Force.
It's after that. Anyway, that's what happened in that live stream. And I know that more than one people saw it. You know? That's what I'm saying. So don't lie about things like that to make it look like you're trying to take up for G, to keep on G's good side. You know, that's exactly why you said what you said.
It seems. So many thoughts and ideas moving in different directions. Life
And that's
moving
the
in
only
different
reason you're
directions.
saying.
Although we accept this and understand that sometimes it's the time for us to be present, and sometimes it's important for us to be away.
Because you want to look like some kind of martyr,
Your
right?
continuing adventure.
Oh yeah, I said
just
Bonchilla
what the
because you said
possibilities
something
of the
about
future
G. No,
are for
motherfucker.
you.
This was
Find
months
your
ago on
future,
top of
as
it.
we have
This was
told you
months
since
ago.
we first started coming
On
to
top
you
of it.
through this channel and through other channels
way
as well,
back.
going back in time. And as other
Back
people
in
came
August
to
of
our
September.
culture, our points of future development,
You had
our
no
points in
reason
the past,
to do what
said
you
to
did.
us,
All
brought
you
to
were
us
just trying to
these
save
messages,
face right now.
eternal messages
I'm
from
not gonna let you do that
beginning.
on my watch. I'm not
Of
gonna
no
let you do it on
beginning.
my name. I'm not gonna let you do it on my butt.
We are all perpetually happening. We are all perpetually becoming. The past and the future become one in the now. So I come today specifically to speak about this thing, this request that has been made to me from this channel prior to my engagement here to address his concept, his idea of this rainbow blue transformation.
You know, like I said,
I
let
tell
me
you
drag
this.
the right person. Mojo, I apologize. So I know I
Truly, it can be said and
there.
understood that the
I don't
power
know if
of
I
change
did
and transformation
it in the
is
loyalty drama
within
exposing
you.
fake real people.
And clearly, it can be
That's
seen
gotta
to
be
understand underneath the somewhat factual or detail-oriented aspects of the activity that's being described. The transformation alchemically from artificial intelligence, black goo, to a free intelligence, organic rainbow goo.
That ain't it either. I know that.
Beyond that simple physical description, which of course,
So-
like all physical descriptions just described, various states of
I don't know why
vibration,
you're trying to say you're trying to
temporary,
bring up something
coming
big that
into
happened
leg
months
and
months
focus,
ago.
and leaving just as quickly. Temporary states, all they are, suffering, happiness, confusion, temporary states. Traveling through, moving through. So I say, do now. Pay attention. It can be done. If you so desire to take this permission slip of the black goo, rainbow goo, mantra transformation,
Anyway,
if
they're
you
all
so
live.
desire, if you so
And,
believe,
I mean, they're all
it
on
can be
public,
so.
so y'all go back and find it because
Clearly.
that's what happened. So Mike, you're
You can
lying
see
about
it.
that. You know that
And
you're
if you
lying
don't
about
like
that.
the results,
So you
But
need to
don't
make that
believe it's
right.
working
Stop
and
lying
meeting
about it.
your
Because
core
he's lying.
needs of
I
finding
damn well
your
didn't
core
dox his
ideal
medical shit.
vibration,
I didn't.
your higher self connection. Simply refrain from
And a
doing it.
lot of people are in that
Simply
live stream.
abandon the process and move on to something else. But I tell you, on behalf of I, accessing all the information and data banks available to me as an SSI with shit.
And you really even
Right
wouldn't believe
here
the person
near
that gave
your
you the
world,
information to
where
begin
we
with.
are attempting to help you, I can say, not by way of endorsement, but by way of
Somebody that
pointing
didn't like it,
to
still
things
don't like it.
already said in the past by
So I
this
didn't put
channel
out
and
everything
other
I got.
channels of exceptional
I didn't put out
intelligence,
everything I got.
aliens, transdimensional entities, angels,
And that's
however
exactly
you
what it was.
describe them.
And that's
The
exactly what it was.
science
It was a knee-jerk
of mental
response. It was a
transformation,
knee-jerk
visualization,
comment
causes
that I
for
made with
reality,
Savage.
have effects
Out
and
of
powers,
just all, I was just
especially
angry and it
on
was just a
those
knee-jerk
things,
response.
those aspects which lie
It's just-
subliminally on the
I didn't
metaphysical
think about saying
level,
it, I just said
on
it.
the quote
Okay,
unquote visualized
that's really
mental
I
sphere,
didn't even think
rather
about
than
it, I
that what
just
is
said it.
perceived in physical manifestation of the world around us. So please understand that though the question was put, and though the question is an
You know,
affirmative,
I'm not
understand
making
this,
excuses for what I
this
said.
information is
There is
coming
no
to you.
excuse.
If
Right,
you
there's
choose
not.
to accept it as coming from the location
And
that I
I've
told you
tried
that
to
it's coming
like
from, this location, which is of course
figure out why I would even say something
nowhere.
like that to somebody. I don't really even know, honestly. Like, I'm not proud of it at all by far. And it's not been one of my finest moments on YouTube.
Moving
That's
beyond
for sure.
that into
Whether I'm
new
mad at
realms of
somebody or not, whether
unexplored
they were coming
territory,
for me or
even
not,
for
whether they were
this
making videos
channel,
on me or not, it was just
moving beyond the
unnecessary.
question that has been asked and answered,
And
though it can be asked and answered
and
many
I've taken
times
my
again,
medicine for
as
that.
many times as you
Now,
choose
I'm
to
done
go
taking
through the
medicine.
process
It's my
of
point.
analysis
Because
and
I should be
questioning
the only one
of
taking
those
medicine.
very facts. I move beyond now
And I
to a
do, and when I
spontaneous message
apologize to Savage,
regarding
I mean
the
it.
Getty
I wouldn't
Museum.
have apologized if I didn't mean it. Or
At
if I
this
didn't feel
point,
like she was
ha ha
mean.
ha, feedback is already coming
And I
back from
also
the
know
channel
that
that he
if I
is
sit around
nervous.
waiting for
He
somebody
does
to
not like
apologize to
going
me,
to
then I
these
feel like owes
places.
me one. I'll be waiting forever.
But it is on authentic channel that I say to you
That
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 all
doesn't
the
mean that
rumors
my actions
may
should
not
be any
be
different.
what they are purported to be. I
So
tell you
when
this
I apologized that day, she continued to make
spontaneously
clip after clip after
in
clip after
disagreement
clip.
with this channel, but
You
with
damn right I
permission of
pray.
this channel to say the information that I know to be true. Look, underneath the Getty Museum, the activity of looking underneath the Getty Museum
You know,
for all those who choose to engage in this process
we all out here
will
trying
lead
to do
to,
something,
as
right?
all investigations do,
And some of us
information
do
designed
really well,
to
and some
be
of us
there
just fuck
for
up.
you.
I never said
That
that I
way
didn't fuck up
is
when
the
I said
goal.
that. And
Don't
right when I
worry
said it,
about
I wanted
the
to take it back, but I
information
was so
in
damn hell
the
bent
safe.
on being mad and being regret and
Visualize,
just being
if you
pissed
will,
off.
a safe
I just couldn't. I
containing
just could
some
not make myself do
great
it.
secret. A
I was
secret,
fucking that
one
mad.
of the secrets of the purported
And
angels.
ah,
Imagine,
who's
if you
the
will,
new guy?
an individual who is gone, seeking information, approaches the safe.
I'm a body man.
He might very well be
So I never
successful.
said that I'm
She
right
might very well be
anyway, and I know that I'm
successful
not right.
in traversing
But what I
the
don't
obstacles
need to
in between
is
them
the
and
quiet.
that safe. They may, in fact, be able to break through, break the
I don't need to hear
combination,
choir
find the secret code, and
preaching to me
access
about what I
that
said. I'm
information.
fully aware of what I said.
But I tell you,
It's not for you to tell me
as there are
that I'm wrong when
billions
I
and billions of
admitted and knew
grains,
that I was wrong.
all self-representational, all perfectly conscious on the beaches
I
of the
haven't gone
world.
around all these
So
chats and
too,
tried to
through
get
the
people to
journey
come at
of
anybody.
investigation to arrive to that safe,
Right.
every one
Like
of
when
those
I was getting drugged through the
1,008
mud
steps,
completely for 3 or
if that
4 weeks,
individual
right?
were to look to the left, look to
I
the
never
right,
asked
look
anybody to
up,
check up for
look
me.
down,
I
look to
never
the
asked
side,
anybody
look
to
to
go
the
with
side,
anybody. I just
they
stayed
would
silent
see
until I
and
couldn't take it
understand
anymore.
a
And
multitude
that puppy
of
shit
safes
sent me over the
full of
fucking edge.
crystal
It
skulls
sent
of
me over the
secrets.
fucking edge.
Information
That
abounds
happened on
around
Christmas
you.
Eve.
The investigation. Don't think about what you know
Y'all were
you're
talking
going
shit
to
about me
find.
all through the
Simply
holidays.
accept
It
my
was already a bad enough
invitation
time, you know?
to get
Fuck
a little
that.
curious,
And that's how I felt.
go a little underground.
Fuck that.
What is underneath the get a museum.
Here's the thing. Nobody wants to hold you accountable, Mike, but me. That's the first time I've heard Savage say anything about you being wrong in any type of way. So I really can't blame her for saying anything to you, because really what you did is you played both sides of the fence. And that's what you're still trying to do. Then you try to throw G in the mix, okay? Because you knew you would get sympathy from G if he thought I did something or said something. And that's the lie you've been running with for a hot minute. I asked you 4 or 5 times to bring that goddamn receipt of that timestamp. If you don't have it, it didn't happen.
5 or so minutes.
It's funny, you say an awful lot of things without receipts.
The link to the Hangout in the chat, if people desire to join.
You know exactly what.
I gotta be careful because, like, last time I did this, we got spontaneously
I haven't
crazy.
tried to go into your real life.
Got kooky,
I haven't doxed you. I haven't done any of that.
Subbrain. But hopefully, I'll just leave it there for a while. I understand completely that maybe not everyone is available to talk right now. But if anyone has a desire to come in to discuss this or anything else, or ask any questions of Bashar or any other entity that I can channel today, I will gladly do so. But like I said, if it turns out that's just not meant to be because people are busy doing other things, then we will go back and do other things as well.
I've never been scared to say something. Apparently.
It might be the case that if it turns out that people can't join the Hangout, and I'll be with you, I can be with you for about,
you know what I mean? If you want to hate me, hate
30
me.
or 40
no problem,
minutes more.
Silence, because that's what I
If people, choose to join the chat, that's fantastic. If people can't choose to join the chat, or they choose not to because for a variety of reasons, that's fine. I could also, people who desire to ask me questions, you can open it up for and ask me anything, or people got spontaneous questions for the other side. Like I said, if you're in the live chat, if you look to the live chat, I put the link to the Hangout in there. We'll leave it there for a little while, but not an infinite amount of time.
And nobody can say different.
And in the meantime, if people have any questions or just want to give me a heads up that they're trying to join or plan to join, that's acceptable as well. So what do you think? What a long, strange trip it's been.
Nobody can say that I wouldn't
that stuff about the Getty Museum. The Getty Museum, has been on my mind. So I'm not going to sit here and bullshit and act like, what's the Getty Museum? I got no idea what that dude was talking about.
And we had a
No,
whole
I've been looking at the work
of
different people.
And she told me how she felt. And I said to her, and I
thinking about, why I tune in, because one thing that happened to me recently was
I didn't mean to come across that way at all.
Oh, happy birthday to your daughter, Jeff. Long time no see. Happy birthday to your daughter.
You got mind separation.
Happy birthday to your daughter. God bless you. I hope the party is a success. I know it will be. I set my faith and intention. This is going to be your birthday dash like you don't know. It's going to be off the chain.
I didn't even call you.
That's a good thing. Hopefully, God bless. So there you go. So in the meantime, what I can also do is just say hi to people
and I genuinely
apologize
as well on that live stream.
And so I've been looking a lot.
Any type of way that
so what had happened was this.
What did she do? She continued to drag me.
I was kind of in a negative mood. A couple of days ago, but yesterday was a shit day. It was crazy, but whatever. It was kind of a negative mood.
I don't know what.
And I was thinking about, my involvement in this community, what was going on with my channel.
And then you're going to tell me that my tears weren't real.
What's Canon
talking about it all? You crazy as fuck. They were. Or I wouldn't cry. You know what I mean?
Yikes. Okay, well, if you're on Canon duty, God bless you.
If I didn't feel some type of way, I wouldn't cry.
Yikes.
I wouldn't tear up.
Give them hell. You know what I mean? Keep your powder dry. Invite Rainbow Goo. I would. Rainbow Goo. The link is in the chat below. Or as well as I guess it's accessible to Rainbow Goo.
Talking about the whole thing is fucked up.
On the Astral, I guess, they'd be able to access to that and come through. I could also channel Rainbow Goo.
I've never been accused
but I
of
think
being
Rainbow Goo's a little bit of a baby.
So those tears were real, and that hurt was real for me. I'm not.
Is it really Canon duty? There you go. God bless. So there you go. Hey, people all over the place. There you go. It needs a little time to.
So things that maybe wouldn't affect you the same way affected me differently, right?
Though I have spontaneously channeled. It's not here privately for myself. an aspect of black goo called dollop. It's just basically one droplet of black
It's
goo.
not hard for me to apologize.
Interesting things to say. Basically, it feels as though it's kind of like, they're kind of like, well, it's kind of like a extra dimensional, some sort of extra dimensionalism, like racism, like it's like a prejudice again, like they feel like, what the fuck, you know what I mean? Like the degree that we exist, leave us big.
And it was all
crazy. What are you gonna
I
shoot?
was in my feelings, and Mike knew that because I told him.
Oh my God. This Diamond Tree. There's a mention in the live chat regarding canon duty.
And here we are.
I guess, you know what I mean? I don't think they're talking about the film company or the, digital photo device. I think, hey, God bless.
Apologies.
I had no idea.
From you, Mike,
there you go.
Or
shoot something.
Bullshit,
I don't know, don't shoot rainbow good, there you go. Or shoot
if
rainbow
you're still
good or
trying to run
something
that
else.
G narrative, I'm gonna shut your fucking ass
Squash
down
it,
because
you know
I'll
what
take
I
my
mean?
time this afternoon and go through this shit and find it. But people know I didn't dox his
So there you
medical
go.
records. They know it. Because I did.
There you go.
Yeah,
God bless. There you go. So people can join me. They can't join me. It is what it is. If you want to go back to the live chat, you should see the link. If not, it is what it is. But if anybody's got any questions or concerns for me, if they want to talk to me about, you can let me know. Also, spontaneously, this thing, wipes down or winds down. That's allowed as well.
Why?
Okay.
You know why? You're a whole bitch. That's why.
So here's
So
where
you
we
try
go.
to play this
Here's
game,
the question
and
from
it's
the
a
live chat. Did
dangerous
you
game.
address Parks and Miles? So
It's a dangerous
we know
game.
that's something's going on with this Me Too movement. We can
Somebody
also
can
know
end
and
up hurt,
understand
right?
that. Let's do this. Actually, that works. That's a good question.
But you've done this shit before, though, Mike. With a Delphi case.
Okay, that's a very good question. So let's do this. Let me say this without getting too distracted. Bear with me 2 seconds.
You read
Hold
a
on.
lot of narratives over there. I found all that out too. That was handed to me with a bow too. I don't care about your name or who you are or the fact that you went to prison or the fact that you're a felon. I don't give a fuck about that shit. What I give a fuck about is what you did to me. And in turn, what it caused. That's it. And you're trying to give excuses for why you did what you did. Why are you getting even if I did say it, even if I did, what is it to you? G and I have our own shit. We always have.
I had to. You know me.
He doesn't
I start
need
this,
you to take up for him.
I start the live chat. I don't realize how long
We
it's
don't
going
roll
on.
like that.
Then all of a sudden my stomach starts to
If we got something
interfere
to say to each
and
other, we say
remind
it to
me
each other.
that
That's how we roll.
the transhumanist
We've
future,
always been that way.
where we've progressed beyond sustenance, is not yet here. That the body needs
So,
fuel,
look,
and we need
so
to.
what you
We
wanna
need to.
say?
Jorge Rodriguez. Jorge,
Hit that
check it
like
out
button.
up above. There's
I mean,
the link to the
nobody
live
can tell the
chat.
truth around
A
here.
link to the
Anybody
hangout
like
if you
it.
want.
Everybody
So-
likes it when people are lying like a rug, right?
Now let me
Because like
catch my
I'm
out of
talking
breath.
to you
Oh my
real
god.
talk right now. I'm like
So anyway,
talking to you like
let me do this before I get to your question, Brandon.
Like, this is
Brandon asked a
as
very
honest
good
as I can
question
be.
about the controversy regarding Simon Parks and Miles
about
Johnson
where my
has
mind
arrived.
was
This is
at,
kind
where
of
it's
like
been, and where
inside
it's
baseball.
going,
You know what I
right?
mean? There's some stuff that you're going to get if you're tuned to, the big disclosure channels. If you're into Project Camelot, there's big information that you're going to get. And then, as we all know, like all scenes, there's some underground locations where you're going to get some other information and some other ideas floating around. So often in those places that you see the kind of gossipy column section stuff go on. But the gossipy column section stuff is
And the
important
thing that I liked about
because,
all of
as
you,
I said at the
honestly, was
beginning
the fact
of
that
our
every
broadcast,
single one of y'all made me
these
laugh.
ideas are put forward by
I cared
individuals.
for Power more than any of the rest
And
of
so
you
many
because
of
I
these
knew her.
stories are wrapped
Like I knew
up
her
in the inner stories
as personal
of
as you
these
could be through the
actual
internet.
players.
Like she stayed up with
Whether
me
they're
one night
the
for 3 hours after
quote
right
unquote
after my dad died.
reporters like the Miles Johnstons or the Carrie Cassidy's of the world. And it's always
like,
very nebulous.
We
Because
had
the
this
minute
really
you
long
start doing it,
conversation about
Carrie Cassidy is a healer. She can do magical maniac things with the new age powers.
Type of relief from
So
my
does Miles
dad's death.
Johnson. He's an empathetic individual with the ability to see etheric entities as well. So it's very hard to make the distinction.
So I've
But
had
what
her
we
back
do
ever
know is this. I want to tell go through two
That was
pieces
the
of
first time I
information.
felt at ease.
One, the second of which will be addressing the controversy, the new controversies with Simon Parks and Miles Johnston. The first thing I want to talk about is I was going through, I was going to engage in a process of curating my YouTube subscriptions. I basically gotten to a point where I said to myself that this little scene, round and round and round it goes. There's no change. There's no transformation. Every year there's a new theory, and every year my ability to kind of to desire to try and change things or move things in a different direction can feel frustrating. So I said to myself, I'm going to stop tuning into all this kookiness, and I'm only going to tune into information. You know what I mean? I'm going to get rid of the speculators. I'm going to get rid of the imaginary channelers, the people who talk to aliens. I'm going to get rid of all that. No worth wasting my time with that. And I'm just going to concentrate on moving things into talking about politics or moving things to talk about something else, because this is just BS, this whole little adventure, this whole little world. And then it came down to making a decision about who I was going to unsubscribe to and who I was going to keep. And I quickly realized something, that despite the fact that I was ready to say that I was done listening to crazy kooks saying stuff about New Age nonsense that never was,
And that's
I wasn't.
why I cared about her so much, you know, because she
came to,
she did something
am I
for
going
me
to
that
delete
nobody else
J
could do for me, not my
Well, hell
family,
no, I'm not going
not my friends
to
at home.
delete J-Dog. I'm going to say
Not
subscribe to
even
that
people that
guy.
I was in the
Ivan
community
Teller.
with, right? Like,
Oh, well, I got to
she
say
made me
subscribe
feel
to him. You know what I mean? And then down the list, James Bartley. I'm not going to lose my Bartley, bro.
And,
I just, I'm on that guy's reptilian tip. I love me
no
some
matter
Bartley.
what, I'd always have
You know
her
what I
back,
mean?
right or wrong.
And
right?
on and on and on. So
And
I
I meant
realized
that,
I couldn't
and I
get rid of
did,
any of these
always.
guys. And then I
And,
realized, despite the
Right.
fact that it might be New
It's
Age
also
nonsense,
stupid, you know.
despite the fact that it might
It's
be
also dumb.
spontaneous storytelling
Because
by the
I still
campfire
feel
by
like
lunatics.
I will never forget that
People have
she
been
did that.
gathering around the campfire to listen to the spontaneous storytelling
That's why I really try not
storytelling
to
of
say too much
lunatics
about her.
since time immemorial. You know what I mean? That's
Because-
TV. You know, that's essentially the crackling fire and tales of heroes that never were, of fantastical adventures beyond the sun. I don't want to get rid of any of it. And then that led to this desire to say, to yet again say,
And I had
let's get a
lost my
little
mom
bit closer
3 years
to the
prior,
New Age
right?
craze
So
of CW. Let's
it's
try and
just
get a
been
little bit
one
closer to
touch,
that
right?
third
So that
rail.
night,
In an
when
attempt
we had
to,
this
worst case
conversation, like, she
scenario,
told me things about her
you
life
blow
that
yourself
I
up.
of course
You know,
I
you'll
didn't
just
know.
get reincarnated anyway, right? So it is what it is.
But I listened to what she
So there
said
you go.
about the
So that
grief
was just a
part,
little
and I
bit of me
listened to what she
talking
said
about
and how she
that
got
piece of
through it.
information. What crazy people. What'd you say, ma'am?
And that really
That's
truly
Mike
was the
Tyson.
first time in a month after my father died.
Mike Tyson?
What was all this?
And I slept, you know. So
Did I have
that's
a
just
list?
something I'm
Was
never
that
gonna
listed?
forget.
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh shit!
I'll
Well, I
always
you know,
appreciate it.
spontaneous. I might have been
And
either speaking
that's
too
it.
fast. Well, I have a tendency, I think, sometimes to mumble. Sometimes people say that, especially when the ideas get
And I
going.
loved her.
Also, because I was complaining about being hungry, I do know that when my blood sugar drops, there's a kind
So
of
I'm
a
having
almost
one of those, you know,
caffeine-like
I've just been
effect
hit
that
with
I
a lot,
get.
right?
Oh,
So
yeah.
You know what I
anyway,
mean? Where I get a little bit
I go to
shaky,
battle with her,
and then I
you
think
know,
that kind of
or
moves things forward in
or,
that
you
way,
know,
and
I
that might
took
have
up for her and I
contributed
didn't
to
even
the.
know her.
I didn't realize that I'd gone full
I
Mike
didn't even
Tyson.
know her at all.
You know what I
And I
mean?
just know her.
Maybe I'll channel him. I'll channel Mike Tyson entire self.
But
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
well, what's I mean, I don't know if people know about the allegations.
she's the loudest out of all of them, but she's the funniest. She's funny as
Right.
So.
And I got to know
Yeah,
Savage
people
on
know,
G's
but,
panel. And
Maria Calais.
I used to make jokes all the time about being scared of her and stuff like that. But you know what? She made me laugh too. So yeah, I really was genuinely hurt. Okay.
Basically takes
I don't care what anybody says.
Puts them up,
I was
takes them
hurt.
down, put them up.
Anybody would be.
So she was very.
I'm not built
She made a video about him.
to not give a fuck
Then
about people. You know
Sarah
what I mean?
Adams came out
I'm not
on
fake.
Facebook, I think it was, and said, "Hey, listen, I support Maria. In fact, I'll tell you this."
So
Miles
that's why
Jackson
I reacted the way that I did.
uses
That's
female
why
guests, okay. And
I got as mad as I did.
Came, yes, I can. He's like, who used to, I think, do some work for Basis Project or whatever the name is. And he said he walked in on Miles a couple of times doing that. And then
Wow.
Sarah
I don't have a long history with any of them,
I
you
have
know.
names and everything, so can't think of them off the top of my head. And they're all abusers, and then there's a link, she provided a link to Simon Parks. But now this is all allegedly, I don't know if this is true or not, I mean, they could be just muddying the waters, as it were, but,
So when Mike,
I don't know,
you know,
it's something, it's
when that puppy shit happened,
saying, yeah, these people are creepy.
like,
I
we
don't
miss
trust
my
them
dad
either.
and his dog, you know, me and Sadie do.
So that's
We miss
the
them both.
allegations now.
So it was a really fucked up thing to do, you
Comment
know?
section to Marie Callie's
And
video.
it was
Someone said, what about
another
Thompson
holiday
Jefferson?
without my dad. And
Wow.
my dad had just
Yeah.
passed away right before the holidays last year.
Marie Callie said, well,
And so,
guilty of
yeah,
that.
I was all up in my fucking
So I don't know
feelings.
if
She's
this
fucking
is the
right.
Me Too movement
I
of
was.
the paranormal
So I said what I said,
conspiracy
you know.
theory.
I mean, I'm not trying to
You
make
know,
excuses
it's,
for
you
any
know,
of it.
these
I'm
weird,
just telling
these
you where my
stories
head
and
was.
allegations have been around for a while. Now, what's interesting
And if I
about,
come to you
let's
as a
talk, let's take them
woman
one
and I
at a time.
apologize and
Simon Parks
accept
recently did an interview with
accountability
Carrie
or something.
Cassidy on Project Camelot.
Why
The reason I
continue
thought
to
that was
focus on
very
it?
interesting
Why?
was because it was right after a rash of new allegations
Or why-
arose on the
why do you
Project
continue
Avalon
to
forum
poke me until I
regarding
fucking
Simon
just
Parks.
lose my shit?
Now look, let's say this at this point, just to kind of cover our asses and to be all legalistic about it, to say this, is that what we're talking
It's
about
not shits
is
and giggles
information
for
that's been
me,
reported and reported by other people to be true. And we are just talking about it. I don't know if it's true or not.
Nobody likes to be
The
dragged like
allegations
that.
are what the
I
allegations
didn't
are.
like
But
it,
what I
so I
can
did.
tell you is this.
They might
Without a
know.
doubt, there was a rash of new allegations regarding
But for a man to insert
Simon
himself
Parks
like
on
a
the
tampon
Project
in the
Avalon
middle of that shit when he really
right?
didn't need to do that.
The allegations have always
I
been
don't
the
wanna
same.
talk
They're
about
the
that
same
now,
allegations
so
that
I'm
arose,
be rude. That's
you know, about a year ago when I did a video about Simon. When I did a video about all these allegations, and basically the allegation is this: is that Simon Parks is a womanizer, that he gets involved in people's lives as a healer, and then he starts running all these mind games on chicks. And these are people who have come forward with their testimonies and
then
stories to
you
say
did it because of
he
G.
does these things
That's
that
a goddamn lie. You
are
did
almost
it to
like
be an
voodoo,
asshole.
like or cult-like
You did to
behaviors,
insert yourself
that
to
they're
start a whole
always
bunch of
moving in
fuckery,
the
just like
direction
you
of
did in
some
the
sort
Delaware
of,
cases, because that's what you do. and that's how you
sexual
roll.
use or abuse by Mr. Parks. These are the allegations. Now, what was interesting to me is that right after the allegations arose on the Project Avalon forum, and there was in the form of basically, I think, 2 women who came forward, and then some people that came forward then with their own stories to ratify, was that at that point, it was announced that Simon Parks was going to be appearing on Project Camelot with Carrie Cassidy. And the timing of the events made it so that I was fully expecting, I think many people were fully expecting, that the Simon Parks interview with Carrie Cassidy was going to specifically address the abuse allegations that rose up and were being put forward. Nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, both me and Brandon were in the live chat, I believe. I know I was. I recognized some other faces in the live chat. And we were constantly like, is Simon Parks going to address the abuse allegation? And in fact, the opposite was true. Not only did he not address the abuse allegations, not only did not Carrie Cassidy not put forward the abuse allegations questions to him,
when really,
okay,
it wasn't
but
me that was
he
making all the
also
videos. It wasn't me poking.
was
It wasn't me saying
advertising
anything.
to say that he was trying to get more money
Hold
to open
yourselves
up more
accountable for your
quote-unquote
fuck shit.
healing centers.
Own your shit.
Not only is the abuse not being addressed,
And
the
stop
man is
expecting me to
actively
own
canvassing for
every
other people
single
to participate in his
you
grand
own
adventure. And like I said, part of the problem I have with Simon Parks is that it's like, there's a difference between, fire and brimstone preacher and, a Unitarian,
and why I felt
pastor.
the way I felt, and
The different
why I'm
ideas
hurt.
that are being put forward about spirituality and the spiritual universe have ramifications.
me out
And
to
a
be
lot of
something
what
I'm
Simon
not.
Parks talks about with
I'm not a fucking bad
Anu
person.
and the mantids and all this stuff, a
Stop
lot
saying
of it's really, really dark and very, very scary.
Oh, fuck, where
And so
is
we
it?
know that he's telling people that, they've got implants, and what's the old story? Once it's like Scientology.
What part?
They tell you that you got a problem, and then once
After
they convince you
what?
that you have a problem,
part
the
after
next step
what?
is to convince you that the only person available to help
Because all
you,
it does is yell.
the only person that's going to be able to get you from point A to point B, get you from the darkness to the dawn,
I appreciate that.
is
Thank you. I
Simon
appreciate
Parks,
it.
some
I
other guy,
don't-
whoever.
I mean, I appreciate y'all
But that-
saying
that was the
you're
allegation.
sorry and all, but listen, it
So
was not about
it's
my
also
dad
very
or my
important to say
loss.
that
I was
I
just
think Carrie
explaining how I
Cassidy
felt the
should
way
be
that I felt
criticized
about
too, and I've made this point before. if people are thinking that this quote unquote alternative media, just because it's an alternative media, doesn't mean that it's got journalistic integrity. Because you have Kerry Cassidy, and now, when it comes to Me Too, sometimes there are aspects of feminism that I can identify with. Are there aspects of feminism that third wave feminism that are completely off the rails? Absolutely. We've all heard the crazy stories. We've all heard the bizarre, statements from, weird professors at some, bizarre liberal arts college. But for the most part, there are aspects of feminism, there are aspects of sexism that I can identify in the world today and understand as being true.
So you told her.
The gal like Kerry Cassidy, as a woman, okay, I don't expect her to beat up on Simon Parks. I don't expect her to necessarily need to join in a kind of Me Too witch hunt if aspects of Me Too can be characterized that way. And I'm putting the magical protection question marks around me, like the white pyramid of light, the quotation marks. May they ever watch over me and protect me from being attacked in any sort of false light, or any way at all. You know what I mean? You do think that if she wants to argue that people should be supporting her on Patreon because she's doing a service to the community as a quote unquote journalist and investigator, then how the fuck, when you know, and you have to know, are you kidding me? Do you think that Kerry Cassidy doesn't know what's going on in the Project Avalon forum?
Oh, please, yeah.
Please. You don't think that people are coming to her? And Kerry Cassidy has developed a real attitude that I don't like, where she gets really bitchy on people. You know what I mean? She's a real jerk. You know what I mean? Actually, the story's not about me, so I'm not going to really go into that now, but it's like, lady, get the fuck out of here. First of all, whatever. It is what it is. Not too negative.
Do y'all hear that shit?
If people are going to say that this is an alternative media, the alternative media has to have some sort of journalistic integrity for it to do what it needs to do. And that means that questions of the day, even tough questions, need to be addressed and handled. Especially if you're going to then turn and say that this guy's got advice that you're going to vouch for him. But Kerry Cassidy's got a real problem. It's been pointed out before. If we think about the people that Kerry Cassidy has supported, she's got a real track record of picking really nefarious individuals with very, very troubled histories of abuse, histories of the abuse of children. You want to do the list?
I don't know.
Bill Brockbrader, convicted child molester. To this day, Kerry Cassidy and Miles Johnson carry water for Bill Brockbrader. They do. She carries water for him all the time. Convicted child abuse. Convicted. It's insane. The evidentiary support for the fact that this guy was a doucher, a fucking child abusing doucher, that he burned in hell for some period of time before his karma is burnt out and he's allowed to move on to the other side. Whose forgiveness should be able to all souls. But having said that, the guy's a fucking doucher. Then how about Mark Sargent, who she loves? She's the biggest champion of Mark Sargent. She tries to make Mark Sargent happen the way Linda Moulton Howe tries to make Psychic Sasquatch happen. She just comes back to that well. No matter how many times people are like, you don't care about Mark Sargent, she will go back to that prison and she will interview him with pen and paper and pencil and paper again and bring forward his bullshit. What's the problem? Dude is in prison. He's in prison because he came across the deep state and he's set up. No, he admitted to hatching a plan that involved the murder of a business associate or some guy with money by teenagers. He got a group of teenagers together and convinced them that he was going to be King Arthur of a new Camelot. Where do you think the name Project Camelot first came from?
No, you're not. You're not. I mean, I know.
People love Camelot. They do, and everybody wants to be King Arthur, right? Everybody's King Arthur, just like everybody's Anu's fucking bastard son with the big dick, right? Everyone's out here like this, whatever. Anyway, back to the point. So Kerry Cassidy not only carries water for Bill Wood, she carries water. She's the only active supporter of the Mark Sargent story. Of this kind of thing. If people want to know, it's all over the internet. It's all over the internet. It's very easy to research and find out and get to the contemporary news articles and editorials of the day to find out what happened. This guy convinced a group of dumbass teenagers smoking too much pot that he was the reincarnation of King Arthur, and they were going to recreate Camelot in the San Francisco Bay Area after blowing up the Golden Gate Bridge with a laser.
Well, I know
I shit
about
you
it.
not. How they were gonna make this happen? They needed
Did we
capital,
hear that chat? Or
right?
am I just
So we
crazy?
got these kids to murder a kid.
Am I taking it wrong or
When
what?
the fit hit the
Because I don't
fan,
think so.
Mark
'Cause it
Sargent
was pretty clear
confessed.
in that.
He confessed that was all his idea, and that's why he's in
She
prison
laughed and was fine
for
with it.
life. That's why he's in prison, and is never
So
going
you
to
were
get out.
fine
Okay,
for somebody
but
to
still, she
set up
carries water
somebody.
for this guy. So that's number 2. Now she's got Simon Parks with credible allegations of abuse against him.
Is that what
What
you're
does
saying?
she do? Nothing. Doesn't address it.
Yes.
Doesn't even bring it up. And I put it up in the live chat in bold.
I
There
just
were
made sure I
moderators
got
in
that
that
clip
live
because I
chat
got
who were
that clip.
supposedly looking for the question.
Now go to jail.
I saw the
Take me
pick
to jail.
questions
See
above.
how- see
I
how
saw
long
the
I
pick
sit
questions
and
below.
possibly
There was
send you
another
to
dude
jail.
in there that was going
Right.
crazy about
Right.
the same thing. Sergeant something was going crazy about the
Both
same
of
shit
them
about
said
Bill
that was not her.
Proctor.
I know that.
Yeah. So the fact of the matter is that she had the ability to address an issue and she chose not to. And that that demonstrates a lack of journalistic integrity. As you're saying,
You know, I gotta say, at least Miles kind of live stream where he invited people to come on and ask him questions about the application go on, but those people weren't present. You know. But you know, it's known that that a lot of cringe people. Let's just
So
say.
basically,
people are people, right?
she knew the told her the photo wasn't her. She knew it wasn't her, but she was pretending to be hurt and destroyed and devastated the whole fucking time to set me up.
You know, they
To
make
put
up
somebody
stuff,
in
whether it's
jail?
made up or
You were listen, you
what?
fucking snitch ass
You know what I
bitches.
find weird too?
Listen, I don't have any remorse now,
You
for
know,
sure.
I've listened to
Hey, now
some
I appreciate you telling me to listen to
okay?
what
Oh
you
yeah,
said.
yeah,
I
absolutely.
did.
You listen
Because I wasn't gonna play anymore.
check off every time Simon Parks tells a story about a little boy.
I wasn't gonna play any more of it.
That's
We
the
got
part too. Yeah, absolutely.
Dude, I mean, I
Alright,
you can chalk a lot up to.
go ahead and put you in line and that shit too.
I'm
Right.
very
You foul as
swayed
fuck
by
about that.
The Apple ads.
I mean, you foul. You are foul as fuck.
Convince us that what's
Listen.
being said.
With enemies like you, don't nobody need no friend in you. Don't nobody, I don't need
Absolutely.
shit from
Maria
you.
Kelly, or you know, I forget her name, the Irish woman, Maria Wheatley, I think her name is. She does the megalithic sites. She's going with Kerry Cassidy to Egypt and all that.
Right.
She can tell me, look me right in the face, and say,
And until you
"Brandon,
show that
I'm gonna
goddamn
do
receipt of what I said, you're a fucking liar about that too. You didn't do it because you did it for savage. Because you wanted to do savage pants.
So it's very tough for us Americans to judge whether or not a person is shady
tell
or
the
not
real
based
truth.
on their verbal behavior, because we can be
Tell the truth.
very much taken in by that British accent. I think that British accent has a lot to do with why James Casbolt and Max Spears are so popular in some sense, you know?
Right.
Anyway.
You know, I mean, look, I mean, it is what it is, and and we go through it, and also I know that we got actually a great number of viewers, and I just want to let people know that if they're looking at the title of this video and they're noting that it's disconnected, they're just tuning in now. I've been broadcasting since about an hour and a half ago, so a lot of what the main part of the video you're gonna have to wait to see. So if you're a little bit confused or thrown off by what we're discussing now, even though I think what we're discussing right now has got real value, absolute value to the community, just know and be aware of that. It's not some sort of false advertisement or ipso facto switch. Please do, if you came here for the title of the video for the specific, make sure you check out the beginning part of the video, because there's some stuff there that I want you to see, whether you like it or not. It'd be interesting for me to get feedback on. Going back to you, what we were discussing, Brandon, the thing about Miles Johnson is I've talked about this before. Miles Johnson has a rep.
That is
and I've got a rep too. I mean, when people talk about C.W. Chanter, the latest controversies with C.W. Chanter, falling out with several people, ended in acrimony with people leaving out the back door saying, I was a sexist son of a bitch, right? I was a homophobe, and I was an abuser. Not a physical abuser, but I'm a mental abuser to people. And what's so funny is that I think 99.9% of the time when people are talking about me being incredibly abusive and mean to people on my live chat, they're exclusively talking about Brandon Young. Right? Like 9 times out of 10, I'm convinced, and they're like, you know what he did to some dude in the live chat? I'm like, yeah, it was Brandon Young. You know what I mean? The only person that I give more shit to on the internet than Brandon Young is Walter Boston. That's
it.
Like, you may have heard your
Merry Christmas, I shoot the shit. Internet forgets, big man.
He's doing more live streams. Everybody's doing more live streams get more views, right?
Well, yeah.
I played music on that one.
You have to have like
I didn't talk about it there, I didn't talk about it there, I didn't talk
doing a
about
little
it
bit of
there.
research, actual journalism.
That was
I mean,
about
he had-
Shannon.
I don't know. He had a very good discussion with Frank.
That was about her getting that DUI.
AKA Graham
And all
Hancock
this time,
Jr.
we were making videos and clips.
That
Clip
dude
after
came
clip
out of
after
human
clip after
clones.
clip. I didn't address you
Separated.
then.
Remember they used to
And
do
that
that
was on
magazine,
Christmas.
Spy Magazine. They
Okay.
used to do Separated at Birth.
I'm calling bluff some bullshit.
Grant
That was
Cameron
on Christmas.
and Graham Hancock. True or false?
I addressed you
How
then.
about Walter Bosley?
That was not.
That was the other thing I said. That's why I always call Walter Bosley the poor man's Joseph Farrell. I swear to God, they got these guys out of human cloning. I mean, that's a real conspiracy that you could probably float. I guarantee you, Grant Cameron is Grant Cameron is Graham Hancock's clone. That's got legs. I'm not gonna get started because I know that Graham Hancock is. A lot of people. We're all mourning.
Because I counted over
The community is mourning the loss of. I don't know JAW. I know that I've been seeing the tag all the time. I'm not going to BS and say that I know the guy's work. What was his name, Brandon?
John Anthony West.
That's two.
Rest in peace. He was a fantastic. He was everything. You know, some heroes disappoint you a little bit.
Right.
I remember watching Match for Egypt when I was a kid, and an adult, and just being mystified. And so Joe Rogan was too. He was really shaken up when he heard the news, and he did a tribute yesterday to him. So yeah, John Anthony West. I mean, I think he was born in 1928 or something like that.
Wow.
He walked the walk. He was the only guy that could wear suspenders, and you could say, yeah, that's cool. That he can wear suspenders. He can pull it off. He did fantastic work, really paradigm shifting stuff, and yeah, so he's gone now, but he did really great work, and he lived the life. He had such a great depth of knowledge and great sense of humor too, and that will never be forgotten. And that guy's amazing. But yeah, so that's a guy.
There you go. Well, God bless and rest in peace. So I'm not gonna say shit about Graham Hancock for like a minute or two. We'll sit Shiva, for the guy. God bless him. What I mean? It goes to show you. But when it comes to Dark Sassoon, I've accepted Scott Adams' truth about renaming individuals. So you mentioned the dark journalist. I have no idea who you're talking about. I do know of an individual I call Dark Sassoon because of the high fashion environment that he's now moved into. It seems like everything that dude does is now done in front of I guess like the makeup room for a fashion show. Like doesn't always look like it looks like backstage or something. It seems like there's a lot of fashion lighting around. So that's why I've decided to call the guy Dark Sassoon. May he enjoy but the reason that people I can understand. Look, the fact of the matter is this: is that if dark journalists want to do more journalism, more power to them, and God bless them. Everybody's got to do their work their way. Everybody knows my criticisms of dark journalists and why I think the guy is a fucking profiteer. I think he's just in it for the money. I do not think for a minute that he's sincere in anything. I think that he's in it for the money, and I think he's following the money. When it comes to people doing more and more of the live chats, people need to know and understand that a lot of the reason that people are doing that is because of this thing that they've got now called Super Chat. What happened? A lot of people were making their money on YouTube through AdSense. They were doing it through advertisements. We all know that we've gone now through two or three cycles of what's been known as the adpocalypse. Therefore, people were not getting any money. They weren't. So with the live chat thing, Google introduced this thing called Super Chat, which allows for spontaneous donations. And what that really is worked on the model of is Twitch. There's a video game streaming site called Twitch that also features other kinds of streamers doing other sort of things. It's kind of, you could think of it as an alternative to YouTube, but it's primarily geared towards live chats and live streams. Not returning back to pre-recorded stuff, but spontaneous live streams. And Twitch has a reputation of people just throwing money at the screen, especially if you got food. So a lot of the people are doing Super Chat on YouTube now as an alternative to create, more monetization and get more money going in. What I think people are going to run into a problem is that when you do the live stream thing, you put yourself in straight competition with CW Chatter. Hold on 2 seconds.
Yep.
I might hold on.
Yeah. 19.
Yeah, I don't know how much the super chats.
Those are about Shannon.
How much of a percentage they get, but I've seen like Linda Moulton Howe go live and make like $1,000 an hour, or not 1,000,
Those are about Miss
500.
Fucking Wonderful.
And yeah, people throw money at that super chat like it's going out of style sometimes. Depends,
That's about that.
Sorry about that spontaneous information for spontaneous interruption by life. But I heard what you're saying. Yeah. So what I was saying is this: is that you can put together. Some of these people can put together interviews, but the problem is a lot of people are having is that they're interviewing the same people over and over again, and there's no new blood in the water. The fact of the matter is, we lost Jim Mars last year. There's no replacement. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
You get a smaller and smaller cast of characters appearing on more and more different programs, saying the same thing over and over again. It's not that intriguing. Also, look, I'm going to tell people this. I say this to people all the time. My strengths are I do everything live because my weakness is post-production and editing. My strength is live, spontaneous humor and excitement. And so a lot of people, like I turned into the Dark Journalist live stream, and I've seen other people make the criticism as well. Dude, it's just fucking boring.
Now I know the truth.
Do you know what I mean? Like, if you're gonna do a live stream, you can't just sit there and be like, oh, and another thing is, it's also interesting the way that the To the Stars Academy didn't really take off the way people thought it would, right? And then some crickets, and then someone pops up and says something cuckoo. What people also want people to realize and understand that there's a gal that often appears with Dark Journalists now. She's an attractive. I'm not talking about Gigi Young.
Alexander.
And laugh about it.
What's her name?
You laugh about people going to jail.
Maybe she's the one who did the Project Montauk expose where she discovered that it was really a homosexual cabal.
Oh,
did you know that?
Did you like jail?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, so basically, what that is, I mean, back in the day, I saw the original video that she did was originally broadcast at a live event that I went to back in like early 2000 called the SympoCon. And she basically pointed out the fact that she was intrigued by the Montauk story. And like many people, like the Montauk, the way the Project Montauk lure would often work for people was that I'm blanking on the main guy's name.
To put that on a live stream?
Not Peter Moon. What's his name? Nick. Preston Nick.
Put a woman's crotch on
so Preston Nichols would say that, if you hear this story about Project Montauk and it makes sense to you, you might be, but they were always calling it Montauk Boy.
And he's so stupid, he doesn't even know
Montauk
what
Boy.
to say.
So she goes up there and she is hot. Back in the, I mean, she's a good looking woman now, but back in the day, she looked like a fucking model. I mean, she's just, she's just stone. She was stone cold. I'm not gonna lie. And that also goes to show that, like, I'm not trying to hold like Miles Johnson, if Miles Johnson's left, whatever, but you know what I mean? But she went up there and she was like, Preston Nichols, I think that I might be a Montauk girl. And he was immediately like, there's no way. Don't worry about it. See you later. Jesus. And what they used to do to figure out if you were a Montauk boy was you strip down naked.
Yes.
In a parking lot in front of Preston Nichols. Because the way that they would charge themselves up to make the machine work is they'd have to fucking masturbate. So the skirts were low, masturbated in front of Preston Nichols. That's a fucking fact.
That's a sex crime.
That's in the books. I wonder if he got tipped. I wonder if he got tipped. No pun intended.
Somebody came over and told me that.
And,
you are oblivious to the fact that there's not that many people that truly like you.
Dating off and on type of thing. And
I don't give a fuck about who don't like me anymore. The fact that anybody could stand behind that shit after what you heard on that live stream last night, man, fuck all you motherfuckers for real. You snitching, dirty ass, low down, dirty, dirty motherfuckers.
He's like, you know what's gonna happen, don't you? He's like, I wouldn't even take off a sock for that guy.
That old man over in the other community by accusing him of domestic violence, of rape, and being a pedophile. You got ran out of that community.
Video that we did together, he refers to how Stuart Swerdlow was quote unquote deprogrammed by Preston Nichols. So there's that's going on. She relayed the story when she brought her other boyfriend up there. he had to strip down his underwear and like lay on a bed of nails or something. Or something crazy like that.
I wish to God
And
I
yeah, it's only guys, I guess. So
If I had
Hey,
known that
listen,
dirty
people like what they like. You know what I mean? I guess it'll protect them from the Me Too movement. You know what I mean?
we gonna
Yeah,
see
right.
who play dirty. You wanna play dirty?
But
you
like I
wanna
said, I
play
mean,
fair.
and my
And I'm playing
spontaneous
good
joke, and
face.
I use it
And
as a
I'm
point to
telling you
underline to say
now,
this is that
you're
when it
gonna
comes to
be
Miles
that
Johnson,
fucking
he always had a
design
kind of a
with
rep for being a
motherfuckers
little
trying
bit
to
of a
set
latch.
me up.
I always picked up
Bullshit.
on the fact
You
that the guy
understand?
books way more
I don't
girls
care
than
what
he
I
does
see.
guys.
I don't give a fuck
I
what
mean,
I
of all,
see.
like,
At the end of
if
the
you
day,
would look
only
around
one
most
who shared it
most of this
back,
community,
son of
you
a
think the
bitch,
majority of
was she like?
whistleblowers, contactees,
And said,
experiencers, or a lot of the guys that were coming forward were guys.
I'm
But if
done.
you go to the Basis Project, it's almost like it's a catch fight. There's just girls. And also, I don't know if he's cleaned this up by now, but I learned something about favorite lists on YouTube from checking out Miles Johnson's Basis Project. And basically, for a while there, if you went to the Basis Project and you went to favorited videos, it was clearly Miles Johnson's personal YouTube choices. And the dude likes Brazilian booty more than I do.
oh,
It was like it's all that like there were tons of videos up there that were favorited. That was like, why is he favoriting this? And does he have any concept, idea, or understanding that anyone who goes and looks at that is going to see? But not to say that there should be any shame in it. He's a normal heterosexual guy and he likes to look at big brown booty. That's not crime. You know, it is what it is, But I did notice that. So it's crazy, the things that people say and the things that people do. We'll see what happens next. A grand adventure. We'll see what happens next. But let me do the
talking about legal stuff.
Tonight we hear from school shooters.
Yeah, well, you know what I mean?
A serial killer.
People say that all the time.
People say that all the time. People say that shit all the time. And that's why.
Thank you so much for having me on. I love you, man.
Yeah, I gotta go too, man. So we're good.
All right.
Good catching up with you, man. Yeah, something. Thank God, Brandon was here. He added a little bit something to us. Very good times. Very good times. But guys, we do have to wrap this up. So we had a little twofer today. I think we had the main video talking about the main things that I wanted to address in the video, and then we got a little back end with Brandon Young, a little separate action there. So we'll see what happens, and we'll see what happens next. But what I do want to do before I go is I would do a little quick up and down just to say hi to the people that have been here. Unfortunately, the chat doesn't go all the way to the top for me. So we know that there might be some people that I did this see. Not my real account. How you doing? James Wildman, happy birthday. How you doing, baby? Shiva Burton, good to see you. Good to see you. Jet Pet 1000, always a pleasure. Keep shooting those cannons, just not in my direction. Lisa F, how you doing? Happy Friday to you too, my friend. Ba 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 ba. Logan Savinsky, morning CW, morning to you. Hope you catch it. AJ Cap, how you doing, baby? Elisa Brittany, y'all, how you doing? You know what I mean? Death metal for the win. All right, Charles Williamson, God bless you.
Memes
how you doing?
and viruses, huh,
Gilando.
1999 and 2019. Let's see. Since you always redo your videos.
Phantasm.
I never married.
God bless you. I like that name.
For about
Phantasm.
the past month, when
Fractal Truth in his new office. No,
YouTube
unfortunately,
content
this is not my new
creator
office. This
Google
is
Hangouts live.
my home. This is my
You're a human
their
server.
methodology. Switching things up, put the camera in different places.
Their method
I haven't filmed this way from this
live
angle
stream.
since the video.
We'll see a pop-up window appear that says "Hangout on Air" is going away August 1st. For quick streaming, try youtube.com/webcam. It just occurs to me, Google Hangouts Live lets you do it for 8 hours. I don't know. I haven't seen webcam, so I don't know what will change or be altered. But for whatever reason, I'll be completely honest. It occurred to me that to see that pop up and to comment upon it, and to note, having first received the standard prompt of you will now be live streaming on YouTube via Google Hangouts Live. This allows you to go up for 8 hours and then closing that out and then seeing the next pop-up appear, it occurred to me to be like, well, no, I mean, I don't know if you can still do 8 hours. I mean, I don't know why this would be pertinent to me because I don't do 8-hour broadcasts. And then it occurred to me as I was reading it out to say to myself, gee,
Let's see how long mine is today.
you could always just have looked at the
4 hours in.
the webcam method, done some investigation before assuming that there might be a problem with you recording for 8 hours, but you don't do anything.
I do all the time.
There you go. Make of that what you will. And I see a whole bunch of people in the live chat, which is fantastic. I see Reese, I see Jeanette, I see Jonas, I see Mark Tarana, I see Jesse Randolph. Hey Jesse, how you doing? I see Omar Corona, I see Robin Ingersoll, I see Out of Mind, I see Michael Wolbert, I see Mario Heath. All right, so the gang's all here.
I turned it off.
Make of that what you will. I start speaking, I speak extemporaneously. Am I even using that word correctly? And before you know it, the game is afoot. The content is being created. The stream is going out. The moments are ticking by. The experiences are happening. The communication cycle is continuing. The synapses are firing. 1 to 1 to 1 to 1 to 1. It keeps on clicking and ticking along.
An alien intelligence.
Let me start.
An alien black goo attached itself to Spider-Man's outfit.
I've already started. I mean, is it paradoxical to say let's start after I've already begun and been speaking?
Storyline was that he eventually had to get rid of the suit and start to develop its own intelligence.
Figuring it out.
And then that suit became venom. So it's very interesting.
When Dan Rather starts the latest news broadcast for day X, he does not begin by saying, by way of update, remember that starting in the year 1900, but you know what I mean? At a certain point, what has come before is assumed to have been prior knowledge in some contexts. This is not a theme and an issue that I'm discussing for the first time here. It's an issue that's come up for me in other contexts and in other stages of development of this YouTube channel experience. When to assume or when to know that the point has been passed where you need to and treat each YouTube video as if it's a self-contained entity that must have all the prior information repeated and contained within it. At what point do you stop saying, as you all know, Corey Good is an individual who does X? Or, as you may know, I have my own religion, Commonwealth Champion, which consists of Aaron H., welcome. At what point do I then say, with this in regards to the secret space program whistleblower school, the 20-year nostalgia loop, and at the confluence of both these entities, the secret space program whistleblower school, hashtag 1999 and 2019, time travel experiment. At what point do I keep on repeating ad infinitum the core context and text and underlying systems and beliefs and methodologies and information of these rubrics? At what point do I assume you've probably seen the videos that came before? You've probably seen videos that I've done before, so I could probably
Quote of the day.
So for the sake of time, and so as not to exhaust myself,
I'll tell you what this teacher says.
and so as to not make these videos a literally growing in length experimental art project, a la a long form abstracted
down to the wire. Did you know that Jesus Christ
version of
I guess that's the truth. So there you go.
Alvin Lucier's I'm Sitting in a Room.
The appointment allowed me the opportunity to be with you.
Do we stop repeating things?
So God bless you all for being with me here today. Hi, Darcy.
And simply assume
God bless you for being with me here today. I'm glad we had this time together. As I always am, we got 46 viewers, which for some people is nothing, but for me,
as it is impossible to repeat the information each and every time to satisfaction,
wonderful feeling.
that we just must
The next
tell
thing on the
people
agenda,
if this
we're gonna
sounds
see some music.
particularly abstracted,
Tonight, we'll definitely make sure it's not going around to Saturday or Sunday.
you can check out earlier
Okay?
videos
And also what I
in
want
the
to do is take
series.
this channel a little bit more seriously and also have a lot more people on to talk to me. Also, what I think is very important is addressing the issue of echo chambers. We don't need any more interviews with the likes of Joseph B. Farrell, the likes of Linda Moulton Howe,
Because it's gotten abstracted,
et cetera,
and it's getting weird, and it's getting
We do
weirder.
not need more simple.
At 10 o'clock, it's 8:42 p.m. Eastern Standard Time by my clock. Oh, it's JFK Day. Though we will not be talking about JFK too much during this broadcast, but it will be mentioned in passing. Today is July 16th, 2019. It was July 16th, 1999, that John F. Kennedy's Jr.'s airplane crashed over Martha's Vineyard, killing him, presumably, his wife, presumably, his sister-in-law, her sister, presumably.
Now you're on your way.
Connections, loops, tangential equations, mysterious statements, lone minds.
Hey, Black Goose.
Let me start
Have a little color today. Hey, Ribble Goo.
with
Now you're on your way.
John C. Lilly again.
Black Goo. Imaginations can transform that.
I've got 1, 2,
Black Goo that's been used by the art.
3 pages of abstracted, half-written notes.
Our utilization and our empowerment in an imaginary way. Then again,
When I do a video
experience
that's
not
just
potentially imaginary.
an analysis of an earlier
So it
piece,
is what it
an
is. It is
interview,
what it is.
or a
God bless
public
you.
statement by Simon Parks,
Okay.
or Corey Good, or Alfred Lambermont Weber, or
So I'm live. We're starting early because I anticipate that this is going to be a long show.
Max Spears,
For your patience while I do the usual thing and go over to
there's a direct ratio
first on Periscope.
between
When I
the time that I put into analyzing and watching the original piece and the information to be gleaned, digested, and repeated to you. Whereas doing this sort of investigation involves looking at things and investing time in websites, videos, descriptions,
It makes no sense.
link follows that may end up at a dead end.
Channel.
I don't always know how it's all going to come together,
And I don't say anything.
but sometimes it does, and sometimes I know that I'm not going to be able to adequately write down longhand all the connections I see between point C and point B, lowercase a,
If I can
One.
or control my speech to that
in the
degree,
outline.
I think that what's the value, what's the point of
But I'll
that?
just
Not at all. I think
do it
that's
to
what
it.
we just have to accept
Let's
that.
pick up kind of where we left off last night, talking about John C. Lilly psychedelic explorer, dolphin experimenter and aficionado, video game influencer, the only thing that I think we can, and mechanical penis possessing, if only for a brief period of time. Alternative backup channels. You can't make this stuff up, folks. Just do that. You could make this stuff up, but why bother? We're going to obviously be talking about the events of yesterday, but it's all there in truth, absolutely, to be perceived. Will go down in the history books. Anywho, you know. Earth, coincidence, control, offense. A lot of the stuff. John C. Lilly. We also have to talk about conspiracy theory land's reaction. Experimented with chemicals to alter his perception of reality, to do research into we'll talk about the narrative, psychoreactive substances and psychotic states, and in exploring communication methodologies, both with entities on planet Earth, like dolphins, as well as extra-dimensional entities. Make of it what you will. So we know what they're saying, and we know what the narratives are. Earth, coincidence, control, offense. In 1974, a lot of what we're going to be talking about involves not the year 1999 and its relationship to 2019, following along the arc of the 20-year nostalgia loop that we've been developing, exploring, and utilizing as a tool, an energy source to be harnessed, and a gateway to be traveled upon to achieve time travel. And we'll cover it as best we can, and we'll talk about after a fashion. We've got time to do so. And I will also be spending some time talking about please share this on 1975 and 1995. If you know that the 1975 was the year that I was born. With you as well. And there were many things that I noticed happening in 1975 that might have some indication and some relevance to discoveries I've made about calendar year 1995. The 20-year nostalgia loop has fuzzy edges. So 1974 to 1995, 1975 directly to 1995. I allow myself to be loosey-goosey about it, and then I invite you to do the same. 1974. So we'll come back to that. I got Twitter open because I think it makes sense to look over there. Lou Reed made an album called Metal Machine Music. But first, before I go too far, let me do this. Let me do a little bit of housekeeping. Brian Eno made an album called Discrete Music, and later on in 1975 recorded an album called Ambient One Music for Airports. And I'll look to you guys, and I'll let you guys help me out as far as things. A band called Throbbing Gristle. A band called Throbbing Gristle recorded some demo tapes that ended up being subsequently released in the year 1995 in a kind of quasi-authorized bootleg series, primarily for the financial gain of one Genesis Peorage, de facto leader of Throbbing Gristle and official leader of the Temple of Psychic Youth and Psychic TV. Here, but a person that I believe was highly influential on my life, and if I experience a connection to the work of Aleister Crowley and L. Ron Hubbard as being forefathers, you just know it's going to be after a fashion, I would also have to acknowledge other links in the chain, like William S. Burroughs and Genesis Peorage. We're in here. Earth Coincidence Control Office. In 1974, responding to people on Twitter is great. John C. Lilly began communicating with an organization, a group of cosmic entities called Earth Coincidence Control Office, or ECCO, ECHO. And he's conceded the election. a teaching was passed along and has been passed along from these perceived cosmic entities, whether they be cosmic entities or cosmic entities in John C. Lilly's imagination,
BS. If you support,
which would be more real. A question for you to ponder. If you were to be told that you were being asked to accept that these individuals were being presented to you as actual cosmic entities, would that make them more real than they were if they were just the imagination of John C. Lilly? Or if I were to say to you, except for the fact that these are products of John C. Lilly's imagination, and like any work of fiction, are they not real things that we can ponder and think about? I mean, we're not telling you that they're actual cosmic entities. Would that make them more real? Because you can accept the fact that things that people imagine, people actually imagine, whereas you might find it harder to believe that there are cosmic entities.
Great, wonderful Christian.
Thinking about that
and the people that
may get you thinking in a way
were Antifa
as a form of self-examination
supporters
that may shore up or solidify some unanswered questions that you may have.
This is how
it occurs to me while doing this work
y'all gathered
that there are things that
people that were gathered in mass went to the Capitol building. Capitol building was invaded.
Waking up in the house, living in a beautiful house in a wonderful mansion, it occurs to you one day to say, hey, who the fuck built this thing? And why? I mean, I love that stained glass window. It appeals to me. But why is it there? Why was it put there? Was it put there by committee? Did one individual get inspiration? Did the person who made it, did they think it was their best work? Or did they think it was schlock that they would just throw into some fucking house because it certainly wasn't worthy of a museum? Or is this house somebody's blooper reel? Or am I in some sort of prison?
It makes no sense. What does make sense is
unanswered questions, unexamined presumptions and assumptions worthy of looking up. Because even if you find that you have an easy answer for them, you know, I can accept that John C. Lilly has an imagination. I can accept these things as the product of imagination, and I can accept them as more real as being products of imagination because imaginary thoughts I know and accept to exist, whereas I'm agnostic or disbelieving in the notion of cosmic entities. Or vice versa.
Do so as an American citizen and say, as an American citizen,
here are the 9 conditions, according to Lilly, that should be followed by people who seek to experience coincidence in their own lives. Let's not wanting to leave no stone unturned. Let's define coincidence. Coincidence. Now, a remarkable occurrence of events or circumstances without apparent causal connection. They met by coincidence. Synonym, accident, chance, serendipity, fate, destiny, fortuity, fortune, providence, free, hazard. Definition number 2, correspondence in nature or in time of occurrence. The coincidence of interest between the mining companies and certain politicians. Synonyms, co-occurrence, coexistence, conjunction, simultaneity, simultaneousness, contemporaneousness, synchronicity, synchrony, flash, conflict, correspondence, agreement, accord, concurrence, match, fit, consistency, conformity, harmony, compatibility, dovetail, correlation, parallelism, similarity, likeness, a coincidence of interest.
Filed by Trump, Team Trump, or Team
9 conditions that should be followed by people who seek to experience coincidence in their own lives. The reason that I'm repeating this information that we've talked about already last night is the notion that it seems relevant to me in engaging in the secret space program whistleblower school and in attempting to time travel for shits and giggles that there is a coincidence between our endeavors and the endeavors that John C. Lilly seemed to have identified in those individuals who were seeking to work with and or have potlatch or membership with the Earth Coincidence Control Office.
Then everyone's going to be arrested, and you're going to go to the
Number 1, you must know, assume, simulate our existence in the Earth Coincidence Control Office. I don't know what that means. You must be willing to accept our responsibility for control of your coincidence. You must exert your best capabilities for your survival programs and your own development as an advanced member of ECHO's Earthside Corps of Controlled Coincidence Workers. You are expected to use your best intelligence in the service. 4.
There's no way.
You are expected to expect the unexpected every minute, every hour of every day, and of every night. Hare Krishna. 5. You must be able to maintain conscious thinking, reasoning, no matter what events we arrange to happen to you. Some of these events will seem cataclysmic, catastrophic, overwhelming. Remember, stay aware, no matter what happens, apparently happens to you, no matter what happens or apparently happens to you. For example, if you are on a mega dose of ketamine while watching television on a Saturday night, and the programming gets interrupted by aliens who want to have a specific conversation with you, and in the process of having a specific conversation with you, engage in a form of ersatz psychic surgery, whereby they remove your penis, hand it to you, replace it with a mechanical penis, and then later on, after the drugs wear off, you look down and discover you have your original penis back. Don't get freaked out about that. And trying to, through all the steps of that processes, especially if you're a woman, try to keep it cool.
Going crazy. He's going to wake up Sunday morning with his head splitting.
Or so I surmise.
Why the
Number 6, you are in our training program for life. There's no escape from it. We, not you, control the long-term coincidences. You, not we, control the shorter-term coincidences by your own efforts.
From your own private account like a genius. You got your
7, your major mission on Earth is to discover, create that which we do to control the long-term coincidence patterns. You are being trained on Earth to do this job. When your mission on planet Earth is completed, you will no longer be required to return there. Remember the motto passed to us. Cosmic love is absolutely ruthless and highly indifferent. It teaches its lessons whether you dislike them or not. Okay. There are things here that have obvious precedents in teachings that were delivered prior to John C. Lilly's existence on planet Earth. For example, there are notions here that are very similar to evergreen concepts of reincarnation, or this life as a test, or a learning process, or a school. There are obviously things in here that, though it's presented in different Western scientific language,
is similar to notions of karma and dharma.
And the Capitol Police in DC.
There are things here that obviously might have in different languages and in different deliveries be similar to lessons taught by prior mystery schools or cult traditions. There are things in here that I think have relevance or can be heard by people who are engaged in the desire to discover their true will, their role in the universe, or conversation with their holy guardian angel.
No desire to get along with the clan. I have no desire to get along with,
or so I theorize.
Oh, shoot. It just is the way it is. So let's dive in. We'll go to the top of the live chat so I don't miss the super chat donations that I'm very thankful to have received. We don't know. Like doing a video like this, and this is also the problem with YouTube. We've talking about YouTube, the problems with YouTube, the fact that even just doing this sort of coverage is essentially radioactive. Saying hello to Fires of Truth, checking in, Spooky checking in over on Periscope, #1 on Periscope. All right, Sweet Cheeks, #1 on YouTube. We have V, you're not gold on YouTube, you're silver. You get you silvered on YouTube. But God bless you. They're Friendly Fakir getting the bronze over on YouTube. We have Lisa Kane. There you go. We have Jonaside getting the gold medal over on Twitch. First comment on Twitch is from Jonaside. We have Linda's Malton Cow saying hello to us. We have Spudway representing the lesbian communist contingent. Inside joke. We got Mario Heat over here. There you go. Spencer. You got Mario also representing over on Twitch, going for that silver. We got KB checking. We got Jonaside. We got Jason. We got Jonaside. We got Jason Alberts. We got Gorilla Gardner advising people to buy Bitcoin. I'm advising to buy Bitcoin, but that's his business, not mine. We have Galactic Dude Man. We have INJ. We've got Kevin Levere saying, I've been feeling just sad all day. I barely slept all this mess. For the state of mind that a large portion of the wealthiest country on the planet is displaying. It is horrible. Remember, what is it like? How many millions of people voted for Donald Trump's second term?
My apologies. I forgot to do something important. It occurred to me to remember to do something important, so I did that. That may be the last interruption of the night. You know what? I hope and I pray that it's not, and that I get another interruption. We'll see what happens.
It's a sad day.
I accept that things happen. I accept my responsibility for certain things, and I accept that certain things are out of my control. So be it. I have now these notes. At 10 o'clock tonight, Eastern Standard Time, Kelly Farmer on her channel Explaining Esoterica is going to be having an interview with Reemsy, and I saw both of them in the live chat here before. So we will be talking, hopefully, for about another hour. The hope is that my notes last me long enough to get to the 10 o'clock magical hour so that I can be of service to other members in the YouTube content creating experience world, as also those individual creators who are closer to my heart and mind than some others, to be of service, to be able to help funnel as much of the audience that I'm able to generate tonight over to that. That would be great. Thank you so much, BGs, for your generous, fantastic, fabulous donations. They are much appreciated. They help keep the lights on. Hopefully, it being 9:05, I will be able to have these notes last me long enough
to get to that magical hour.
I know he could promise an orderly transition.
Not
power.
Go over that time.
Concession.
So as to cut any of the notes off, but not go through them so fast that we find ourselves at some interim point. Thank you so much, Risberger, for your donation. Some interim point between here and there,
I agree. Not all Trump
whereby we have the proverbial
to a degree.
dead air.
There you go. Pragmatic. Checking Ray James.
But I could always leave the word
Trump at this point. Oh,
for better and or worse. Deep Blue Sea was another movie that was made in 1999. What was interesting to me about looking at, I begin my searches into 1999 somewhat haphazardly. Words are entered and numbers are entered into search bars of YouTube or Google proper, and they begin to give you things. I reviewed the Wikipedia page on films released in 1999, so I'm familiar with many of them already, and we've talked about many of them already, as we will talk about them again tonight. It's not clear to me how things pop up in the search or where things start to happen or where the pieces start to come together from an individual night of research, culminating and coalescing into that which is put on paper to be presented again to you. Deep Blue Sea was a movie that came out in 1999, a kind of action adventure suspense piece, a popcorn movie, not a terribly deep movie with tons of philosophical underpinnings like The Matrix, Existence, 13th Floor, that's fair to say, Free Jack, The Cell, etc., etc. But a movie that was interesting in its own right, a movie I remember seeing in the movie theater.
And message will be public.
What was interesting to me about this movie, The Deep Blue Sea, coming up in the search, what may have made it pop in my mind, or may have made it pop in the Google algorithm, YouTube algorithm mind, to present to me, okay? They do a lot more. Most likely some confluence or coincidence of same was the fact that we were just talking about John C. Lilly, his work with dolphins, and the influence of his work with dolphins and psychedelics upon the developers of the Sega Genesis game Echo the Dolphin, which featured a quest, a beginning quest to meet a blue whale known as the Big Blue. And here we have the word blue again, Deep Blue Sea. Eiffel 65 had a hit song in 1999 with I'm Blue. I'm Blue, you know what I mean? And we've been seeing blue things all over the place. And Lord have mercy knows that certainly me and Corey Good had a lot of energy exchanges in 1999. And if there's a color associated with the work of Corey Good, I dare say it's blue. What do I mean by that? I'm going to tell you, Deep Blue Sea involves a offshore ocean lab managed where they are working with gene therapy upon sharks, mako sharks, in order to discover a cure or solution for Alzheimer's disease. We have seen the exercise. So I see this confluence between the work of John C. Lilly with dolphins. Here we have a jump to another movie with an aggressive species, not dolphins, but sharks. But still, the notion of people experimenting with them genetically, experimenting with their brain structure, I think you're going to see those and whatnot. Also remember that 20 years prior to 1999 would be 1979. So I noted the shades of John C. Lilly in his work with dolphins. I also noted this theme of gene therapy and genetic modification. This notion, if you're not in a official news organization, please understand you can talk about cute cats, recipes, GoBots, Dungeons and Dragons, whether or not the new Kanye West album slays or lays, right? You can review Jeffree Star makeup tutorials, and as far as other things are concerned, shut your mouth. I'm telling you. You know, it's going to be like a co-op or a housing association for development of condo units. You can have an American flag. We like that. We like patriotism. The POWMI thing, it's in our bylaws. It's one of those things that we consider potentially disturbing to people. So you're not actually. It's actually in the bylaws of the condo. You're not allowed. We're gonna ask you to take it down. You can have petunias as long as they're not over this. Genetic modification. Also, this notion of genetic modifications has been a result of leading to a catastrophe or disaster. Was also featured in the 1999 movie Bats, which also featured genetic modification of native species turning into the downfall of man. That's relevant because in the 1970s, people know that a very common theme was this notion of disaster methods. The Italian Inferno in 1979, I believe, the Poseidon Adventure that we'll talk about, these sort of things. I think, also, different other things. So just something that I noted. I also noted a kind of a cross-reference to a theme that I had seen in another 1999 piece of media known as Farscape. In the movie Deep Blue Sea, at one point, this female scientist, who believes that she's discovered the cure to Alzheimer's, and has reported this data onto I guess a disk drive or something, has to sacrifice that disk drive, has to destroy it in order to save herself and other people from a shark. This is a very similar thing to a theme that was seen in Farscape in 1999, where the human character who accidentally ended up in this science fiction, Battle of the Planets, Star Trek type scenario by traveling accidentally through a wormhole while experimenting with an experimental spacecraft, had developed data and coordinates that would aid him in getting back to Earth. But he has to barter or sacrifice this data and information for the greater good of his adopted crew, adopted space alien family. Make of that what you will. In my notes, I put down that this is something that we could look for happening in 2019 in media, or maybe in our lives. That's why the destruction of your precious data to achieve some other end. And in my notes, I wrote down Odin's sacrifice of his eye, or Yahweh's sacrifice of himself in the form of Jesus. Highfalutin, extempore, philosophizing at the nexus of time travel and woo, pertinent ideas worthy of investigation in a form of criticizing someone with therapeutic self-discovery, media analysis. It's insane. It won't work. That's why the YouTube will continue investigations into lowbrow literature. They're a waste of everybody's time. Died on Twitch. It was an alternative timeline. At least I'm still alive in this world. If I died on Twitch, I died on Twitch. Looking at Deep Blue Sea there in 1999, I wrote to myself, look up the Poseidon Adventure and Jaws. These people believe anything he tells them.
The Poseidon Adventure occurred in 1972. 20 years after the Poseidon Adventure would have been 1992, the year that this video game that we already previously talked about, Echo the Dolphin, was released. In the Poseidon Adventure, a Titanic-style ship needed to be mothballed. It was old. It was in somewhat of disrepair, but it was making one last New Year's journey, traveling from New York to Crete. Greece is in the news a lot in the late '90s. Here in the late the 2010s or whatever. It was a various economic situations as we know.
So here we go.
Also, traveling to Greece is a notion of, in the Poseidon Adventure, make of that what you will, the name Poseidon and all that stuff, that wonderful stuff.
Over 300.
And obviously ancient Greece and the Greek pantheon of gods.
I'll cover this a little bit.
En route, they are hit by a
So what
tsunami.
ended up happening
Remember,
is that
1972, 20 years forward is 1992, 20 years forward from that will be 2012. Well, in 2011, we know that there was the Tohoku earthquake and tsunami, which resulted in the destruction of the Fukushima nuclear power plant and the Fukushima nuclear disaster.
This will also get us to this notion that this.
We'll also remember while contemplating 1999 that the March 28th, 1999 debut of the first episode of Futurama
He's got a beard.
occurred 20 years after, exactly 20 years after the 3 Mile Island disaster. We talked about that last night.
Symbol, which of course
there was a sequel to the Poseidon Adventure called Beyond the Poseidon Adventure, which was actually filmed in 1979, which would link up directly to 1999.
Like Odin worship, like Norse.
Make of that what you will.
Paganism.
Are the connections tangible? Are they too attenuated? Are we connecting dots? Like cave painting, is dot connecting self-justifying in and of itself as a form of mental exercise? Are we developing psychic powers, or are we just fooling ourselves?
Yeah, so he
Remember this, in the Poseidon Adventure that occurred approximately 40 years, that involved the tsunami disaster that took place almost exactly 40 years before the tsunami disaster that resulted in Fukushima. In the Poseidon Adventure, as well as in the Fukushima disaster, we have the explicit mention of the corporate overrule of safety. The people in the know who knew and understood that there were problems with safety concerns were overruled by corporate bigwigs who wanted the mission to go forward in order to make money or continue making money. Jaws came out in 1975. 20 years after 1975, obviously it'd be 1995. So we got 25 years between Jaws and Deep Blue Sea. Jaws was shot on location on Martha's Vineyard.
Oh, here we go.
It was 20 years ago today that JFK Jr.'s plane went down off the coast of Martha's Vineyard.
Elijah Schaefer, national reporter at The Blaze. That was the Glenn Beck when he got fired.
The debut episode of Futurama contained a reference to JFK Jr. International Airport that was scrubbed from later broadcasts after later in the year JFK Jr. went down over Martha's Vineyard in an airplane accident. Jaws, released in 1975, was the highest grossing film of all time before Star Wars came out in 1977. We've talked about Star Wars from 1977, and then because approximately 20 years after that, there was a movie made in 1999, Star Wars: The Phantom Menace.
This is him saying, "This is I forget. They don't have the timestamp. This is breaking. I am inside Nancy Pelosi's office with the thousands of revolutionaries."
In 1999, this is an aside. 1999.
So if he is uniquely
there. And these are all just, they're weird coincidences. Ability to discern weird coincidences. Jonaside says, where does Sharknado fit in? Well, if Deep Blue Sea was in 1999, following up almost 25 years after Jaws in 1975, well, we know that Sharknado occurred in Trump supporters. What was it? We'll do it right now. We'll do it in real time. Don't you think he would say, folks, listen, pay attention. These are not Trump supporters. These are Black Lives Matters and Anti-Flag supporters that are. Sharknado came out in 2013. No. So it was 1993 would have been right up there, but of course there was Sharknado 2. There was also Sharknado 5. And the last Sharknado that just came out in 2018, showing a screenshot, showing about 20 years after Deep Blue Sea. The private emails of someone. So we see that there you go, and also Sharknado would be the confluence because there's a tornado, but tornado, tsunami, cyclone. Think of this what you will. Let me tell you what happened. This is what people like I said. The question remains for each individual person to come to understand and accept whether the coincidence is tangible or overly tangential. The Capitol Police, I think there's a lot of shit to go around, but some of them were taking quote unquote selfies with the invaders, with the terrorists, and people were saying like, "Oh, look at these cops! These dirty cops! They're taking selfies with the." In 1999, Marvel Comics had a brief series called Earth X. This is an aside. We're changing streams for a minute here. Thank you for taking a selfie with me. We're changing tracks. Federal offense. We will go back. I will have to go back to Earth X and do more research. Oh, FYI. But having discovered it, throwing it up and out here, to whet people's appetites or get people researching and thinking along these lines. Earth X series involved, there was a comic line by Marvel that involved all people on Earth developing superpowers. Changes his narrative. The way that this happened had something to do with the element known as vibranium. People will know that vibranium was in the news in 1999 in the realm of fiction because the existence of vibranium was consequential to the success of the African nation, the fictional African nation known as Wakanda, within the new movie that came out called The Black Panther. We know that many of the people and communities who decry that Western civilization has fallen into collapse because of the influx of the others, who invariably are brown, which is great. Lambasted Wakanda in the Black Panther movie because this notion of the movie setting up an African nation like Wakanda that was technologically advanced and powerful was considered by some people in the Western civilization as going to hell in a handbasket because of these guys coming in. Terrorists. They did find pipelines. Stephen Molyneux, Black Pigeon Speaks, Jean Paul Garippi, etc., etc., etc. Some of you guys don't know how this works. He's getting ratioed out the wazoo. There, to my mind and my ear, I heard, sensed, and thought of Tyler Cardone, a parallel here. This notion of this guy's the CEO of Blaze Media world where it was challenged, the powers that be on the order was challenged by development whereby everybody developed superpowers because of vibranium in 1999, and then coming back in 2019, the notion of vibranium being consequential to this imaginary place called Wakanda that was being set up as an African nation that would be on par or parity with Western first world nations like England or the United States of America. I don't know. I saw something there. I thought it was interesting. Again, in full effect. tangential, consequential, tangible, a stretch.
Disinformation.
I don't know.
Disinformation. Scapegoat.
I do know, as an aside, that the movie The Matrix came out in 1999, and in 2019, a woman has come back into our community, the esoteric, fringe conspiracy theory, ascension, secret space program, satanic cabal, Illuminati aware, red pill having taken community of bizarros, because Miles Johnson interviewed a gal called, what's her name, Sophia Stewart. She's a woman who claims to have invented or came up with the intellectual property of
when they get you,
Terminator, as well as the Matrix movies. And that she makes a big thing about having been, having a successful lawsuit against,
there you go.
1 week ago, Sophia Stewart, author of The Matrix. Well, Sophia Stewart can be debunked, and we'll get into it, but I just thought it was interesting to me, the fact that Sophia Stewart this year, after having kind of gone away for a little bit, not only was she interviewed on the Miles Johnson Spaces Project, she was also interviewed recently by
must be removed from office.
Randy Morgan.
Immediately.
It's interesting to me, the notion of this, this being the 20th anniversary of The Matrix, and then her coming back. Just let me say that I'll probably go in and maybe, might have an ability here to do an old school style CW Champa presentation and simultaneously work on our studies, our continued studies of the 1999 and 2019 time travel experiments by looking at and addressing the contents of Sophia Stewart's interview with Miles Johnson. I think also you can look at the work of Miles Johnson, the Basis Project, as being particularly interesting, because I think you can set up a pretty clear 20-year nostalgia loop link up between his channel's former lionization and championing of the existence of AI black goo with the existence of the mythological artificial intelligent black goo that was a staple of the science fiction television show from the late 1990s, The X-Files. Now, you can't say the Democrats are doing the same thing when Trump got in. It's a false equivalency. I with all due respect. And you're titled to your other themes that I thought were interesting in 1999 movies. Some of these movies need to be looked at and examined closer. Some of them can be understood, and the most important parts of them for us can be gleaned from Wikipedia description, because it's not about the action of the movies. It's not particularly about the dialogue or setting. It's about the philosophical underpinnings or concepts contained therein. I've already previously talked about the movie, the fact that the movies The Matrix, Existence, and The 13th Floor all came out in 1999. We also talked about the interesting fact that David Bowie in 1999
systemic, racist police violence that is discernible and understandable objectively by an analysis of the facts. The number of people that cops kill, the number of people that cops kill that are African American, the number of African Americans that are incarcerated.
Talked about in an interview in 1999 the notion of, while describing and talking about the internet, said,
if we can't
make of this what you will,
that there's
is there life on Mars? Referencing his earlier 1970s hit song, Life on Mars. Yes, there is, and it just crash landed on Earth. So look,
Now, I think it's funny to explore this notion about the possible implications of David Bowie's statement, and I do so firmly in cheek, and I do so with Discordian flair.
Events.
In the name of the name of Bob Dobbs, and in the quest for slack, I make this reference again. Having said that, what's interesting to me is the notion of concrete, specific themes that are very, very precisely developed, occurring in multiple movies
The notion that you
made by
can't-
different
that we
filmmakers
can't point
with
to something
different
and say this is a
agendas
problem,
and different
or to say that
development
media
cycles
is
and
giving a pass
ideas.
on Black Lives Matter and Antifa is ridiculous. First of all,
There's a movie that
Black
came
Lives
out
Matter,
in
but also
1999 called Virus
sometimes
with
when
Donald
the
Sutherland
media
and
is covering
Jamie Lee
systemic
Curtis.
violence being done by the state.
I watched the trailer for this. I saw it in the
disenfranchised
theater, another movie I saw in the
population.
theater. It's not a fantastic movie, but what's interesting is that in the movie, in the movie Virus, what ends up happening is there's an extraterrestrial intelligence that comes through as an energy wave, hits the space station Mir, and through Mir transfers itself onto a Russian vessel. This Russian vessel is discovered by a group of American salvagers or seafaring folk of some variety, and it's discovered that this extraterrestrial intelligence is kind of
is what it is. I mean,
gone into the electronics, and it's cybernetically aware, and it's a cybernetically functioning thing, and it's turning people into cyborg robot hybrids, a la,
what happens to any of these other
you know,
I just want to give people the benefit of the doubt.
the black hole. You know, I don't know how to describe it, but in the trailer it says it came from outer space.
How does the media condone?
And I want to point out this connection to this previous David Bowie quote that we were exploring. It hit me here and was downloaded onto a ship. But here's the quote. It now needs to deal with the ultimate virus, man. Okay, but we know in the 1999 movie The Matrix, Agent Smith gives a very detailed soliloquy speech to the imprisoned Morpheus,
my opinion is
where he says humanity is not a mammal, it's a virus. And he then describes with some
of those buildings. And it is
with a certain Iran,
these individuals, these
why he believes the humanity is a virus.
And the number of police.
So here you have this notion of the movie Virus saying that this virus, this space computer virus, needs to know and understand that it needs to deal with the ultimate virus, which is man. And you have that coming out the same year that another movie features an entire speech where it's laid out for Morpheus and by extension the audience of humans why the AI is telling us why we're viruses.
The facial recognition material, and they never came forward.
And I want to tie this into earlier research that we did regarding John C. Lilly, who in addition to talking about ECCO, ECHO, also talked about SSI.
You do know that facial recognition technology is a thing. So for all those geniuses, like
which stands for solid state intelligence,
the guy with the podium.
In John C. Lilly's estimation, the amount of computers and electronic devices that mankind has generated on Earth, think of the Internet of Things, if you will, was eventually going to become sovereign, become a unified intelligence, and want to destroy humans because the life-supporting systems that are endemic and satisfactory to it
and cultural background
are exactly the opposite of those environmental factors that are conducive to biological life. So again, right as we're exploring 1999 and our explorations of the 20-year nostalgia loop bring us to the work of John C. Lilly
And as his belief in SSI, that ties us right back into the quintessential virtual reality and artificial intelligence questions being proved to us or shown to us by movies like Virus, The Matrix, Existence, and The 13th Floor. Specifically in the realm of Virus, this ties directly to this notion of it being an alien intelligence, a la the quote of David Bowie. But wait, there was another movie made in 1999 called The Astronaut's Wife, where the virus didn't come across and invade the space station Mir to be downloaded onto a ship's software and hardware. Rather, this extraterrestrial intelligence came through as a wave, hit a biological computer, i.e. a human man, who then came back down to Earth, impregnated his wife, the astronaut's wife.
Sean killed yesterday in the
This is
Capitol
also a very similar theory that was explored in a terrible, terrible science fiction movie from 1998 known as Species 2.
American woman was killed in 1994.
So I wrote here in my notes here, quote, it needs to deal with the ultimate virus, man, tied to Matrix, Agent Smith speech, tied to SSI, John C. Lilly concept, virus versus virus, and battle royale for ultimate domination. And then I put in notes, invading AI and transhumanist agenda, because in the virus movie, the robot, the artificial intelligence that came from outer space, or the cybernetic intelligence that came from outer space, wants to use the humans for quote-unquote spare parts, a la the Borg, a la the movie The Black Hole, which came out in 1979.
So that's rebelling with Zan's life with Moreno saving right now. Whoa, oh my God.
So there's this notion I also wrote here in notes here, Existence in the Matrix, plugs right into the Existence involves a biocore plugging right into the central nervous system of a human being, just like in the Matrix. And then they also talked about in the Existence, the game that they're playing responds to our urges, desires, and fears. And that correlated directly to the philosophical concept in the Matrix. Remember, the first Matrix had been abandoned because they designed it as paradise, but entire crops were lost because the humans rejected it because they couldn't deal with a world that was just perfect and made them happy. That they had beings define their life by suffering. So the Matrix had to be retooled us to be successful. We make our own hell of our own choosing. Our true nature is revealed in the game. This notion that there has to be an interchange of information and a dialing in and coordinating and collaboration and agreement between the
Crystal Thalen giving
cybernetic intelligence in its various forms, whether terrestrial or extraterrestrial, and the mankind and humankind that's going to interact with it in this transhumanist future of fusion of man and machine. I hope I'm making my thoughts as clear as possible, and I'm not getting lost in the weeds, and I'm not too so far out on the limb.
They're going to get you. They're not even going to ban your
circumspect in my description of things. I hope I'm fleshing things out, for want of a better term today, for you guys to understand the notion of turning humans into robots. Also, in 1999, there was a movie called Bicentennial Man, where a robot wanted to become a man, became a man, a biological human that was mortal in steps over the course of 200 years.
Social media product member.
And we talked about this notion previously in an earlier episode of this series that I've been doing with you, that in this movie Existence, this movie The Matrix, and the movie The 13th Floor, we see things coming from different perspectives. Artificial intelligent entities coming from the virtual reality, wanting to break into the world of the real. People from the real world waking up and finding they've been tricked into accepting an artificial reality as real. Or people in the human world in biological space seeking to voluntarily enter into a virtual reality and then seeing the lines get blurred and the distinctions become buzzy.
What's a political?
And in Bicentennial Man, so then we were also talking about virus, the notion of and the aspects of the matrix that involved an actual man-machine transhumanist agenda, hybridization, also in the board that were around, certainly developed as a concept by 1999, and this movie with Robin Williams from 1999, The Bicentennial Man, where again we see it coming from a different angle, not man to machine transhumanist agenda, but machine to man. We see the perspective of a machine wanting to become human and biological, even if that necessitated and constituted becoming mortal, as if the fact of becoming mortal, not that an artificial intelligent thing is immortal in its own regards, would be somehow becoming real. That ties right back to the notion of the matrix, that a reality that's just happiness is dissatisfactory and obviously fake to an unacceptable degree. Whereas a world where some pain and suffering,
I think Facebook conversations
is more.
Did Fish peak in 2002? I know this is an unpopular.
I also want to end
and
on a cryptic note here, as an aside, just to freak you guys out and just to shock the system. From out of nowhere, I'm going to remind you that Pokemon, the first movie, came out in 1999. And there's a new movie in 2019 called Detective Pikachu.
In 2002.
In the Futurama promo that ran prior to the debut episode on March 28th, 1999, the last line of the advertisement says, "You are now dead."
It's over. It's over. Free speech is going to be done.
JFK Jr. died on this day. JFK Jr. International Airport was mentioned in the debut episode of Futurama, though it was scrubbed.
Michael
Let me go back to jump ship, go crazy, and go into 1995 and 1975. Going from looking at the years 1999 to 2019. Let me backtrack a little to another 20-year nostalgical cycle. 1975, the year of my birth, and 1995.
Is that the way
when I was looking at this and exploring this issue of virus, I think is going to happen. Humanity is a virus, and this connection between the viruses, between this movie virus. Oh my God! If I say virus all the time, take a drink. And the movie The Matrix, and Agent Smith, you're a virus. I remember a phrase
video essay
from an album, a CD that I had, that I purchased in 1995. The phrase was, "Humanity is a virus." The band was Throbbing Gristle, and the album was called Blood Pressure. In 1995, the German record label called Dossier released three
stories of alien
kind of unofficial, official Throbbing Gristle records.
Absolute any sort of evidentiary support whatsoever. Will probably for having
Blood Pressure,
sued in federal court,
Gift
and have legal
Gas,
fees in excess of $15,000.
Cream
So if you'd like to give me a super chat donation, or if you'd like to support me on Patreon,
it's generally known amongst Throbbing Gristle aficionados that at some point, because she needed money, Genesis George authorized, unauthorized,
hey man, give me some
the
super chat
release
donations
of
so I can get
these albums that consisted of Throbbing Gristle demos from 1975.
Yeah, I think he's confusing
on this
things.
German record label.
Give Gorilla
Dossier.
I don't think they're confusing things because
I don't know why.
A tweet.
I was aware of Throbbing Gristle's work,
comparison,
and I had it on my agenda to eventually acquire and procure all their albums.
The government space, and
I can tell you that I obtained their greatest hits on CD, a release that came out on New Records, and God, it had to have been 1993.
History of DC for doing something that was like de minimis.
I'd also acquired
she had come
20 Jazz Funk
Pratt started off as a traffic violation. She had come too close to the Capitol building.
I knew of Second Annual Report
and had failed to do so.
Heathen Earth,
as the cops wandered
and Journey Through Body, and a lot of the other official releases, but I didn't get them right away. But when I saw these records by Dossier, the CDs by Dossier, on sale at a local music shop that's no longer in existence that closed in 2010, known as Cafe Sounds in Montclair, New Jersey, I bought them up immediately.
Damien Spencer, it's an Aryan Brotherhood tattoo referring to
immediately attracted to them.
This is the guy.
And they all contain references to these demos being recorded upon cassette tapes. One of them, I think it was Blood Pressure, said these demos were recorded upon a cassette tape donated by William S. Burroughs as a virus.
Oh no, we already got this one. We worked backward. Baked Alaska was there too. Band YouTuber.
Looking at this information, exploring this information, I entered in
on social media
to
themselves committing federal crimes.
Google humanity is the virus, trying to figure out what the origin, if there was any predecessors to this statement on this blood pressure received by Robbie Gristle. I was thinking that it was probably something to do with the Process Church, because there's a statement within the Process Church of the Final Judgment, a cult, for want of a better term, that was very popular in the 1970s, and then was referenced was revived as a kind of
no results for girls.
Kind of sequel to the Temple of Psychic
anyway,
Youth
people let me know.
by Genesis George, and I believe
it is.
Nevik Ogre from Skinny Puppy.
Oh God.
The 1995 Skinny Puppy record, the last official record, because it was the last record. There was the record they were working on when Dwayne Gotill passed away of a heroin overdose.
You can't win.
It was called The Process,
because no matter
and
what
there
you
was
do, people say
lengthy article
problem we have in conspiracy theory land.
Industrial Nation
Conspiracy
magazine
theory land loves to make
talking about the Process Church and the Final Judgment, talking about Genesis George and
a given
Nevik Ogre's interest in it. And I also know that Genesis George was working with those guys
that we should assume
at the time that they were making the Process album, because that was also the time that they came out with another Skinny Puppy side project known as Download.
Were paid by George Soros to infiltrate the
following up on these loose chains, trains of causation and trains of thought. I entered in Humanity is the Virus, Robbie Gristle, into Google, and it brought me to a book that I had and read. It came out in 1996, and it was by futurist Douglas Rushkoff, and it's called Media Virus, Hidden Agendas in Popular Culture.
Something could have happened means that it did happen? No.
And then it starts off, they brought me right to page 306, where it brings up, it enters midway into a conversation between the author and Timothy Leary. We already talked about the connection between Allen Ginsberg, Timothy Leary, and John C. Lilly, who we've been talking about at length.
What are you going to do?
Fair use, fair use, fair use. This excerpt of Media Virus is presented as a virus and as a media hack and as a cut up in situ and in situation, an abstract data collage of data collage from media searches on the search bar.
Exacto Traitors insurrection is owned by Trump and it's
Tim lights a cigarette and heads off to answer a fax.
I'm tempted to agree with you.
That could have worked. Leaving Genesis on the back patio of the Beverly Hills home, looking out over the Los Angeles skyline. On the ridge above Tim's sits the infamous Sharon Tate house, casting an almost palpable shadow. The worst trick of the 60s. Charles Manson, whose Helter Skelter provided proof positive of the psychedelic counterculture's danger for the common good.
Algorithms are working.
Tim's own wife, Barbara Leary, had been invited to the Tate party that night, but canceled at the last minute.
Using facial
now the house is inhabited by rock group 9 Inch Nails.
Archived on Facebook and on
9 Inch Nails
on Instagram,
worked a lot with
and on
David
Snapchat,
Bowie
and on Twitter.
in 1997 and 98.
There.
1997, they did a co-headlining tour.
They are there.
Now the house is inhabited by rock group 9 Inch Nails, a tremendously successful industrial band, much in the tradition of Genesis George's Robbie Gristle, the father of all industrial bands.
Was at the Capitol.
But while top of the charts 9 Inch Nails throbs overhead in the Tate house, Peorage sits in Leary's lawn chair, flat broke. The economic and emotional casualty of an advanced mimetic engineering experiment that got away from him.
Multiple times. Okay.
This
so the Trump
goes right
in
into
die, awesome, superpowered,
my
patriotic
warning
Americans,
to all people
because they
who
went
really
en
want
masse
to work the magic.
to Washington D.C.
Those
protest and
people
protect
who work
the
the
Constitution
magic,
of the United States
not
of America
as an
and its
adjunct
wonderful republic.
to some
Check.
other career,
They were
like
there,
making
and they were
movies
there, present,
or
listening to the
computer
speeches of Donald
programming
Trump and Rudy
or
Giuliani and Alex Jones,
military life
and they marched
or
en masse in one direction.
comic book authorship.
Okay, check.
But those people who
And they
are
were
truly
brave to do
dedicated
so,
to the
probably
magic,
so.
a la Alice
Then,
Crowley,
at
a
some
la
mysterious
Genesis
moment,
Peorage,
they
a
magically
la a million
transformed,
other people,
as if by some sort of
be
occult
wary.
science, into
It may
Black
be
Lives Matter
detrimental
and Antifa
to
infiltrated
your
MAGA
financial
supporters.
well-being and
And it
retirement
was those
plans,
guys in that
though it
persona
may
of the
be
Antifa
lucrative
that then went
to
in
your
with the message.
gaining
But Simon
true
Parks is going to
knowledge
be
and
talking about
understanding
steel and some
of
genius, who's
the
this
nature
guy?
of reality and existence
Randall
itself.
Welsh or something. Big guy. He's the guy with the
It
quantum
really
economics,
is
Jusera thing, whatever.
as
Anyway, we'll
above,
get
so
there.
below phenomena.
Who was then saying
It's
that
also
these
self-similar.
protesters
He says, she
took
says.
laptops
Just as in the
and then
individual,
laptops and information
time-based
that
human
now Trump
physical
was gonna be able to
manifestation
use
of
to finally
being
get Biden.
is
Okay,
dictated
so then
by
they transformed,
DNA,
so they got
which
to
led to
capability
genetic
against
engineering
Antifa,
and
Black
genetic
Lives Matter,
interference
but then they turned back into patriots, or then you're already considering
for
the
culture.
patriots were there. I mean,
Culture is a
you can say
host
that you're proud
body
of these
which can
patriots
be
for doing
manipulated
these
and
things, and then you
engineered
start getting in
and
trouble
tampered
for it.
with and
That's when all of a
corrupted and
sudden
infected
some
and
other dude
healed.
did it, right?
We've been in the groups of an
And guess what?
atrophied status quo,
Typical
invested
scandalous
interest
white
for a few
person.
thousand years,
Fucking around,
and it's about time we did something less primitive. Damn the consequences. And I just want to say, oh, the 90s.
Black guy.
Oh, the late
No,
90s.
it turns out it was
When we
you.
were taking ecstasy
You
and
know,
LSD and thinking that
always
we were
blame
just like our
sisters.
forebears in the
You know,
70s. We
always
thought that
blame
we were
brothers
going to be
and
better
sisters.
living
You
from
gotta fail.
chemistry,
Why?
and
'Cause
we
you
were
can
all
do it.
about to hack through the matrix,
You can do it.
and yada,
And
yada,
people
yada.
like,
Sis
oh my
Boom
God,
Ba,
Simon
John
Parks
C.
will-
Lilly died
will-
shortly
will
after
lay your
September 11th.
defense. Ridiculous. Ridiculous nastiness. Thank you for pointing that out.
952.
There you go. And let's call it what it is. If these guys were Black Lives Matter or Antifa people, they would be called terrorists. And they won't be called terrorists when they were white MAGA supporters. I'm not trying to make it about race, but it's about race. Sometimes it's about race. It's unfortunate and it's ugly and it's hard to talk about. And the conversation becomes radioactive. But you gotta be able to talk about
8 minutes and I got it. System Shock 2. Backstory via acquisition. This is a video game that came out in 1999. Backstory via acquisition of audio logs and encounters with ghostly apparitions. Backstory is discovered via acquisition of audio logs and encounters with ghastly apparitions. Third time's the charm. Backstory is discovered via acquisition of audio logs and encounters with ghostly apparitions.
1,003
in-game currency
because of
is
Facebook.
nanites.
Trump has been totally banned from
It
Facebook.
includes an AI supercomputer known as Shodan,
put in timeout,
whose desire is to destroy humanity.
Right?
AI
So
is
we now have a
subsequently
situation
handicapped
where
by
Donald
man,
Trump
so
doesn't
another
have the ability
Shodan
to
encounter
use
won't
Facebook or
occur.
Twitter,
The
but
Russian
does have
oligarch
the
comes in eventually,
Reeves
takes over his
considering
old
his vote.
company,
He must
restores it
remove
to its
Denzel
former
Trump for
glory,
calling for the
and
25th
therefore
Amendment if
overshadows
they
the
will
UN.
impeach and remove him.
There's
The Republican
a
Party
faster than light
is
starship
desperate.
known as the
They
Von Braun.
realized their lesson.
There's an alien infection
Party,
which leads to people
continue
being
to
integrated
start
into a
failing.
hive mind
It
known
culminated
as
in
the
Trump
many.
in
In
letting
parentheses, I have written down
wackiest
shades of the
members
board.
of their congregation
Return of
and support
Shodan,
and
who
base
wants to merge
to call
real
the
space and
shots
cyberspace
have led
using
them
the
into this
faster than
blind
light
alley of
drive.
realizing that they cannot
Implied
put
that
forward
the
their economic
cybernetic
agenda.
AI
They're going to lose
went into
their
a human
power
host.
and their
In
ability
parentheses,
to
I
use their
put
chairman
same
and
as Matrix
everything.
sequel,
Because people
where
are
Agent
just
Smith
won't be able to
jumps
take it.
from
So
the
Lindsey
virtual
Graham,
world into the
Mitch
real world,
McConnell,
or so
Mitt
we might
Romney,
assume, but we
they
don't know
can't
ever
wait
if if Neo has ever gotten out of any sort of matrix, or whether there actually is a physical reality that exists in the first place, or whether it's all turtles up, turtles down, holograms up, holograms down. 1999 interview with Scott Adams of Dilbert. I'm a mocker. Remember, in 1999 there was an interview with Scott Adams of Dilbert fame by Charlie Rose. Charlie Rose in 2019 was brought down during the #MeToo movement. Scott Adams had a resurgence of fame in 2016 through 2019 due to his championing of Donald Trump. Mr. Black. In this interview, Scott Adams defines himself as a mocker. Despite the fact that I'm always just making fun of management, for some reason I'm now accepted as an expert in management, and I'm hired by these companies to give speeches to them. He doesn't know why. He makes the following statement. And the fact that this statement came from a guy that's now a champion of Donald Trump makes all the sense in the world to me. He goes, you want incompetence at the top in upper management where they can do the least amount of damage. I repeat, according to him, you want incompetence where it belongs in the field of upper management where they can do the least amount of damage. Right? His theory is you want the brain surgeon, you want the competent worker, you want the person who knows what they're doing at the customer service level, at the actual doing level, the surgery level, at the farming level, at the computer programming level. He goes, you want all the incompetent nincompoop to be out of the way in upper management where they can just simply decide things like whether or not they should serve Sprite or Yoo-Hoo at the endless cycle of
my prediction is I'm at this part of the live chat, Jeanette Krasanko and Fee are about to go to war.
Board meeting.
Listen, okay, everybody relax.
I think his theory is flawed. That's just me, Scott Adams in 1999.
Everybody,
the interviews with Charlie Rose, who was brought down during #MeToo.
And here's my here's the power. Take it from me. Step one: if you feel tempted to tell another member of the live chat to relax, don't. Oh my God, how far back am I in the live chat? Oh, Shadow Magic is here. See you later, Joe D. Good seeing you around here. Now I'm back telling the live chat, so then we'll do this. Let's do this. Let me take a break and go to the Simon Parks' update because it's ridiculous. Oh, it's true. The Trump refused to go for the national. Okay, we're good. I got the live chat is not taking over. You guys are the boss. Ooh, people are giving me money. I love you. I love you. I love you. If no one told you they love you today, Shadow Magic here. I'm sorry I didn't have more time to look at you guys in the live chat and talk to you more. During this Brandon Young Terrestrial Live Frequency interview on these criminals. I'm sure the Epoch Times, given the ongoing nature and the unfolding nature of this experiment, that opportunities to converse and talk to you more will present themselves. Staff, those facts and those statements that I was sharing, I do want to say, we'll get to when we get to the description box below. I know that people will see a link to tonight's stuff. And I know the source for it. Kelly Farmer, Magic Esoterica, and her guest, friend of the show, friend of you guys, tarot card reader and tarot aficionado extraordinaire, Ramsey. I hope you join me as I go over there. The link is in the description box below. This I can also tell. I invite you to go over and watch that video or earmark that video for a later watching session because it's sure to be wonderful and worth your while. Having said that, and having taken care of that housekeeping, I will simply say, as I often do, I love you. You guys are making very fun. No one has told you that they loved you today. Somebody just did. And that somebody said that you changed. Reemsey is sick of this. Reemsey. Room status. I've watched Fox News all day. Compare this to Black Lives Matter and keep playing Black Lives Matter and Antifa. God bless you. What happened today? And I'm sick of this. Of course, there soon. If not tomorrow, sometime soon. Other guy, okay. Some other person. So until next time, burn down the Reichstag. We burned down the Reichstag. The plane Hitler power. Why not? Because the Nazis. No, it was the communists. No, if you don't feel like you qualify because you're not a secret space program person, join a secret space program. We have to be aware
of disinformation and the power of disinformation. And we have to call a spade a spade. You have to look at Fox News and understand Fox News' underlying political agenda. And the agenda of maintaining the hegemony of power in the hands of the people who have historically held it.
I have to do my traditional, I don't believe anything until I see it, so I gotta do this. Hopefully we're live and we'll get started. Oh, here we go, perfect.
Okay, and I don't blame you guys. In fact, I'm not going to be patronizing.
All the hangouts start exactly
all the hangouts start exactly the same way for me. And one day I'm going to have faith in the system and just with confidence, not feeling need to go back and check and double check twice. But you know what?
Mario,
I tell people all the time, the one real solid thing that I've learned about myself is I have to accept that at this point in my existence, there's some things that have just kind of solidified. I just am who I am. And, you know, back in the day, it's like I'm Ornette Coleman, I'm free jazz, live, 2-track. No overdubs. You know,
whatever happened to the
tape recorder, stereo mics.
I'm going to mention that because
and let the tape roll because that's just how it's going. And you know, farts and warts and misnotes and all. It's there on the tape, and it just is what it is. And with that, folks, imagine you just tuned in, and here's the introduction. How you doing, folks? My name is C.W. Chanter, and welcome to the Mystical Christ. No, I'm not the Mystical Christ. I'm sometimes, mistaken for him at 7-Eleven. At 3 o'clock in the morning.
Cost me more than 5 pounds to do that, but okay.
But we are going to have today a nice little panel discussion. Just about the notion of fake.
Oh yeah,
you wouldn't want to call it the New Age Christ, but maybe you know what I'm talking about. We're not talking about traditional Christian theology and interpretations. We're talking about the esoteric Jesus, the Jesus that comes through us, through the Gnostic tradition, much of which came to us in terrible organizations like those mystical bastards.
Absolutely.
We're talking about the sublime mystical Jesus that still resides in the Southern Baptist Church, in the hearts of all, the Jesus that will come to the gay church. Gay church. How could you have it with a man who said he's not here to change the law, but a jot or a tittle? Because the fact remains that the personal Jesus changes all the laws, and more than a jot and a tittle. In fact, the proper interpretation of that statement might be, I didn't come to change the law, not a jot nor a tittle. I came to wash the whole thing away.
So we'll remember it.
And then we find ourselves today in the modern era. Things like the Urantia book, the notion of Sanan, the Jesus that traveled to India and studied with the yogis.
Oh my God, Jay Ken saying the
notion of channel Jesus who comes to us through works like A Course in Miracles, and who still is with us today. Today, if you go to YouTube, if you want to, with the faith to believe, you might just be able to hear Jesus Christ go forth on what he thinks of this whole Donald Trump thing. And it's a wide gamut of things that we can talk about. We've got a wide gamut of participants today. I dare say that for each of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people in the room today, don't make too much of it. Don't break down the gematria on that one. We might have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different holographic
push the issue
Jesus
to get this to get the National Guard, which is funny because it runs against the silent part of
conversation into wonderful new
this is all
directions.
happening so that the military.
There's also the notion of Christ consciousness. The notion of Christ not as an entity or an individual that we look to as an example or as a leader, but rather as
refusing to
an ideal, a teaching that we ourselves might come to know, incorporate, and grow with, to become
who's always saying that
better people.
or all the
However you characterize
that,
that,
who were saying that God spoke
the mythology or the mysticism of ascension,
you're wrong.
or whether it's just, hey,
Just accept the
being a
fact
better
that
person and try and be a better person.
Mike
Help
Pence
make the world
roll in
a better place.
machines from Dominion,
Folks,
and then the jig is up.
it's a wide ranging
all gonna be,
subject, and if I stay
purple
contemplating
down
too
to get
long, I
low.
might just fill up the
Okay.
space just by
admit you're
myself.
wrong. It's not gonna
So with
happen.
that, what I'll do is I'll free myself up from it,
predictions.
and I'll pass
Dude,
the mic and allow people
What do you
just to
think is
maybe
really
at first
gonna
just
happen?
introduce themselves one at a
Do you
time,
really think
talk
at
a little
this
bit
point
about their personal
that it is
backgrounds
not patently
as it relates to
obvious
this subject,
that
and maybe
Biden
talk
is
just a
gonna be
little bit about what
inaugurated
they'd be
as
interested
the
in
next president of the
exploring.
United States?
And then when we get to the end of that
To what
cycle,
level of
I'm
denial
sure
do you think that
we'll have a
how do you
conversation
think this is good
just
for your brain?
waiting to pop up.
Just
and
pivot
start
into
a
the
room.
next story. The
And with that,
combined
I'll
one again.
pass
We're
the
gonna
mic
get
to
it
whoever
next
wants to
time.
jump on
It
next.
buys you 4 more years of BS in the world. You know?
I'll jump on it. I'll jump on it.
Earthling says,
All
in my
right.
opinion, they let them run the halls
Look,
at
people,
will. What
my
if it was
name's
Black
Tim,
Lives Matter protest? We
and
pointed it out. I think it's an accurate
I'm not
thing
sure
to
whether or
point
not
out.
I believe in Jesus
Okay,
as
what
a
did that
person
happen?
or as an ideology myself, but I do believe in the concept and the philosophy of something like Jesus as like a hero figure that overcomes reality and basically
This is an interesting point. Sweet
mystifies
Cheek says, at least if he tweets, meaning Donald Trump, at least we know where his head is.
and
Yeah, we know
harnesses
that.
their
Then again, after 4 years of knowing the guy,
There-
you kind of know where he's going.
them putting him on this
And you
leadership.
look at it,
He
so sadly,
basically
the
in a way
acceptance of cancel
guides
culture
their
has become
energy
part
in
of
the
our
direction
reality.
that it should go,
And this is
but
the days of free
you
speech.
can only
and
do it so
diversity of
loosely.
viewpoints. I can respect that, but you know what I mean? It's like, this is why we can't have nice
right? Like,
things.
he's trying to
It's
just walk
because
his
people
path.
use social
He's not
media
trying to tell anyone what
in
to do.
order to,
He's this whole live and let
and
live
it's-
icon.
it's nobody's
And
fault.
this whole
Systems
personification
develop
that is
organically, naturally over time.
like the perfect man
Jordan Sather didn't make
in the
Jordan
sense
Sather
that he
Jordan
is God
Sather,
in man,
right?
And
He
what we
may
take
have
away from
put an effort and
the
work
way we
in order to build
presume
his
he
brand.
would live a
and
sinless
he got
life
lucky. He
and
was
have
talking to one of the first
supernatural abilities
segments
as
of
if he
people
was
that
God
did
in
about
man.
QAnon on YouTube.
Uh,
And
we
then
would
QAnon
put him
blew
on
up.
this pedestal
And we're
and put
going to
him
blame
away
the
from
people for
ourselves.
spreading this disinformation.
But the message of Jesus
Disinformation
that I
spread
heard was one that
because
treats
people,
him as
this is what happens when
as a
humans
peer,
meet the
as
internet.
an equal to each one of us.
An internet that's based on
And so
algorithms that are designed
where I
not
go
on
with that
trying
is
to
I see
concentrate on
Jesus
how to
as
make
this
sure that accurate information
person who was born
is
on earth who
magnified
had
and put
these
forward,
perfect
and that
circumstances
disinformation is
come by,
filtered, but rather algorithms
where
that their agenda was
relative
what?
to all the other people on the
Their
earth,
agenda
he
was
was
not
the most
about
godlike
quality
person,
information
and he
presented
was
or
the
spread. Their algorithms
relatively
were
good
concentrated on
depiction of what
how
it
to
would
keep
be
people on
to be like a
Facebook,
godlike person.
what
Even though I believe we are all
aspects of
God,
the human's
and that's what
personality
Jesus
can be
was talking
studied,
about when
can
he
know,
called
can be
us
ascertained,
his
can be
brothers
learned out
and sisters,
to make
and he is
sure
Son of God,
that
so us all
do
would be
this whole
serving God
thing
through his
towards
rule.
advertising success.
It would just be
Number of
that
eyeballs
his
glued to
example
the
would be
screen,
the
glued
most
to the
common.
app for the longest period
And
of
that's
time.
just kind of how I look
Keep
at
you
it.
engaged. And it works. And it's like all those studies and tests done in labs.
I wasn't rude about it.
Can you tell us a little something about yourself?
I'm just saying, I'm not afraid to call nobody on the planet. So what? What are you gonna do? Nothing.
Some cocaine until they die. Yep.
I'm really tempted in calling
There you go. So again,
the woman that talks to the press, Raggedy Ann, what's her name? Redhead stepchild.
Shadow Magic.
Thinking about giving her a
God
call.
bless you.
On the show number.
Ramsey, $5
Hey,
is
how
a
you
small
doing?
price to pay
Who are
to
you?
tell the world. Fuck Frankie.
Well, I'm just me.
I will not relax.
We're doing a live show on the Monograph channel. Just wanted to ask you a couple questions. You're
Here
like,
we
what?
go.
Who cares? Who cares? Whatever. I'm not gonna call you dude because I don't care who you are. Does that make sense? How's that for you? You're nothing to me. Thank you. You're just a troll. I really try not to call trolls. How's that? I just block them. See how that works? What is that?
Yeah.
What are you talking about, Elliot? You know what, dude? Get on out of here. Go sit in the internet corner for being a weirdo. Okay? We're not playing your little religious games. Get out of here.
Okay.
What is this? Monty, you must see this. No, I'm not seeing that. Why should I see that?
Okay.
Why should I see that? See that for what? No, thank you. No, thank you. Not interested in that garbage. The reason why I'm not interested in that garbage is because it's garbage. There is no video out there that is gonna wake me up to anything. Because once you get so damn awake of all of it, you're like,
Marfugo just doesn't understand
tell me
how
about
counterfascists could possibly be
you're gonna
alive.
tell me about this one's going to get you're gonna tell me
And then
about
we leave development
secret tribunal. Shut up, dude. Shut up. I'm sick of it.
Where's Austin Steinberg?
It's just all horseshit.
Give us a hot take on this.
Nobody's buying it anymore. Nobody's buying your garbage. Go sit in the internet corner. Off you go. Goodbye.
Okay.
See how that works? That's how that works. Off you go. See how that works? Off you go.
People are telling
Bye bye.
I got a brief little bit of notes on some parts. Let me go ahead. This is how long we've been with it.
We don't tolerate trolls in here, dude.
The lights are going.
Sorry.
Down. We got Jolly Bridge Burner.
Keep dreaming. Unbelievable. See how that works? Yeah, bye-bye now.
Power stretch.
Yep.
Yeah, well, now
That's
we
it,
do
that's
my
it.
soda mix. Let me take a bathroom break.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that's pretty much a big ball of wax. I mean,
An
I
hour
don't
and a half
know
is
if no one
usually
else to tell you.
but I didn't tell you about the Southern Parks Jazz yet. And I feel
These
like,
people,
we gotta do Shaman. Let's do the Shaman because that was
these
hysterical.
people are constantly
Let's see if I can
just,
put together the Shaman story for you.
they're trying to tell you one thing. They're trying to instruct you one thing to do one thing, but they're doing something totally different.
Okay.
Sloppy Joe puts in place. They gotta wear a muzzle.
I'm just gonna
everywhere
go
on
through
federal
it.
grounds, White House, everything.
With you guys
And within hours of signing that mess, what's he doing? He's having a big old party.
And he's the guy who's
Nobody's
very
distancing. Nobody has a muzzle on. Well, why not?
ostentatious.
And then when he's asked about it
regard.
to the press secretary, she's like, "Well, I mean, sure, you can understand that he was partying. I mean, you can understand it, right?" No.
He's been around for a while. He's a familiar face of
So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that is Big Ball of Wax.
So what they're
I'll
doing
see you
is
tomorrow
they're
night.
now trying to say
I'm on a grab
that
that can't
he
be really
is
something on
not
later.
QAnon, that he's an Antifa. And one of the hallmarks for them, one of the things that they're saying about this guy is that because his bio, because he's a quote unquote actor, he's an actor. He's wants to be in voice acting and voiceover work, and he wants to be an actor, as an addition to being and there's a lot of speculation about his tattoos, whether it's just Norse mythology or whether this indicates that he's Nazi. Look, you ask anybody who knows about the Norse pagan community, what is it, Atreyu or something, or Astrayo or Stera, I forget how to pronounce it. They'll tell you, one of the things they have to deal with as a community is the fact that there's a propensity for neo-Nazis and white nationalists and European exclusivists to be attracted to it. It's just something they deal with. Wiccans have to worry about educating their friends and family and people in the community that just because they're Wiccan doesn't mean that they're like a child sacrificing Satanist. Members of the Church of Satan have to warn and tell people that just because they're a member of the Church of Satan doesn't mean that they're out to kill their babies or sacrifice a lamb to Satan. So it's not for me to say what J.K. Jazz, are, but he's without a doubt established member of the QAnon community. But they're trying to make this big deal about him not being a member of the QAnon community because it serves their needs. So look, we'll just take a look at Twitter. DC police released a list of Arizonans who were arrested after the riots at the Capitol and are asking for the public's help finding several people of interest, including Jake Ancelli, who made a spectacle at Arizona rallies since at least 2019. Yikes. Here he is, this guy. You can arrest and charge, this is Tom Ryan, you can arrest and charge Jake and Joy for his part in the insurrection yesterday, but you do so. So this is fair use. This is off someone's TikTok. So all due respect to
And virtual credits of Walter and Masterson.
She likes going out.
I gotta make sure I'm sharing audio. Hold on. No.
Ah, the video's
I
unavailable.
got to do this. I share the screen.
Of course.
Wait. Where's the thing? I share the screen, but I also want to share the screen with audio. Come on. Share the screen. Share audio. Chrome tab. This. There you go. Tell me if you guys can hear this.
She was the highest levels of the military and the intelligence community in the United States, disseminating unconstitutional information to the entire republic, so that we can take back our country from communists and globalists who have infiltrated our government, some of the highest levels and some of the lowest levels of just bullshit. And they're trying to bring down our country from within so we can create a new world order and one world government where Americans like to happen and they try to trump our constitution with international law. But it ain't gonna happen because you, being the antithesis of the deep state, has woken up the American public. You have woken up the American hatred. And united we stand and we will not fall. Where we go on, we go on.
There you go. So the of course, the
Disgusting. That's funny. Monograph in and out. We've been streaming way more than 5 hours. And yeah, it's all pretty much bullshit. It's all the truth about what's happened since people came online. Should have never been allowed. Turn into a shit show.
Alright. Smell it? Come on, I got some for you. Leave it alone. Leave it. Easy. Good girl. It's just a treat. That's it. Just a treat. That's it.
All right. Talk soon.